population centers constituting about 15% and higher of the population, and the lighter greens indicating smaller numbers. This is useful as a kind of a larger regional map, but when you drill down into the smaller locales, into the villages and into cities, then you see the Jewish population really soar, because Jews are historically very urbanized. That is, at least after the exile from Israel in the first century, Jews seek out urban environments. And as the cities grow, the Jewish population grows as well. In Warsaw, for example, by the turn of the 20th century, you're talking about 30% of the population was Jewish. Budapest, similar numbers. Vienna, not too far away. And in medium-sized Budapest, similar century, your cities grow, the Jewish population grows as well. In Warsaw, for example, by the turn of the 20th century, you're talking about 30% of the population was Jewish. Budapest, similar numbers. Vienna, not too far away. And in medium-sized towns like, say, Berdichev, 77% Jewish, an incredible population of Jews in some of these towns. So you will get this impression as you move through East Central Europe that you have these highly Jewish islands in a sea of non-Jews. Very different urban-rural culture, which can contribute as well to some of the social tensions that would boil over in the much more violent 20th century. So a quick note of thank you to our sponsors. Mr. Christopher and Anne-Marie Bray have long been sponsors of the scholarships that we generate with these lectures. And we also have a few smaller scholarships, very much appreciated, from Mr. Michael Heller in memory of his father and his mother, Mr. Dean Webb, and this is really cool, Shalom Janashvili is actually my 17-year-old son's best friend. And I was so amazed when I got this email, Shalom Janashvili. It's weird when your son's friends follow you on Instagram, you know? I think it's a good thing. And then I could say to my own son, I could say, so new? Are you following on Instagram? You know, his Instagram is blocked. I can't see what he says. But anyways, that was nice. And a couple of anonymous donors. And for those of you who are joining us for the first time, the purpose of this series is to support our students with scholarships. We've raised over $15,000. I'm very proud of that. You can just go to this website, the Friends of Jewish History, if you'd like to sponsor a lecture, partially or fully, whatever you like. Okay, and now it's the good and welfare. Let us talk about the sources that we're going to use for tonight's discussion. So as I mentioned to you earlier, there's remarkably little available on the web about the Or Zarua, particularly in the English language. In the Hebrew language, you will find more material, and that's about it. Not even very much in Hebrew. My main sources for tonight's discussion are the works of the classic scholar Ephraim Orbach, who lived from 1912 to 1991. He wrote some very important works on the history of Jewish thought, a book called The Sages, and this other book here called Balei HaTosfot, which is especially important. This is there's about 12 pages in this section, in this book, on the Or Zarua, and that is, I think, the most concentrated discussion of the Or Zarua as a historical figure anywhere. Despite the fact that the Or Zarua, Isaac of Vienna, is cited hundreds of times, perhaps thousands, in the halachic literature, there's very little discussion of his life and activity outside of the Balei Tosfot by Ephraim Orbach. So this is one of the major sources of his biography. We also look at some important articles by Yehoshua Horowitz, who works for the Misrad HaChinuch in the State of Israel, and Monica Sailmakers at the University of Amsterdam wrote some great things on the manuscript. Finally, I have a special thank you to Dr. Simcha Emanuel of Hebrew University. I happened to see an article that looked really great. I wanted to read it. I didn't have much time to request it, so I just fired off a quick email, and I got the article from him within 30 minutes. So I was really grateful. These are all people who contributed to my understanding of the life of Isaac of Vienna, and I'm very grateful to all of them. The manuscript. The manuscript is the most amazing story. It is, of course, authored by Isaac of Vienna. Here is the first printing of the manuscript. It appeared in Zhytomyr in 1865. The author, Isaac of Vienna, was born somewhere around, not 1880, that should say 1180, sorry for the typo there. 1180, he did not live backwards in time. Who writes these things anyways? And he died somewhere around 1250. We only have the vaguest notions of it because he was constantly rewriting his own work, and he would edit it and make changes, and sometimes those changes will be dated. We know that the last change he dated was 1246, so 1250 is a rough idea of when he actually lived. He studied and taught in medieval Ashkenaz. I'm going to give you a map shortly of what exactly this refers to, but he is one of the foundational thinkers of this sub-civilization we call Ashkenazi Judaism. Last year we spent the entire fall and spring semester speaking about Sephardic Jews. This year we're going to spend a lot more time talking about Ashkenazi Jews and also next term Italian Jews. Here is a map that gives you a sense of the ethnic groupings. You'll see that the Ashkenazi Jews are in the purple here, but this is a little misleading. It looks like, all of Siberia is Ashkenazic. Meanwhile, even if you include prisoners in the Gulag, there's probably no more than a few hundred Jews out in that massive Siberian expanse. But it is basically northern and western Europe with the exception of Spain, where of course you have the Sephardic Jews, and also that little bit up there surrounding Amsterdam where a lot of Sephardic Jews fled. The term Ashkenaz is biblical in nature, and for reasons that are not at all clear, the early Jewish settlers chose to appropriate the term Ashkenaz from the book of Genesis and apply it to the Rhineland in particular, German Jewry. Those German Jews then spread out primarily to the east, where they formed the backbone of Eastern European Judaism, the Polish Jews, the Hungarian Jews, the Russian Jews, and so on. Here's a map that shows you a little bit more detail of what we're looking at. He is called Isaac of Vienna because he is specifically associated with Vienna, but he actually traveled quite a bit around the entire region. He was born in the Czech Republic, which was then Moravia, and he traveled around Germany and France quite significantly, recording his travels, settling down eventually in Vienna, hence the name Isaac of Vienna. Okay, now the legends of the manuscript are fascinating. As I mentioned to you, this large handwritten manuscript was completed most likely around the year 1246. And it was widely cited by the early halakhic authorities. Meaning everybody is saying, hundreds of rabbis are saying, the Or Zarua says this, the Or Zarua, that's the title of the book, says that. But it did not see the light of day as a printed book until 600 years later in the 1860s. Okay, printing has not is not developed until the 1500s. That's when you start seeing Hebrew printed books, but it is completely incommensurate with the popularity of the book as a manuscript, meaning when it was hand copied, the Or Zarua was one of the foremost authorities of his day and had tremendous influence on later halakhic writers. But when it comes to the time of printing, nobody's printing it. And even after printing has become cheaper and cheaper and more of the classics are coming into common circulation, the Or Zarua still remains in manuscript until finally in the 1860s, two different caches of manuscripts are published and they see the light of day. How is that possible? So let's just talk a little bit about the discovery, as it were, of the Or Zarua manuscript. One of the early writers of the discovery is none other than Shai Agnon, very important modern Hebrew writer, winner of the Nobel Prize for Literature. And he describes, I have to tell you up front, it's not true. It's a legend, but, he's a writer of fiction, and he writes beautiful fiction. He gives a whole story behind it. So this is not history. This is a legend, and it is attributed to none other than Shai Agnon, but nevertheless, it's beautiful to read it. Here's an English translation. Okay, he writes about, by the way, when he was a young man, and his name is actually Samuel Yosef Chachkes. That's an interesting name, right? Chachkes is his name. He changed it to Shai Agnon, Shmuel Yosef Agnon, when he came to Israel. But he was traveling through Eastern Europe, passing through Vienna on his way to Israel. When he went to Israel, of course, that's when he became famous. But he writes this when he's passing through Vienna. I heard from the tellers of truth. That's a very literary kind of, flourish. I heard from the tellers of truth that the book Or Zarua still exists. And it is to be found in a manuscript in the Emperor's treasure house in Vienna. I forgot to mention, by the way, that by the time you get to the 1600s, lots of halakhic authorities, this is now 400 years after the book was written, lots of halakhic authorities have said, I have heard quoted in the name of the Or Zarua, but I myself do not have a copy to consult. Many important figures, the Shach, many commentators on the Code of Jewish Law, they say, I've read that the Or Zarua says this, but nobody is able to actually look up the source in the original because the manuscripts have all been lost. So in that context, let's continue here. It is to be found in a manuscript in the Emperor's treasure house in Vienna. Because of its size, no bookshelf could hold it, and it was held by iron chains in the middle of the hall. When I went to Eretz Israel, I passed through Vienna. I said that I would go and see the book Or Zarua in the Emperor's treasure house. I found a person, and I asked him the way to the Emperor's treasure house. He joined me and went with me. As we were walking, I told him that I'm going there to see the book Or Zarua. It has the trappings of a story here. He said, if so, come, I will tell you what I heard from my fathers. One time a sigh was heard in the Emperor's treasure house. He said, what is the sound in my treasure house? They found that those chains were striking against one another with a sort of sighing sound coming from them. They asked their wise men what this was, but they did not know. There was one Jewish wise man there who said, I will tell you, this book is a book of laws of the Jews, and its author was very saintly, and he was a rabbi in our city. Now that some of the Jews of Vienna were about to change the practices of their fathers, this righteous one grieves over this, right? Meaning that the nature of Jewish practice, the nature of Jewish observance, their adherence to traditional halacha and Jewish law is waning, and so the Or Zarua, the manuscript itself, is feeling that pain, and the chains are shaking as a result and making this noise. This Chachkes is writing like in the 1890s, I think, so it's definitely late Haskalah. So he's writing about it long after the period, definitely. But yeah, this is a period of great change. Well, how old is he?
I wonder why they have the camera.
So probably he's writing around the 1910s, 1920s is my guess. Very secular period. Now what is he? He continues here. When the emperor heard this, he arose from his throne and said, now I know that the Holy One, blessed be he, troubled my sleep only for this, so that the Jews would not change the practices of their fathers. That same day, the sect of the innovators, meaning like the Maskilim, the reformers, came and asked the emperor's permission to institute new practices in prayer and life. The emperor rebuked them and sent them forth with a reprimand. So it's kind of a story that reinforces the value of tradition, reinforces the value of adherence to traditional norms, and also, of course, elevates the status of the Or Zarua. The thing is, that's not true. The manuscript was not in Vienna. The manuscript was actually in London and in Amsterdam, but it's still a good story. Another version of the story, because we do have it, of course, discovered in Amsterdam, is that the book was cast into the sea, and then it was found, amazingly, by a fisherman washed up on shore, and that it was slightly damaged by the sea, but otherwise was perfectly intact, and that's how it made it to the library in Amsterdam. Also, not so likely as well. But what we do have is a series of manuscripts. They are not the entire Or Zarua, because, as I mentioned earlier, the manuscript, first of all, is massive. Even in the printed version that we have today, in double columns, it takes up about 8 or 10 inches of shelf space. It's a massive work, tiny letters. He must have been writing basically nonstop for most of his 6-day weeks about things that he observed and saw and so on. But he was constantly re-editing it, and it's not in order. The volumes overlap in material. It's not a start-to-finish kind of work at all. It was published in 2 different series. It's called volumes 1 through 4, but in reality, we don't even know which sections came first and which sections came last. It's really quite a mess in terms of its sequencing. We can still garner a lot from it, but I want to return to my question. How is it that it was so important when it was written, and then it ceased to be studied, or it was basically lost within a couple hundred years?
Right now.
And the answer is his son, Rabbi Moshe, recognized how valuable his father's work was, but it was so big and unwieldy, he published an abbreviated version, which is shown here, still in print, Simane Or Zarua, which is like the chapter headings or the signs of the Or Zarua, which gives you the boiled down Cliff's Notes version of the Or Zarua. So if you are a really serious scholar, then you've got to work through the original manuscript, which is massive, or you can have this very authentic, dedicated, careful edition that just gets to the heart of the decisions that the Or Zarua made, and you don't have to worry about all of the back and forth and all of the extraneous information, supposedly extraneous. And as a result, this book, the edited version by his son, was incredibly popular and remained in print all that time, but the Or Zarua itself was lost until the 1860s. And only then was the original manuscript returned to it. So this is really giving away my original opening statement, that it was so good, so comprehensive, so complete, that nobody studied it. That they preferred to go to the Simani, the short version, which was really much more adaptable to people's needs. I attended an event just recently for organ donors, halakhic organ donors, called an organization called Renewal. And there's an amazing number of Orthodox Jews are the highest single population that performs altruistic kidney donations. Whatever reason it is, Orthodox Jews will actually, just volunteer their kidneys at a much higher rate than the rest of the population. So anyways, they had this one guy who was a Sephardi man who donated one of his kidneys. It's a beautiful thing. And the day of the operation, he met his recipient, who was an Ashkenazic man. And the Ashkenazi man, apparently, as soon as he came out of his anesthesia, the first thing he said is, well, now that I have the kidney of a Sephardic man, can I have rice on Pesach? Right? So the question is, apparently the answer is no. So the question would be, let's say we made a halakha, that the question was asked, and the great rabbis of the era considered it, and they said no. Right. And then that particular precedent was lost. For whatever reason, people lost the piece of paper. It didn't factor into the halakhic tradition once again. And then 50 years later, the same thing happens again, and they go to the great rabbis of the generation, and they look at it, and they make a decision, yes, you can have rice on Pesach. And after they make that decision, someone steps forward and says, wait a second, I found this precedent over here. So the fact that the precedent was not part of their deliberations, does that invalidate their decision? Do they have to restart it again? Or do they say, look, we've been talking about this for 50 years, we're not going to change it now? So that's what happens with the Or Zarua, in that the original text is out of halakhic circulation for so long. People make decisions in its absence. Do we invalidate those decisions and go back and consider the Or Zarua, or do we say, no, it's now settled law? We have several figures like that. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about what is this book about. We spent half an hour, and we have not said what's actually in the book. So this is the full set of the Shulchan Aruch, the Code of Jewish Law, just as a background image. The Or is one of the figures in a group of Jews called the Rishonim. This is, of course, familiar to anyone who studied the Talmud or halachic literature. Basically, we have this very important philosophical concept in Judaism that states that the earlier generations have a greater level of spiritual sensitivity, primarily because they are less removed from the revelation at Sinai. The later you go in time, there is a diminution, good, thank you, that's good. Diminution of the generations. The phrase in Hebrew is Yeridas Hadoros, a decline of the generations, because they're further away from the Sinaitic experience. Now, the later generations may have much more knowledge. Like I said, my iPhone has a tremendous amount of Torah in it, and I can access it very easily, but I don't have the same spiritual sensitivity that my predecessors had. And that has a lot of impact on how decisions are made. In those decline of generations, there are kind of like big chunks that are divided in our historiography and in our halachic literature, and we say, okay, these 10 generations belong to this group, and then there's a big drop-off, and there's another 10 generations belong to another group, and so on. The Rishonim are the first generation of European Torah scholars. That means after the decline of the Jewish civilization, primarily in Babylon, where the Talmuds are written, and the generation that succeeded them, called the Geonim, in the Mesopotamian region, then you have a rise of Jewish scholarship in places like Spain, in the Rhineland, Rashi, people like that are growing up. Those people are called the Rishonim. It means the first ones. There's a series of rabbis that go basically from about the 850s, 900 till about 1400. All the rabbis who thought in that time are Rishonim. The period afterward is called the Acharonim, or the later ones, and that extends up until maybe the 1800s. And now we're in, for the last 200 years, contemporary thinkers. So he is one of these classic periods called he was a Rishon, one of these first ones. And it makes a difference because in terms of categorizing disputes, an Acharon generally will not have the authority to override a Rishon. And only another Rishon can override a Rishon. So many of the debates that we have today are really continuations of the debates that were presented in the early times. I'll give you one very important debate, for example, that's quite significant.
Is this your favorite sport?
In one of the major debates in American society right now, the election we'll have tomorrow will have an impact on this, of course, is what exactly is the Jewish position on abortion? So it's not a straightforward thing. We should not take our theological positions from what's in the general press, because that tends to be dominated by evangelical Christianity, as they say, bless their hearts, but it's not halachic, it's not what Judaism says. So there is no question that terminating a pregnancy is not only permitted under certain circumstances in halacha, it's actually mandated. It's required, specifically a therapeutic abortion where the mother's health is in danger. Talmudic law is completely clear, Mishnaic law, that a woman's health takes precedence over the survival of the fetus. Now, the question that comes up in the period of the Rishonim, to illustrate this point, is why is that true? There's no disagreement that it is true. The question is, why is it true? The Rambam, Maimonides, very important Rishon, lived at the same time as the Or Zarua, wrote that it's because the fetus, as it were, takes on the halachic status of a rodeh, of a pursuer, meaning the child is unwittingly seeking to kill his or her mother. That the child's birth in itself is a danger to the mother, and unfortunately, under those circumstances, we're required to kill the rodeh, or at least disable the rodeh, in order to allow the nirdof, the pursued one, to survive. It is, as it were, according to Maimonides, a sanctioned form of murder. According to Rashi, also a Rishon, it says not necessarily. relying on passages elsewhere in the Talmud, the fetus is actually a part of the mother's body. And although one is not normally allowed to harm one's own body, obviously, if it's sake of saving yourself, you are allowed, for example, to amputate a gangrenous limb or something like that. So Rashi's position is not that it's murder, is that maybe it's something like manslaughter or something, or involuntary murder, but Rashi's position is much more lenient and allows for a larger scope of interpretation as to what you would rule, for example, if a woman's psychological health was at risk. Would you say that those are sufficient grounds for an abortion? Rashi might say yes. Rambam, on the other hand, would say no. And that debate of Rishonim persists to this day. In the 1970s, the Tzitz Eliezer, a very important Israeli rabbi, ruled that a woman who found that her child at 7th month of pregnancy was carrying Tay-Sachs, very terrible disease. She said she can't take it, and she didn't know what she'd do with herself. So the Tzitz Eliezer ruled that she could, in fact, terminate the pregnancy. Rabbi Moshe Feinstein in Israel said, very wrong decision. I respect the Tzitz Eliezer, but he is wrong in his point. We rule like Maimonides, the Rambam, and say that she may not terminate the pregnancy. So this is the kind of an illustration of how the debates of the Rishonim still very much alive today in contemporary thought. So he's one of these Rishonim. What do the Rishonim do? Some of them comment on Talmudic texts, and in fact, much of the Or Zarua is organized along the lines of the Talmud. It's structured according to the order and sequence of the Talmudic text. And he also wrote hundreds upon hundreds of responsa, and the responsa are especially valuable for us. Responsa are a form of halakhic literature in which a community or an individual sends a question, a she'elah, to an important rabbi, in this case the Or Zarua. The Or Zarua does a research project on it and responds, hence responsa or teshuvah in Hebrew, and that becomes Jewish law. That becomes the precedent that's later used. So we have an amazing number of questions directed to the Or Zarua, which are relevant not only from a theoretical point of view of understanding what the Talmud means, but understanding what are these pressures affecting Jews in Vienna and the Danubian region in general. This is how halacha is formed. In particular, the Or Zarua is useful in that he begins to show us the origins of Ashkenazic custom. Let me give you some examples of this. But before that, let me just tell you a little bit about the unusual title, because he is, like so many rabbis, known by the title of his greatest work. Right, like the Rabbi Yisrael Meir Kohen is known as the Chafetz Chaim. Chafetz Chaim is the title of his book. So the Or Zarua, Rabbi Isaac Avin, is known as Or Zarua, the title of his book. It comes from Psalm 97:11, which means, which is the phrase Or Zarua means light is sown. Sown not as in like repair your clothes, but sown as in put seeds in the ground. The whole pasuk is here. Or Zarua la tzaddik. Beautiful, very poetic passage. It translates literally as light is sown for the righteous, and for the straight of heart rejoicing. It's a typical kind of Tanaitic or Tanakh-like phrase where the phrase is split in the middle with this asnachta here. The first part is light is sown for the righteous, and then the conditions are reversed to say, and for the straight of heart, joy. Meaning that if you are, the meaning of the verse is that if you are righteous, if you are pure of heart, then you may not be experiencing happiness right now, but it is sown, it is in the ground, and in the fullness of time, it will burst forth, and you will experience that great happiness. Perhaps a reference to life in the world to come. Now, he especially liked this phrase because when you take the final letters, you see it spells out Rabbi Akiva, Resh, Ayin, Kuf, Yud, Beis, and then ends in a Hey. Sometimes Akiva is spelled with an Aleph. And he mentions in his introduction that he was drawn to this particular passage and the Sofei Tevot, the last letters of the words, because Akiva was his hero, referring to Rabbi Akiva of the 2nd century, one of the greatest rabbis of the Mishnah and the Talmud. In fact, at the very beginning of his book, there's this massive discussion of something that is associated with Rabbi Akiva's activity, and he begins this way because he wants to emulate Rabbi Akiva, who was someone who was darshan the osios, meaning someone who would derive meaning from the actual shapes of the letters. As you can see, this is the first page of the Or Zarua, and right at the very top it says the alphabet in Hebrew. I mean, this is like, can you imagine opening up this massive 800,000 page book, and the very first thing is A, B, C, D, as if you're going to learn the alphabet from, like children's sidurim, children's prayer books, open with pictures of the alphabet, lists of the alphabet with all the vowels, and it's so cute when you see little kids sitting there, putting their fingers on the letters and sounding them out. So it starts like that, but then he gets into, he lists first the actual series of letters, then he lists how they are spelled out. Like, for example, the letter Aleph is spelled Aleph, Lamed, Fe, right? And he spells them out in full. And then he lists some of the secret combinations of the letters, the codes that you find occasionally in the Talmud, like, for example, the Atbash system.
He kicked himself with anything.
It's like the Aleph, the first letter, is replaced by the Tuf, the last letter, the last letter of the alphabet. The Beit, the second letter, is replaced by the penultimate Shin, right? And that way you can spell out a whole word or a whole sentence by reversing these letters, and several other less common ones. And then he goes into a long discussion which extends for about 30 pages about some of the secrets of the shapes of the letters themselves. This is out of character from the most of the work because it is deeply Kabbalistic, very much into gematria, numerology, and other things which are, just an indication of the mystical background of the Or Zarua, which we shall see in terms of his influences. Is he a Makubal? I would say he is. He would not make his reputation on it, but as we shall see, he was deeply influenced by a very important Makubal, a very important Kabbalist. Okay, so travel and influences. Here's a page of the Talmud, a very old printing here. The Tosfot, by the way, are the commentators on the outside here. This is the actual text of the Talmud itself. On the inside, pride of place by the binding, is always printed the commentary of Rashi, who is more of like he takes you hand and he walks you step by step through the meaning of the text. Tosfot, by contrast, is much more into discussing the contradictions and things like that. Rabbi Yitzchak of Vienna, is one of the members of the largest school of Tosfot. Perhaps the most well-known are the grandchildren of Rashi himself, but there are literally tens of scholars throughout Europe that contributed to this massive body of work. His teachers included the Arugat Habosem, author of a very famous commentary and halakhic work, and his students included the Maharam of Rothenburg, whose biography is also quite fascinating. Perhaps we will refer to it in a later lecture. Perhaps my most favorite of his teachers, however, was Yehuda the Chassid, who is the most prominent individual in a short-lived phenomenon called the Hasidei Ashkenaz. Fascinating explosion of spiritual activity, primarily in the Germanic lands towards the north, that has its own name now called Hasidei Ashkenaz. The term Chassid, we speak today about Hasidim. Generally speaking, that term is used to refer to the followers of the Baal Shem Tov in the 18th century. Prior to the 18th century, the term Chassid was generally used to refer to anyone who went beyond the minimum standard. Anyone went beyond the letter of the law to do extra. David himself, King David says, Chassid Ani, I am a Chassid, because he's always trying harder and things like that. But there are a couple of moments in Jewish history where the term Chassid is applied to a movement. It happened so in early medieval Rhineland, where they composed a group of rather unusually spiritually sensitive individuals who were deeply involved in various mystical practices and also ascetic practices. They had some things which today would seem rather weird. Like, for example, they were very big into atoning
How could you
after
improve
death.
USP?
So they would
Stay down at the
put their bodies in coffins after they passed away, and they would tell the Chevra Kadisha that they wanted the coffin to be dragged along the ground to the graveside as a way of expiating their sins in life. They should suffer those punishments after death. You know, those are kind of weird things. Immersion in snowbanks, things like that, you know, very, very aesthetic practices. It didn't really last. It only was there for about 150 years, and the city of Ashkenaz kind of faded away. But they did leave us a rather remarkable book called Sefer Hasidim, which is a brilliant explication of some of their philosophical standpoints, and it's a strain of Jewish thought that has not necessarily survived, but is nevertheless fascinating in its detail. I will mention one thing that Yehuda Chassid wrote that is still extremely well preserved among Jews. You've probably heard of it. Maybe you've even considered it in your own, private relationships. Yehuda HaChassid, the teacher of the Or Zarua, he left behind a fairly detailed will for his children that has a whole bunch of significant stipulations about how he wants them to behave and not behave. One of the things that he wrote to his children is that a man should never marry a woman with the same name as his mother. Right? And there's never, that's the only source for it in the rest of Jewish tradition. It's not in the Talmud, not in Halacha literature. It comes just from now. Now, we don't know what that means. He provides no source for it.
No,
it's him specifically. Yehuda Chassid said, don't ever marry a woman with mother's name. Who knows what? So the Halacha literature later said, and just to be safe, also do it with your father too. But I have to share with you one thought from the great Kutzker Rebbe, when I say the Kutzker name, Hasidic rabbi, who wrote that if Yehuda people would take his will regarding not marrying a woman with the same as your mother, if they knew how Jews would read his will with such intensity and dedication, he should have put the 10 Commandments in there too. That's the Kutzker.
I'm very surprised.
Self-flagellation is also their stuff too. Yes, you see self-flagellation also come up in the Tzfat circle as well. But the Hasidic Ashkenaz were very big into this. You know, like the Rambam was a very different kind of thinker as well. He didn't see the value, and actually, it's ironic because the Hasidim themselves also tried to put. The Baal Shem Tov was not a big fan of this. You know, he's saying we're not of the generation where we fast the same way the Hasidic Ashkenaz did. So the term is a little bit misleading. We use it in different ways, but this was a brief period of time where this was, as it were, the religious style. This is all, I think, fascinating stuff from a religious perspective. I, however, am a historian. So what's really cool, I think, is what can we do with the Or Zarua as a historical text? What can we learn about the nature of Jewish life in early Ashkenaz from the Or Zarua? And the truth is we can learn a lot from it. So this is not the way the Or Zarua intended his book to be read. He was primarily composing a halakhic treatise and a commentary on Talmud, but nevertheless we have tremendous things that we can derive from it, and we have only begun to scratch the surface. As I mentioned, it was not published until the 1860s. Sefer Hasidim, because it's a very different kind of work, it has a lot of beautiful kind of parables in it, a lot of stories in it that are fascinating. It was printed much earlier, and a lot of work has been done on the Sefer Hasidim about the life of early Ashkenaz. The Or Zarua is just beginning to get that attention. 50 years from now, probably we'll have several monographs that tell us more about it. But let's just have a look at some of the things he did. So my first encounter was actually through this man's work, Alexander Harkavi, who was a great linguist. He wrote an amazing American Yiddish-English dictionary, which is actually worth reading cover to cover, because there's so many amazing words in there. You know, he published it in 1907 after he had encountered American English. He adds words in there in Yiddish like sonofagon, so which is clearly an American derivation. Fascinating. But he was also really a great scholar of language, early linguist, and he studied the Or Zarua for the non-Hebrew terms that occur there. And fascinatingly,
What do you like more?
Yorzura was fluent in many
UFC
languages. He
or when you
refers specifically to early Czech as
like
Lashon
as good as
Canaan, the
sports as
language
you
of
can get.
Canaan. And when he's looking for a particular word to describe, some kind of object or animal or phenomenon, he'll use the Czech word. He'll
Would you
say
ever want to
Lashon
bet on
Canaan,
UFC?
and then he'll give you the Czech word. The Czechs at this point were illiterate. They didn't have language. They didn't have anyone writing down their language. So ironically, anyone who wants to study early Slavic languages, they have to look to the Or Zarua for the 2-3 dozen odd words that they can find. It is ironic that the earliest Czech words are written in Hebrew letters, because we were literate and they weren't, and he was recording these things. It's an amazing phenomenon. We actually see it also with some of the Romance languages and Rashi, and even some Russian words occasionally occur in here. This is a fascinating phenomenon. So we can learn a lot from the Or Zarua about early language. Not so interesting for Jewish history, though. What we also get from the Or Zarua is a tremendous amount of discussion about commercial interactions with non-Jews and other social interactions. Because, of course, responsa literature addresses specific needs posed by questioners. It also relates stories about how Jews live. So there's a lot of discussion, for example, about what is a Jew allowed to eat or drink if he's traveling and he stays in the home of a non-Jew. So right away you get the idea that Jews could travel alone. Jews could knock on some peasant's door and say, listen, I need a place to stay. I'll pay you, and can you give me some breakfast, like a Airbnb kind of place, right? And they're asking, what can I eat? What can I drink? What's considered about? But we do get a lot of sense about how Jews interact with non-Jews. Also, a tremendous amount of discussion of appearance of church authorities. For example, the Or Zarua lived at the time that the Fourth Lateran Council in 1215 decreed that Jews had to wear distinguishing clothing. And he has a lot to say about how Jews dealt with that particular regulation, whether they wore the hat, didn't wear the hat, wear the cloth, not wear the cloth, bribed individuals. A lot of discussions of what Jews could do with regards to non-Jews is discussed in the Or Zarua. Some of them are fascinating. Like, for example, a question, normally, halakhically, a Jew is not allowed to carry armor on Shabbat. Right? You're not allowed to wear a sword, carry a gun on Shabbat. It is unfortunately a sad reality that this halachic discussion, of course, is, as my father, Olav Shalom, used to say, plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose. The more it changes, the more it stays the same. But this is actually a little bit different. So, not allowed to wear armor on Shabbat because it's muktzah. It's something that you're not supposed to use on Shabbat. Since you're not supposed to use it on Shabbat, you're not supposed to have a war on Shabbat. So therefore, you shouldn't be wearing a sword. There's a discussion, though, about what if it is like a ceremonial sword, like it's an adornment, like jewelry for a man, so to speak. A whole discussion of whether women can wear it as well. But the Or Zarua deals with the question of, well, what if it's a Jew's turn to do guard duty in the city, and he has to walk around on Shabbat wearing a sword? Is he allowed to do so? So right away, that opens up a whole bunch of questions. Wait a second. They had Jews participating in the defense of the cities, and Jews were allowed to carry weapons, which they weren't in a lot of locales, for example, in Muslim lands. It just opens up a whole different picture of what it means for Jews to participate. If I remember correctly, in this case, he said, yes, he can, right? Which is probably feeds into the whole discussion of whether or not people can carry guns to shul nowadays, because it is for public safety. I'm not a rabbi. I'm not going to deliver a psak on this, but the Or Zarua is one of the earliest discussions of this in the Ashkenazi period. Another thing that occurs frequently in the Or Zarua, a remarkably common question, are Jews allowed to go hunting for pleasure? Are they allowed to join non-Jews on fox hunts and things like that? The Or Zarua says no, you're right. But first of all, why not? Well, you're allowed to kill animals for food, and in doing so, you have to do it with particular prescriptions. There's a blessing to be said, and certain kinds of methods of slaughter are acceptable. Others not acceptable. You are allowed to kill animals that are noxious. Like snakes and spiders in your house, things like that. And there again, I'm not ruling halachically. I'm just sort of discussing things in general. But then, what about like something like fishing for fun? Are you allowed to fish, catch, and release? Right? Can you do it? I'm not going to give a psak. But what apparently the Or is referring to is that you'd have like noblemen who would say, okay, on Monday we're going out on a big fox hunt. Shlomi, you want to come on along? And Shlomi says, wait a second, got to ask my rabbi. Writes the letter to the Or and asks him, am I allowed to hunt? Now, here's the question. As social historians, when you see a law repeated several times, what does that usually indicate? That people are ignoring the law, that people are doing it anyways. Just like how many times we pass laws, for example, against marijuana consumption, right? Over and over and over again. And finally, some countries simply say, okay, enough already. Could be that this country will do it as well. Could be this state will as well. But the laws are repeated because no one's paying attention. And so it could be that when the Or has to say several times, no hunting, it's because Jews are hunting. Good question. Okay. He also speaks significantly about the dangers that Jewish doctors face. Jews have historically been very active in the medical profession. I'm sure you know the joke about the first Jewish president of the United States. Oh, please let me tell you this joke. It'll make me feel really good. The joke goes like this. First Jewish president of the United States. He calls his mother up in Boca Raton. He says, Ma, I really want you to come to the White House. She says, oh, when do you want me to come? He says, this Thursday. We finally solved the problem of peace in the Middle East. We're going to have a big signing in the Rose Garden. I really want you there, Ma. He says, Thursday, it's my mahjong night. He says, Ma, it's so important to me, please. I'm working for this, my first term, my second term. I really have to have you there. I'll send US-1. The Marine Force 1 will pick you up from the club. You won't have to worry about it. So she says, okay, fine, I'm coming. Hang up the phone. Then she calls up a friend. She says, Sarala, guess what? My son, the brother of my son, the doctor, he invited me to the White House. Right? My son, the brother of my son, the doctor. Right? Okay. All right. I enjoy telling these jokes. So he writes several places about the danger of Jews practicing medicine. Specifically, if the patient dies, a Jew is often accused of witchcraft. And so therefore he deals with a lot of specific questions about, what if you can use this treatment, what if you use that treatment, consulting with non-Jewish doctors, and all kinds of things related to the danger of engaging in that profession. Finally, another area of significant value in the Or is regards Ashkenazic minhag, the origins of the specific practices of Ashkenazi Jews, of which the Or is a classic go-to text, because he's really describing what Jews did, sometimes in extra halakhic ways. These are like customs that evolved in the region that don't necessarily have sources in specific texts earlier in the Bible, or we lost the customs. He is a recorder of Unatana Tokef, the very, very powerful prayer that we utter on the high holidays, right? Who will die by fire, who will die by water, a very moving prayer. He attributes it to Amnon of Mainz, which is probably not a fair historical attribution, but nevertheless he records the presence of this very moving passage in the liturgy, and many, many other passages in our liturgy today. He also has discussion of what Jews eat. This is the earliest recorded reference to cholent in Jewish history, and in fact, the reference there is because he talks about how he was invited to someone's house, and the fire had gone out, and therefore they had to eat their cholent coals. And this horrible experience moved him so much that he recorded it for the next 1,000 years in the Or. But we know that the word cholent, I'm so glad you asked, it's clearly a French derivation. It comes from chaud, which means hot, and lent, from lentement, means long. Slow hot. You cook it overnight, right? Shula Enda. Oh, that's pretty good, after Shula Enda. So do they have also like Kiddush Kleba? Or it's only like, okay, Shula Enda. Okay. This is so much fun. Okay, he also has discussions of like his impressions of synagogue decor. He writes about how he remembers the particular synagogues he used to go to that had, drawings of birds and fishes and trees and stuff, and he disapproved. He says we really should not be decorating our shuls like this. So it's indicative of kind of like the independence of individual congregations and his halakhic impact on them, and we can see how certain practices evolved as a result of his historic observations. Okay, so that's basically the story of the Or Zarua. We now have it printed in large new editions. This is the Or Zarua Hashalem, the complete Or Zarua, which sort of undoes the unfortunate lacuna in our historical record due to his son's well-meaning abbreviation of his text. And so the Or Zarua is once again on the cusp of being studied in depth in his own right, and we hope to integrate him well into his rightful place in the Jewish tradition. Thank you very much for your attention. God willing, I'll see you next week. We'll talk about the Chassam Sofer.
And then on the high-speed camera, you can clearly see those bugs. But long, do I click live now? We never identified flying through the air as just video.
I have a really exciting presentation to share with you tonight. We're going to be speaking about one of the truly most influential people of the 18th and early 19th century in the history of Jews, particularly in Central Europe, but also, of course, his influence reverberates right through to the present day in our neighborhood here in Brooklyn, as well as in Israel. Is a very consequential thinker who articulated a strategy for Jewish survival under the uncertain terms of the Enlightenment of the modern period. I'm sure that his approach will be thought-provoking, perhaps challenging, maybe even startling for some of you. But one thing you certainly have to give the Chassam Sofer, our subject tonight, is that he really did figure out a way to guarantee Jewish survival. Maybe we'll have room to discuss the consequences of his particular strategy over the course of the next hour. But I want to, first of all, let me just say quickly, reminder, and I have it in the middle of the lecture too, so for those who come in a little bit later, we are going to be at 2002 Avenue J next week. It's just 3 blocks this way. It's a very short walk. We have a really nice, intimate space. It's, the main auditorium there doesn't have a lot of the extra room around the sides, but we should be able to fit in there very nicely. And I hope you'll join me for just 1 week of this series down the street at the new building for the Machon Parnassa campus. Let's go straight to the material. It's so exciting. We will come back to talking about locations. So the Chassam Sofer, I want to do things a little bit differently today. Normally, when I give these biographical lectures, I sort of give you the arc of, the context of his or her times and birth and family, and then major achievements, challenges, and then I end with death and legacy. But tonight, what I'd like to do is I'd like to go from the other end and spend some time talking about an amazing installation of public art that surrounds the Chassam Sofer's grave. For those of you who follow me on the internet, you've probably seen I was so overwhelmed by this experience that I recorded a 13-minute video about 3 weeks ago, which goes over the first 5 or 6 minutes of our presentation tonight. So forgive me because I'm going to repeat that. But I was so taken by this. It was such a beautiful thing that we have to start with it. So first of all, the
living the dream, dog. Every day is a holiday. Meals and feast. What's good in your neck of the woods, son? There you go. Do you like UFC?
Yeah.
You know there's a UFC on tonight?
Yeah.
Okay, tight. Welcome. Oh, that's you, baby.
Hello.
What up, pimp?
What's up?
Kicking ass, taking names. How are you?
Good.
Excellent. Are you on a different device? There she is. What a body. Alright, Audie, I'm gonna unmute you. Be a good girl. Brandon, can you hear me?
Your community. GCU's MBA degree program is 100% online. Can help you achieve your unique personal and professional goals. Use business.
Somebody's got an open mic. Shut the fuck up.
Christian, affordable.
Yo, what up, pimp? How you living? What up? Yo, dog, how are you? How are you? Hey, hey, pair. What up, dog? Do you speak English? That's cool. How are you? I'm well, thank you. How'd you find out about me? How did you find out? How did you find out about me? Oh, tight. Okay, cool. Well, welcome. Yo, welcome. What up, Saul? Or Saul? How are you? We're just chilling. How are you, Saul? Hello, how are you? We're just chilling, pimp. United States, how about you, pimp? Tight. Shout out to Arabia. Shout out to Riyadh. Welcome. How are you? What up, Saul? Yo, dog, can somebody please mute this motherfucker?
Nigga likes niggas. I said he keep talking like niggas, but he's still talking. He loves it. Nigga love niggas. Alright. I feel like so exalted. That shit just pissed me off so bad, bro. I'm so mad. Maybe not as much as you fought, but you like me, you know, you like to be on the niggas trying. You would have gave like you already know you was a nasty ass, fat ass nigga, no job, no promotion, no relationships. Shut those stank ass up, bitch. Why you stuck up? Why you self-reflecting on nigga? What you self-reflecting for? The vibes. I just want to know what you're doing. This whole ass stuff, niggas shut your whole ass up. Niggas do not want to even tell me. You ain't saying shit, but shut the fuck up. Nigga, yapping shit. Yeah. Ain't be mad as shit. Nigga, rage me. Shut the fuck up, man. I want to be mad, nigga. I want to be mad. Yo. Hey, I want to be mad, nigga. Fat face ass nigga. No, you got no shot, little fake nigga. Shut your whole ass up, nigga. Asking someone else for you. Shut your whole suburban white boy. Shut your whole ass up. Nigga, you from the suburbs. Nigga, you just a bad nigga. Stop what I told you. That's what it is. All niggas switching up in that. I'm supposed to be so good for you right now. That's what I told you. You should be. I should be scared of this whole face having that. You should, nigga. You should. Ain't nobody knows who you be like. Shut your bitch ass up now. Nigga came in this bitch on some mysterious. Nigga, the time. You're not in here today to shut your ass up. You use this whole conversation. Hey, just stop talking. No, can someone else? Wait, holy shit, was crazy. Can someone else stream the UFC? I can't see it, please. Can't see it. The stream is full. Try to learn
Yo, Kim, try another call. Shout out to Jacoya for streaming this.
What the fuck you talking about? Niggas gotta have. I was on my phone, niggas. I
What up, pimp? How are you? What's good, son?
seriously, man. Fucking in there, man. Shit. You know, like, just you can look at you can like look at it like I can. I gotta look at my mother. All you gotta do, for me, I just go to task manager, and then it just shows my CPU. I don't gotta do it. I don't know what I'm talking about because I don't got a PC apparently. So this nigga. Nah, niggas just see you with that ass. That's the worst though. Niggas say you just bought that PC. If you just bought it, I do not know the specs. You should, like, that's the first thing you should know when you get a PC, nigga. You look at the specs, nigga, because you don't want to get scammed. You probably just want to be that summer. The first PC you saw. For real, you just see the PC. It was like, oh, this sucker. So I'll take that. I'll take that one. I'll take that. What the hell? Yeah, I'll take that. Yeah. That's good. Just got pictures of PC off instantly. Let's. Oh, hell no.
Hey, look. Do you like Turkey?
Turkey rules, dog.
From Turkey.
Shout out to Turkey. Shout out to Istanbul. Shout out to Constantinople. Shout out to Byzantium.
You know so much
Oh, dog, I know.
about Turkey.
Word, dog.
Rabbi.
What up, pimp? How'd you find out about me?
My friends told me a group, and I just joined.
Your friends are amazing.
Yeah. Bro, how many days have you been sleeping there? I have a lot of monitors.
I've been live for 3.5 years.
3 what?
I've been live for 3.5 years.
Oh. Bro.
I'm amazing.
Rabbi, what are you watching now?
UFC?
UFC, yeah, bro. I'm waiting to Hamza Chimaev's discipline. Bro, when is it Hamza match? What time?
In like an hour.
How? Or maybe I go sleep. Yeah. So it's. Bro, what country do you live in
United States.
now? United States. Burger King, McDonald's, America, Eagle.
Oh, that is
You
true.
love Donald Trump?
I don't get political.
Peaceful.
Absolutely. Do you have a way?
Take yourself.
Do you have a way to?
What?
Do you have a way to watch the UFC?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm waiting too, but it's a lot of time.
Why don't
for
you?
me in hour. Maybe I can sleep.
Why don't you stream it?
My sleep time. Bro, I can't because I have no money. I searching the illegal site
Yeah, I know. I'll give you
for
the.
UFC watching.
I'll give you the link, and you can stream it.
Really?
Yeah, dude. Just one moment. Stream it in here.
Oh, thank you, bro.
Absolutely. It's
Here. Oh,
yeah. Okay, you ready?
Brandon. Yeah.
VIPROW.NU.
IP.
Yeah, VIPROW.NU. And then go to MMA, and they have all the links.
Bro, B R
No,
W.
VIP, like very important person.
VIP. Okay.
ROW, like row. VIP row.NU. And it's in and it's in Nancy, U is in university.
Okay, bro, I found it.
Excellent.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Pimp.
Appreciate that, bro.
You're welcome, son.
How old are you, bro?
39.
39. You don't look like a 39.
Thanks, baby.
Oh, okay. Okay, bro. I'm sleeping.
All right, well,
Yourself,
peace, buddy. Yo, shut the fuck up! How you living, Pimp? How you living, Pimp?
What the fuck did you say?
You heard me, you ugly fuck.
Nigga, you fat as shit, Rabbi.
Thanks, dog.
Dirty as fuck. This nigga Rabbi don't take showers. All day, he took one shower. Can't let stay there till I fuck that nigga in his ass.
Shout out to Jacoya for streaming the fight. Nobody wants your fucking opinion. Cool story, bro. Dog, shut the fuck up. Cool story, bro. Shut the fuck up and watch the fight. Thanks for the promotion, pimp. Yo, dog, I love living rent-free in your head. Cool story. Just shut the fuck up and watch the fight. Facts. Dog, I am living rent-free in your head. How you living, pimp? That's amazing. Rent-free in your head, dog. What up, pimp? What up, pimp? Thanks, big dog. Thanks, big dog. Hey, welcome, Miss Aquarius. How are you?
Kicking ass. What'd you say? All right. We've got our game. Artie, are you there? All right.
Yeah, but I honestly don't want to bowl with you guys. It's just so goddamn fucking boring.
Okay.
Hi, Mr. Aquarius. I'm not really your friend. You've been rude to me so many times.
Oh,
I mute myself and you two can enjoy yourselves.
calm down.
I'm fake as fuck. Sorry.
Artie,
Like 2 Cokes next time.
Artie, calm.
Take care.
Artie, why are you being so mean?
Was she talking to you?
She's
You do
just,
to her, Rabbi.
I didn't do anything to her.
Oh, hey, yeah, look. You get one. Once she said you did that or me. Hey, Rabbi,
What up, pimp?
they're talking shit to you. I ain't watched Discord.
Oh, that's fine. I'm playing with Miss Aquarius. Thank you so much, Brandon Alexander, for being so nice. Miss Aquarius. No, I'm good. You're fine, my friend.
I was trying to bite you up, Rabbi.
I know you were. You're a sweetheart.
Another friend right there.
Yes, ma'am.
I like you. I like Jesus.
There you go, big dog. Everybody's got to like something.
No. Now we're talking. Hi, Miss Squires. I'm talking to Rabbi. I was Discord. That's okay. I'm just speaking to you. Say hello. Oh. Are you important, Rabbi?
I'm playing a game right now, big dog.
Oh. Why'd you let the view? Why'd you let the view see everybody's Discord?
Because I'm playing a game.
Oh. What we got going on in the skit in the live stream? Somebody's live streaming a best dogger? I'm gonna turn on the UFC fight.
Tight, big dog.
Tell her you will have to walk it.
Thanks, big dog.
You there?
Nice bear, Miss Aquarius.
Thank you.
Get this. Ooh. 70.
Correct. You got this.
Oh,
Hello. I win you.
that's right, Miss Aquarius. All right, here we go.
Is she mad at me, Rabbi?
She has some issues, and you don't ever know what kind of personality she's going to have.
No.
There we go. There we go.
Now I want you to go and get it this time. You got bird donkeys going?
No. I mean, I'm sure there is somewhere, but
No, Rabbi.
2 in a row. That's what I'm talking about.
Yay, get it. My Rabbi.
Easy peasy.
Yeah. Come on.
That's what I'm talking about.
Get in there. Good job.
You win, I win.
I win.
Good job, Miss Aquarius. I win, you
Good
win.
job. Rabbi. All right, I'll stay right here. See you in the morning.
God willing, take care.
All right, you too.
Do whatever makes you happy.
Well, you know, whatever you guys want. They're fucking in your bed. Tell Hector I tell him. They were going to let it on the sheets and they had to wash the sheets. They are. How'd she get another girl? Where are we going? Fuck that here. That motherfucker don't need PTO, but every time he take PTO and then he always tells me like he's like, damn bro, I'm down money bad, like I gotta pay my car payment, like because they're dumb as fuck because they bought a fucking they bought a charger and like their payments are like $1,200. they're paying more on that than they are their output. Yeah, but he put a down payment. They didn't put nothing down. Yeah, they didn't put nothing down at all. 35, but it's a 2024 and it only has like 13,000 miles on it. Bro, how do you have 65,000 miles? During this carry. No, I live in here. Why not relocate? I was going to destroy that thing to get us up more. Maybe because they're fighting here? Here's stop. Yo, how do you have 65K in your fucking state? No, I see. No, sharing is caring. I know KFC. KFC, bro, you got me at the $10. More of those things. You got me at the $10. Wait, this one drops a pistol? Kill this bitch quick. Beaches is this one. I opened one already. Come on, so we can level up. Make here. Oh, there it is. Break one more of those things. I broke one. There's shots right here. Like the rocket thingy? Here, I got a launch pad. I'm gonna go ahead. It's right here. $10. There's someone has demons now and the rangers is connected. That guy, he's a meth addict. He is around meth addicts. Yeah. What did he do to you, nigga? What did he do to you? Wait, Jericho, you have a pistol? Because that's how they teach him over there. Like, Tino was fucking yelling earlier. He said the fuck. Yeah, he got scared as fuck. He's like looking at her like, what the fuck? So you know they don't feel like that over there. Yeah, Philip bit his ass. Yeah, because he kept picking him up. Crazy. Fuck, man. You can't see that. How about you know the $10 tip? No, beggars can't be choosers. Come on. $15. Grandma, go up here and get a better look at this first. No, crazy. 1,000X. They're already on the they're already looking at they're looking. Yo, LD, bro. Holy tumble. Fuck. Maltese. LD. Yo. That's fucking wild. Bitch ass nigga. Fucking big bitch. Finish that work. What the fuck is she? Finished. Alright, let's go. I'm gonna open this. What the fuck shot at me? Scared the fuck out of me. Oh, you're ripping 10K supers. 10K super bro. Serious. Pistol. There go rocket launcher. Let me get it. Iggy, there's a bunch of shots right here. You don't know where there. 10K on some good bananas. I got a pin. Wait, what were they? Did y'all see what they were? Oh, give me a minute. Oh, I should watch them. The fuck? They still have 65K. Fuck too far away from this. I forgot y'all like turtleneck. Yeah, I'm not turbo. Come on, baby, nigga. Oh god. You're a turbo. What the fuck are they? Oh, they're running. They're right there. Yo, KFC, is this Phil? Be honest. Shit. You should be going out here by the street, but you probably most likely won't jump in. Yeah, it's on page. What? Oh, so. It's a good multi. Shit. Yo, this is crazy. Oh, that's crazy, right? Never mind, that's ass. That's fucked up. What was going on over here? Go on tip send. Go on tip send, kid. Oh, there he is. Bitch ass nigga. Yo, you got me. Come on, $10. Poor bro, come on. Yeah, I got no fucking thing. Holy fuck. Yeah, KFC tip me. I have no man. He has a fucking. Yo, KFC tip me. That's what I'm saying, bro. This guy's rich. Yeah. Come on, bro. I'm poor, bro. Back that way. We are poor. No, wait. No. Rip us. After this new bonanza, I got no. Yo, bro, after this new bonanza, go to, what you call it? Blackjack. Live blackjack. I gotta call for live blackjack. Yo, live blackjack, free bet blackjack, free doubles. fucking lucky, KFC. If you come up, tip me. If you come up, tip me. It's already down. It's at like 6. I'm nowhere here. Bro, August used to get low. I got 12. Yeah. Using money, man. What you do? Yeah, it needs a. It's not even free for the last 2 years. Yo, come back to the bike. Give you water last time. You went this way. You lost. You lost. You go. Ego. Oh, that's a fucking L bias. That's ass, man. This one's like ass, man.
Did you just see this knockout?
This one's gonna be out. Oh, that's cold. How am I betting on this? I don't know. He just jumped over here. Why are you telling him I never play Kino again? Yo, KFC, are you up or down? Listen, stop. Watermelons? Look at this fucking thing, bro. Look at that berry. He bought this for like almost $6. Yeah, this shit's fucked. No, there's no toilet. No, you don't have money. People say good combo, bro. Yeah, it's naughty. It's naughty. It's not profit. How much do you buy it for? Water for 16. Water for 16. It's fine. I gotta go. Holy fuck, I gotta go first. No, I don't die. No, why are we ripping these vibes? Rinsing. What the it's over. That's fucked up. Are these two different accounts? Fuck. Chicken stick 22. Which one's this? Same shit. Oh, it's the same account here. So you started 60 something. 617. What was the other one? 617. 600. Oh shit. Oh, you have different crypto. Oh, okay, I see. Fuck yeah, oh, you're playing Solana. I gotta get it. Leon, everyone is crazy. Like KFC, be honest, are you up or down like in gambling? I'm down in the game. Bro, you gotta do something about this. Yo, how you plan on getting it up? I mean, not in maximum. Fuck. Bro, you're down 100K. Yo, blackjack can fix that, bro. But free bet blackjack where you get free doubles and shit. Yo, I'm trying to watch this stream, bro. Why'd you end? Take it. Huh? I cash out. Oh, you're cashing out? Are you up for the day or not? Yeah. Yo, how do you even get 100K, be honest? Like what you do? It started from $1,000. Wait, how much they gave 1,000 to you? Maximum 200K. Yo, how much was a buy? Maybe 5K. Yo, that's fucking crazy. Wait, so are you down profit or your own like net worth money? Down bad. Yeah, you lose. Fuck you. Do you play blackjack or not? I paid. You're paid? Yeah, I need that check. Oh. Are you streaming or not? Yeah, are you done for the day? Take it. Alright.
How's everyone doing today?
Kicking ass, taking in. Tell you live a pimp.
How's everyone doing today?
Well, how are you, big dog?
Doing pretty good. Have you ever seen the movie Kick-Ass?
I know of it, but I don't think I've ever seen it.
You should see it. It's pretty cool.
Excellent.
KFC, bro. Can you please tip me $10? I'll run it up on stream right now. I haven't eaten any balls at all. Bro, please. Well, give me love. I can't. I'm disabled. Come on, bro. I know you're not money, but you have thousands. Thousands.
Hey, Rabbi, are you an actual rabbi?
100% big dog.
What?
100% big dog.
Like actually registered with the Judaism people?
Yeah, it's called making simcha. It's called making smicha.
Oh, I know. I don't know a lot about Judaism, so I just asked him if it's a Jew.
You're good, pimp.
I usually say there's a lot of hateful Jews on Discord in some of their living.
Word dog.
Yeah. I'm watching Dexter right now.
Tight dog.
I'm episode 7.
Tight dog.
So I learned something, or I realized something a little while ago when I was in chat with another group of people, is that since I have schizophrenia, and this actually connects to another thing. So when I stop masturbating, I try to go on No Nut November. I have vivid nightmares, and every once in a while I'll have an episode where I can't move when I wake up. And I try closing my eyes, but something grabs my eyes and opens it. So I have to sleep on my stomach.
That's fucking
And I
wild.
realized that my schizophrenia is calling.
Okay.
And I realized that, apparently I'm diagnosed with it. I asked my mom. With paranoid schizophrenia. So how do you get past sleep paralysis?
What'd you say, pimp?
How do I get out of sleep paralysis? Like, the only way I can do it is actually start my body to move.
What'd you
And
say?
then the monsters and sound disappear. But
What'd you say, pimp?
how do I get out of sleep paralysis? And how do I get it to stop happening? Because it happens every once in a while. Like usually I just make my body move and then it stops.
There you go. Did you look it up on ChatGPT?
No, why would I look it up on ChatGPT? It's not human.
Neither's Google, and people Google things all the time.
Yeah, and
And it's got the answers.
wasn't there
Yo, how about you just look up the answer? How about you just look up the answer? Dude, how about you just look up the answer?
Well, I thought you were supposed to be a rabbi.
Yeah, but I'm not an expert in sleep paralysis.
Oh.
In any of my training, sleep paralysis is 0% of it. And I'm watching the fucking UFC, dog. Oh, it's over. Pico's done. Dude, that's the move. Elbow to the head. I like that rough. Yo, what up, Ogar?
Hey, what's up?
How you living,
I'm
pimp?
from the future.
You're from the future?
Yeah. I mean, I feel like
Okay, very cool. How'd you find out about me?
we talked on another voice server. Actually, we also talked to get hypnotized, I believe.
Oh, yeah, I remember that. Did you do it?
No.
Why not?
Because it's fucking ridiculous.
All right, then deal with your own problems, my friend. I'm just trying to give you solutions to your problems.
I hear you. Look, it's not. I'm sorry. I apologize for that.
You're good, pimp.
Yeah. I didn't mean that in a way like to be offensive, but no, it's because I experienced what I experienced, and understand. Like that's something I could do that's interesting, but I don't think that it would be a problem-solving thing. But anyway, I'm not like I think it's been like 6 months since we talked about that. It's been longer even. But anyways, yeah. I mean, I still experience the same thing, but it's not exactly troubling. I just like it challenging, but yeah, anyway, moving with.
Good to hear.
How are you?
I'm all thank you. Just watching the UFC.
Oh shit, yeah. I was listening to somebody else playing it. Oh yeah. Roxy. Here.
Jacoya, you're a real one. Thank you for streaming this. We're watching the UFC, dog.
Space is not real.
Yeah, this Chimaev is amazing. Mm. Yo, dog, someone's got some awful feedback. Oh, there he goes again. Shemaev. Shemaev, you're the man. Dog, mute your fucking mic.
Who's doubting hounds I know, bro? I kept telling people always doubt them, but too easy, dude. Way too easy. Kept telling people, bro. They didn't believe me. They thought Usman would have beat him. He wouldn't have beat him. No way. I kept telling people. Too easy. Another takedown. Easy.
Oh yeah. You already took him down. Don't get your hopes up. You already took him down. Too easy. Oh yeah. Man, this is so like, dude, I'm so happy. People always like doubt Hams that saying he has no cardio, this, that. He would have lost to Usman, he lost to Burtons. He literally dropped him once. Let's go. It's fun when you're winning. Oh yeah. Easy. Oh yeah. Is anyone gonna doubt Hamza now? Anyone gonna doubt him now? Anybody gonna say more? Oh yeah. Too easy. Like barely like no strikes from Duplessis.
A flawless fight.
Dude, I don't get how people doubt him. Like they said, Usman would have been he literally broke his hand on Usman. No one said that. And he flips back over. Oh yeah.
pure dominance.
Anybody else gonna doubt him? Like I can tell him, he's gonna doubt me. Too good. Oh yeah. Like no one else did that to Duke this season. Whitaker's jaw pushed back. Who just does that, dude? Like, he barely gets punched. Like, it's who's like that? Who else does that?
Incredible.
Right direction, and I think it only takes like a millisecond for a fucking bug to do that.
So here's the classic image of the Chassam Sofer. He is a very important thinker. His name is actually Rabbi Moshe Schreiber. Chassam Sofer or Khatam Sofer is his nom de plume, his pseudonym when he wrote his books under that title. We'll explore what that means shortly. Very important thinker at the cusp of modernity, a very difficult time when Jews were trying to figure out their relationship to the modern world as a whole. Classic image that's been reproduced in many different places, most likely a more authoritative representation of how he actually looked. He was quite active in the entire Danube region, but his claim to fame is in modern-day Bratislava, which is known by its historic name Pressburg or Pressburg in Yiddish, the capital of Hungary for quite some time before Budapest, and a very important center for Jews in East Central Europe. So let's talk about his grave, as I mentioned, because I think it's just an absolutely fascinating thing. This is the exterior of his grave when you first come up to it. I knew when I was touring with the Kosher River Cruises, I knew that we were going to visit the kever of the Chassam Sofer. I figured, okay, very nice. I've been to lots of kivrei tzaddikim, the graves of righteous people over the generations. It's often a very moving experience, and there are many different kind of interesting customs that are observed at these places. And I was prepared for something along that sort of textbook definition. I was completely blown away by what I saw. We're driving along in the bus in Pressburg, right by the Danube River, and I just happened to look out the window and I noticed this phalanx of these glass or plexiglass green obelisks that seem to rise out of the ground in a very rigid formation. They're not all identical. Some are pebbled, some are transparent. They're all translucent. They don't seem to have any marker that indicates what their purpose is. And I remember looking out the window and thinking, Vosepis, what exactly is this that I'm looking at? And I didn't realize that, of course, this is the first encounter you have with the grave of the Chassam Sofer. Here's a better picture. You can see there's 23 of them lined up. That's a very significant number, as we shall see shortly. It's kind of on an inclined hill that's reminiscent of like an archaeological tell. You don't know what's underneath this mound, but it has kind of like a strange, eerie sort of look, especially because there's no explicit marker as to what it is that you're looking at. Next to these glass obelisks is this sort of large slot-like structure, this black looming thing that penetrates into the mound. It's got this tiny little entrance over here on the right, and you can see by the scale, this is a person walking out of the entrance, and it looks, it's evocative of some kind of like entry into the underworld, which actually quite literally it is, as you shall see. It's imposing and dark and foreboding, and it doesn't seem to have, once again, any kind of clear indication as to what is going on inside this building. Going into the actual structure, you see it's got this ohel-like structure. As many of you may have visited the local shrines we have, for example, to the Lubavitcher Rabbi, they refer to his grave as an ohel, a tent, and one of the unusual things about it is, of course, it has no roof. It's just walls separating the graves from the rest of the cemetery. This, too, has no roof, but it's long and narrow and somewhat forbidding. You walk down this angled surface, dimly lit with these floor lamps here, and when you get to the very end of it, it's just a black tunnel right down about 60 feet or so. Then you come to this sign, which is recorded in several languages, obviously in English. This is a sacred place, admission granted strictly upon modest clothing, body and head properly covered. It says it also in German and in Slovak, and of course at the top it says it in Hebrew. Now, I posed this question when I taught a master class here at Turo last week, and the only person to answer correctly and immediately was, of course, a senior vice president who is a very smart woman. The translations are almost identical, except the Hebrew has one small distinction. What is that small distinction in Hebrew, for those of you who are illiterate? Oh my gosh, you see, we had one senior VP in a room full of educators, but in this room there are 12 of you already headed for that. So yes, it says Makom Kodesh Lifonecha, translated as this is a holy place before you. And it has just that one word has kind of an invitation that, okay, for Slovaks and Germans and English speakers, Anglophones, this is a holy place, but for Jews, this is Lefanecha. This is before you. There's an invitation there, a special connection. Which reminds me, by the way, I will tell you a very quick joke, because before we go to the next, I was once in Odessa with my wife, and the plumbing had broken. And by the elevator, there was a sign, and because Odessa is a very international city, this sign was written just like this in many different languages, in French and English and German and Russian, Ukrainian, and so on. And in almost all the languages, it said, the plumbing is broken, please don't flush the toilets, whatever. And then in German it said, the plumbing is broken, please don't flush the toilets. We called the plumber. He said he couldn't come till Tuesday. We begged him. He says he'll be here on Monday, but he might not have the parts. It was like a ganze Geschichte, like as if the Germans need to know every single detail what's going on with the plumbing. Okay, back to the serious stuff here. Anyways, so you see this sign at the right angle before you make the turn actually into the tomb itself. And what do you see when you go in there? I'm not going to show you right away. First, I want to give you a little history. So the original site of the graves, it's right down here, is actually where the graves are located. This is a pre-war photograph of the old Jewish cemetery, which dates, I believe, to the 15th or the 16th century. You can see it's on the bank of the Danube River, and it's filled with several hundred or perhaps thousand graves. And during the World War II era, the local dictator named Tiso decided he wanted to pave it over and make a tram line there. The Jewish community, this is immediately prior to their deportation, eventual murder, they begged Tiso, please allow us to at least reinter the bones of our ancestors, and he ultimately, on the payment of a large bribe, allowed them. But he was apparently somewhat perturbed because there was a rumor going about that anyone who disturbed the bones of the Chassam Sofer and of his immediate retinue in the next world buried next to him would suffer grave curses. And so therefore he would not allow them to reinter the bones of the Chassam Sofer, and instead what he did was he built a sarcophagus around the grave. Here you can see the construction of it. This is the actual tombstone of the Chassam Sofer, and they built this concrete box that would eventually be sealed over, and that was going to be the undisturbed last resting place of the Chassam Sofer. Once it was put into place, then all the Jews of Bratislava were sent to the death camps, and in fact the location was paved over for this tram line. The tram, as it happened, was hardly used, but nevertheless, that's where the grave was, right here under the section where the two lines meet. So that's the initial history of the grave. How did it come to be reopened? So with the fall of communism, the Jewish community, with some significant support, obviously, from the wealthier American Jewish community, including some people prominent in Truro who asked not to be named, donated a large amount of money to build an appropriate tomb for the Chassam Sofer that would allow people to come and visit his grave. So they contacted this non-Jewish architect named Klasnitze, whose only experience until this point was building a kosher kitchen for the local Jewish community. Specifically, he built it for the rabbi on the left there, Baruch Myers, who is the chief rabbi of Slovakia, a nice Jewish boy from New Jersey, a Chabad rabbi, of course. The guy in the middle is me, and the guy on the right is my colleague, the Prague Jewish historian, David Krauss. And they organized the funds to allow Kvasnice to create this amazing structure. Let's go into it now. When you make that, you'll recall you walk down that slot-like entrance, and it's kind of foreboding, and you have this anticipation of what's on the other side of it. You make this sharp 90-degree left turn, and what happens is you go into this underground vault, the inside of the original sarcophagus that was created by Tiso, and the graves are all laid out here and lit with a solemn kind of lighting. But look at the top of the picture here, and you see the bottoms of the 23 glass obelisks reach through the surface of the sarcophagus, as if to create a kind of poetic image that the souls of those interred here cannot be held by the earth, that they rise through the surface of the earth into the world of living, and they continue to have their influence on our world today. It's a very powerful visual statement, a non-verbal statement of a kind of a poetic symbol that you only appreciate when you actually walk into this very quiet, solemn space. It's actually a very powerful, overwhelming experience. My wife and I went to that far corner, and then we said psalms for the entire family, and it was really quite a moving experience. Here is a close-up look at the Chassam Sofer's grave itself, the Tzion, the marker, which says Moshe Sofer, from the holy city of Main, Frankfurt of Main, and on top you can see another view of the obelisks. So it's a really amazing place to visit, a very powerful experience. I don't think there is any kever like this. I've certainly never seen a grave like this anywhere else in the world. The others were moved uphill to the newer Jewish cemetery, and they were reinterred there. The live Jews who conducted that particular operation, unfortunately, did not themselves survive because they would be gassed in the death chamber shortly thereafter. Okay, let's go on. Here's the important good and welfare. Next week, as I mentioned, 2002 Avenue J, right just down the street, the Montauk building. It's hard to miss. A beautiful, gorgeous building, exterior lighting. Not maybe as beautiful as the grave of the Chassam Sofer, but nevertheless, quite meaningful. It's at the corner of J and Ocean Avenue, and go in the side entrance down to the main auditorium. Since we're talking good and welfare very quickly, I want to remind people of a couple things. First of all, once again, we do these lectures, first of all, because we have fun. It's great to study Jewish history. It's intrinsically interesting and fascinating, and I'm glad to share this with you. But we're also trying to raise money for our students. So if you know some ridiculously wealthy people who would love to give money to educate the next generation, we will be glad to help them out with that. If you're worried about missing lectures or catching up the videos and things like that, go to my website, please, and notice here I've put this happy arrow over here. It says follow, and if you click on this button, you will be prompted with how would you like to follow, and you can put in your email address, or you can like on Facebook or whatever you prefer to be able to follow lectures. But this is really the only way I have now to communicate with you. It's this year, unfortunately, I don't have an intern to help out with, the various odds and ends of putting this lecture together. So this is the only way I can manage all of the communication skills. The website is called Henry Abramson. It's easy. Just Google my name and you will find all kinds of embarrassing dental records and stuff like that. Okay, there it is. See, right? I zoomed in on it. Okay, let's go to the lecture itself. So we looked at the kever. We did this lecture a little bit backwards by looking at the monument to his earthly remains, but let's look at his actual life. Here's a famous photograph of Rabbi Schreiber, a piece of art. You can see the facial expression is clearly derived from the other period drawing we have him. This is his father-in-law, the great Rabbi Akiva Eger. His second wife was Rabbi Akiva Eger's daughter, and the two of them together were really a tremendous impact on Central European Jewry. Let us just focus on the pronunciation of his name for a second. So obviously the Yiddish, you see Moshe Schreiber. Schreiber is Yiddish for writer or scribe. And when he wrote his writings in Hebrew, he preferred to refer to himself as the Chatam Sofer. That would be a Sephardi pronunciation, or at least a poor imitation of a Sephardi pronunciation, which means the seal of the scribe. Chatam Sofer, Sephardi pronunciation. Obviously, some of the consonants are slightly different, and the emphasis tends to be on the last syllable. But the Ashkenazi pronunciation tends to be on the first syllable. It would be Chsam Sofer. In fact, the first word has only one syllable, Chsam. Right? It's an difficult thing to say, Chsam Sofer. So I may wander back and forth between those two pronunciations. He was famous for two principal reasons. First of all, he was an incredible scholar, phenomenal grasp of Jewish thought and Jewish texts that spanned the entire corpus of rabbinic literature, and he wrote extensively, although hardly anything was published in his lifetime. Most of it was published after he passed away, but he wrote primarily responsa, commentary on the Torah, a beautiful commentary on the ethical classic Chovot HaLevavot, the duties of the heart. He even wrote Hebrew poetry, really tremendously prolific author. His family was also a legacy, and that legacy permeates even contemporary life. As I mentioned, he married a second wife. His first wife, unfortunately, died childless in 1812. His second wife was the daughter of Rabbi Akiva Eger, shown here. And of his 11 children, 10 of them survived. Many of them went on to great posts of authority, and there's a yeshiva in his name here in Brooklyn, also in Jerusalem, and of course his intellectual legacy is really imprinted within the Orthodox world in particular, and especially in the ultra-Orthodox world. We'll have to explore some of those things. His roots are in the city of Frankfurt am Main, a very important German city, where he was born and raised. There are a couple of stories I'd like to tell you about his youth, which are really quite amazing. His mother was known as Razel Tzadekis, Razel, Rose, the righteous woman. And the legend of his birth that I find most charming and takes me is that apparently she went into labor on a Friday afternoon. And as many communities do, including Frankfurt am Main, the custom was to bring in the Sabbath early, right? Because depending on the latitude and longitude of a particular place, if you wait till sunset to bring in the Sabbath, that can mean that you're having your Friday evening meal if you come from parts of England, it might be 11 o'clock at night in the summer, things like that. So it's a custom to start the Sabbath early, even while it's bright outside. So she was going into labor, and just as the community was beginning to start the cycle of prayers for the Sabbath, she sent a message with one of the midwives to rush into the synagogue, speak to the rabbi, and ask him to hold up the entire community and not bring in the Sabbath until she had delivered. Because obviously the delivery takes precedence over the Sabbath. You are not only allowed to, you're required to attend to the medical needs of a mother and a newborn child on the Sabbath. But since it was in that period of voluntary acceptance of Sabbath, she preferred that the community hold off, the entire community hold off, and that would be no even question of Sabbath desecration on her account. The rabbi amazingly agreed, and they were just before Lecha Dodi, and they sat down and they all sat and studied, and then about 20-30 minutes later, a messenger comes in and says that a baby was born, and you can go ahead and bring in the Sabbath right now. And the rabbi proclaimed his name. Rabbi said he's definitely going to be named Moshe, because he is going to be the deliverer of the Jewish people. Beautiful story about the origins of this young man. There's also more fascinating stories about the unique practices of the Sofer family with regard to their young child. He was, and this is a very strange custom, I've never seen it myself, but I have read about it every now and then. He was veiled as a child. He was not allowed to walk about in the street, being able to look at whatever he wanted. Obviously, I assume he was not veiled at home, he was not veiled in the backyard and things like that, but when they would go walking in the street, in order to avoid his seeing anything negative, they actually covered his face, which is somewhat reminiscent in my, unfortunately polluted mind. I think of Siddhartha Gautama, who was also similarly sheltered from the outside world. He turned out rather differently, I think, than the Chassam Sofer. But at any rate, he was veiled on his way to learn Torah, and it was only when he was about 3 years old that they actually removed the veil when he walked in public. His parents had very definite ideas about his education. At one point, apparently the Chassam Sofer, as a young boy, when he was in his Rebbe's class, I believe he was about 7 years old or so, and the teacher, the rabbi, translated a phrase in Genesis as the creation of Adam. He says, and God took earth from the earth. In Yiddish, Erd von der Erd. And the young Chassam Sofer, Moshe, put up his hand and asked the Rebbe, he says, Rebbe, that can't be the right translation, because why would it say God took earth from the earth? Obviously, you take only earth from the earth, it must teach something different. Of course, in Hebrew, those are two different words, but the Rebbe did not have perhaps the facility of the understanding of the Hebrew language to find synonyms or more accurate translations for those two terms. And so, at a loss for words, he decided to strike the young boy. And he gave him a punch, which, looking around the room, I think most of you probably experienced that pedagogic style. I know my knuckles still hurt thinking about all the raps I got with the yardstick over my hands. My kids, they have no clue of what it was like to be a kid back in the 1960s. But at any rate, the child came home because it was a good question, right? Why would you translate this as earth from the earth? It must mean something else. And so immediately the Rabbi Sofer's father took him out of school and homeschooled him right then. Right, homeschooling in I guess this would be probably 1860s, was an entirely different adventure than homeschooling. 1760s, thank you. It was an entirely different venture than today. He tended to outgrow his teachers, however, and when he turned 9 years old, it was decided that he should in fact study with Rabbi Nassim Adler, a fascinating individual who probably should be the subject of one of our biographical talks one night. Rabbi Adler was known to be a deep Kabbalist in Frankfurt, very, very pious individual, highly respected. He used the Sephardic Kabbalistic liturgy rather than the traditional Ashkenazic liturgy. And on a few occasions, he fell into some conflict with the community as a whole, and specifically the local rabbinic establishment that was led by Rabbi Pinchas Horowitz, who was also Rabbi Sofer's teacher. Rabbi Sofer actually moved in and lived with Rabbi Adler and had a lifelong attachment to him, this deep, isolated Kabbalist who at one point was actually put into excommunication by Rabbi Horowitz and the rest of the members of the community. There was no question in the town about his piety and about his sincere desire to serve God in every way, but the problem was we're living in a period where there's still the reverberations of the Sabbatean controversy, which we've discussed in previous years. If you recall, in 1660s there was a very devastating false messianic movement that came to a horrible close when Shabbatai Tzvi left his followers and converted to Islam, and huge swaths of Jewish populations were left impoverished and completely depressed because their hopes for a Messiah were crashed with Shabbatai Tzvi's defection to another faith. After he died, there were several other quasi-Shabbatean movements that swept across Europe. Sometimes they were explicit, and in fact there were these pockets of Sabbatean communities throughout the region. Sometimes they were suspected, kind of like it was a McCarthyist kind of era where anybody who had any kind of like Kabbalistic leanings was suspected of being a secret follower of Shabbatai Tzvi. So in this environment, which affected some of the greatest rabbis of the era, Rabbi Adler was placed into excommunication for a brief period of time, and Rabbi Moshe Sofer, however, followed his teacher into exile and would prefer to stay with his teacher, even despite the negative influence that was surrounding him at that time, or the negative, not influence, but the cloud of mistrust that was surrounding him. There were also questions about specifically the influence of Hasidism on both Rabbi Adler and Rabbi Horowitz. Hasidism, you recall, is still very young at this point in its history. The Baal Shem Tov, who was the father of the Hasidic movement, passes away around 1760, and the movement is handed off to his principal disciple, the Maggid of Mezerich. And this is all happening quite a ways away in Eastern Europe, but there's no question that the impact is being felt throughout the land, particularly when the controversy between the Hasidim and the Misnagdim heats up towards the end of the 18th century. So questions of the degree to which Hasidic ideas had penetrated into this more straightforward Misnagdic community were prevalent, and also, as I mentioned, the idea of practical Kabbalah. What is practical Kabbalah? I should quickly define that. Kabbalistic literature tends to be, or can be, divided into two major categories. This is a very rough definition. One category would be what we call theoretical Kabbalah, meaning answering questions like, what is the structure of the universe? What is the meaning of evil in the universe? What is the soul? What happens to the soul after people die? Kind of like just general theoretical questions, sort of like a textbook of physics, but in this case, Kabbalah. And that is definitely pretty esoteric material and tends to be reserved for the elite. But it's not in itself feared the same way that practical Kabbalah is. Practical Kabbalah, or theurgic Kabbalah, to use a technical term, means it's probably closer to the English term magic, meaning using all this knowledge to cast spells or to write kameot amulets that have special power, sometimes a nefarious power, sometimes to be used in business dealings or in affairs of the heart and things like that, sometimes to, try to aggressively demand that God send the Messiah. All kinds of interesting projects fall within the purview of practical Kabbalah. And although theoretical Kabbalah is well respected and is considered the purview of the elite, the great scholars, practical Kabbalah is considered an extremely dangerous venture and was excoriated throughout Eastern Europe by rabbis who felt that if it was in the wrong hands, it would, be a very destructive influence. So there was questions about Rabbi Adler and the composition of these amulets that eventually drove him into Ham. But as I mentioned earlier, Rabbi Sofer, interestingly, chose to remain with his teacher rather than give in to the dominant position of the antagonist. In the end, when Rabbi Adler grew ill, the excommunication was formally lifted, and at his funeral, Rabbi Horowitz delivered the lead eulogy as a gesture of healing after a very difficult period of controversy. So he grew up in Frankfurt am Main, educated primarily by traditional Talmudists like Rabbi Horowitz, and also heavily influenced by a Kabbalist like Rabbi Adler, and then he turned to Pressburg. Here is a period photograph of Pressburg. You can see at the top of this hill, this is the Danube flowing along here. You have this kind of like staid-looking castle at the top of the mountain. The locals apparently referred to it as the tabletop because it looks like an inverted table. It's not exactly the Disney kind of model of a castle with, turrets and chambers and things like that. It's rather conventional in its rather pedestrian. Here's a view from when I was there last month, standing on the top of the castle, and here's the Danube flowing. You can see over here they have this more modern kind of bridge here, which has a restaurant at the top with a revolving bridge up there. The locals call it the UFO. I don't know why. Apparently, there was a major synagogue over here on this side of the river that was destroyed in order to make room for the bridge to cross the river here. This was kind of like a liquid Berlin Wall, as Austria is just off to the side over here. And Austria, of course, was a neutral country after World War II, and many Soviet citizens attempted to make the crossing to the west by getting themselves to Bratislava and then braving the waters of the Danube, which is not all that wide. It's not an incredibly difficult swim, but they had to risk being shot by Soviet snipers who were trying to prevent them from gaining access to the west. So it was in this town that Rabbi Sofer made his name. He came here in the early 1800s, and he established an incredibly large yeshiva that was extremely popular, and he attracted followers from miles around. His most important area of activism, as I mentioned earlier, he's famous for really two reasons. One is he was a great scholar, with tremendous rabbinic erudition and publication and so on, and we've studied many of those people. But he was also a firebrand. He also had a very sharp sense of what Jews needed to do in the present moment, and no one was more opposed to him than Moses Mendelssohn, shown here, who had predeceased him, but was an extremely influential figure. Let's just quickly think about what Moses Mendelssohn stood for. So he was called the genius of Berlin, a rather highly intellectual individual with a tremendous gift for languages, which he utilized to great success by entering academic essay competitions and so on. Apparently, he even bested the great Immanuel Kant in an essay competition. And this was really quite an achievement because this is well before Jews had achieved emancipation. Emancipation would be, in fact, the goal of Jews in Europe right up until the early 20th century, depending on which part of the continent we look at. What do I mean by emancipation? So this term comes to us in American Jewish historiography. We obviously borrowed it from the Civil War era, where emancipation was used in the context of the slavery of African Americans, that they had to be emancipated or freed. I think a more accurate term would be manumitted, because they were slaves and they were given freedom. This term was appropriated by Jewish historians wishing to describe the situation of the Jews in 18th century and 19th century Europe. It's not an exact fit, because Jews were not, in fact, enslaved. They just suffered from a discriminatory regime that differed significantly between the various countries of Western and Eastern Europe. The kind of disabilities that they suffered were primarily related to the issue of citizenship. were they to be considered complete citizens, as they were in France beginning in 1791, a little bit earlier for the Sephardic Jews of France because they were more acculturated, or were they to be considered fundamentally foreigners with temporary residence permits? This is in fact what pertained in the Russian Empire right up until it fell in 1917. Jews had passports or internal documents that literally called them inozemnych, or foreigners, and they had a limited amount of residence rights in Russia, and they could have been there for 1,000 years. They would still nevertheless be considered foreigners. Like I myself, I actually laughed the other day. You know, people comment on the YouTube videos that I put these lectures up on YouTube. People comment on them, and you know, sometimes they're fun to read. And what was the one that I saw the other day that made me laugh? Oh yes, yeah. Maybe you remember. I think it was not that long ago. I happened to pronounce the name of the Dutch governor of Manhattan. Do you remember who that was? Stuyvesant, right? Stuyvesant. So apparently, in my ignorance, I said Stuyvesant, which is I guess that it looks like that. That's how you spell it. That's how you Stuyvesant. Look, I don't speak American very well, and so the guy wrote on the YouTube comment. He says, you know, Americans know it's pronounced Stuyvesant. Go back to Canada. I'm like, wow, I feel so unwelcome in this country. You know, what is it with this country and immigrants? You know, but so you know, I have a little bit of that feeling of identification. A person who does not have citizenship rights they don't have rights at all. They have tolerances, right? I am tolerated in this country as long as I do not commit a felony, as long as I, you know, am productive, have a job and things like that. So I'm allowed to live here, and I think that's great. Thankfully, 4 of my kids are born in this country, so they're anchor babies, and I get to stay here because I stay with them. But in Russia and other places, Jews could lose their residency rights at any moment. They could be forced to leave, as they did in Russia. They would be forced out of 15 versts from the border. They could be forced to move and move inland so that they would not be trading across the border. They could be denied the right to access universities, denied the right to, well, I say the right to, we use those terms. They could be denied the privilege of attending university, denied the privilege to engage in this or that occupation. All kinds of things could be imposed on them because fundamentally, as non-citizens, they have no rights. So the argument in the 18th century was to emancipate the Jews from this tenuous state of being permanent residents to becoming citizens and having all of the same rights and privileges of non-Jews living in the same region. Mendelssohn was the primary proponent of that movement, which had a political expression, and it also had an intellectual expression. He was much more associated with the intellectual expression of it, meaning his argument for emancipation was that Jews can be productive, active members of society. They represent a human resource, intellectual capital that can be harnessed to the will of the state. If only the state would recognize that Jews wish to belong, they wish to be patriotic, they wish to be contributing members of society, simply allow them to exercise that natural love of one's homeland, and they will in fact be, worthy members of society, and everyone will benefit. And so Mendelssohn sought to demonstrate this in so many different ways. He argued, for example, that Jews should be absolutely fluent in the vernacular of the land. This was not necessarily true. Even in German-speaking lands, Jews spoke Yiddish, which, as I've mentioned in the past, I think Billy Crystal calls German with phlegm. Thank you. I know some of you heard that before. That's why they do it. Shall I say it again, David? One more time? Billy Crystal says Yiddish is German with phlegm. Yeah, right. I'll cut that piece out of the internet. So he argued that Jews should speak German well. They should not be speaking with country bumpkin accents, even though German and Yiddish are very closely related languages. They should be, able to express themselves with the height of fluidity. There should be no hesitation. They should have total command of the language and so on. He argued that there's no reason for Jews to hold fast to customs that have no clear basis in the Jewish religious tradition, meaning modalities of clothing, of grooming, various attitudes and behaviors that are sort of like cultural accretions that are not necessarily something that is in the code of Jewish law, and certainly not in earlier texts. The argument that many of his followers this is not his phrase particularly, but he says that a person should be a Jew at home and a man in the street. Meaning, just like everybody else in the street, but at home, that's where you practice your Judaism. And in fact, many of his followers took this to a much further degree. They preferred to use the term German of Mosaic persuasion, meaning they were true Germans, even though they didn't have citizenship yet. It happened that the church that they worshipped in was a synagogue. Right? So this is a whole attitude which was enshrined in what was called the Haskalah, or enlightenment. That's the Hebrew translation of the term Aufklärung. And Mendelssohn was kind of like the flashpoint of it, and the first real mover of the Haskalah as a movement. His followers would take it to tremendous lengths, and in fact, just one or two generations after him, many Maskilim openly advocated slavish imitation of non-Jewish norms. We see it in areas like synagogue architecture, synagogue decorum, synagogue ritual. They successfully actually moved Shabbos to Sunday, but popular resentment simply couldn't handle that, so Shabbos was moved back to Saturday. And we can see all kinds of interesting, movements that the later inheritors of the Haskalah would go to any length to try and demonstrate that they were good German citizens. The conversion rate to Lutheranism in particular was off the charts. As the second, third generation of followers of Mendelssohn felt like, hey, this is not working. It's just not, we're not getting where we want to. I think we just have to make a pro forma conversion, and then things will come to pass. And one of the saddest things I think about Mendelssohn's life was that all of his grandchildren converted to Christianity. He was not able to have any kiyum. I believe I read recently that, in fact, one branch of the family may have returned, but I'm not 100% sure about that. Now, and one other key fact was fascinating, I think. Mendelssohn's prime literary achievement was he wrote a translation of the Bible with a commentary called the Biur. And it was written in Hebrew on one side and in Judeo-German on the other side. And while the Maskilim thought it was a great idea because Jews could learn German properly, they knew the Hebrew text very well, and they could learn German properly by following his translation, the traditionalists were aghast because it meant this was a window open to the outside world, and in fact it would lead to tremendous dissolution of the Jewish body politic, and they were not far wrong. So he was extremely opposed to the works of Mendelssohn. Let me just remind myself what I'm talking about next. Yes, oh my gosh, I'm almost at the end, so I have to talk a little bit more about this part here. So in his writings, very sharp writing against the works of Moses Mendelssohn, the Chassam Sofer emerged as the leading figure of East Central Europe. And he had an incredible wit and a biting tongue. He was not hesitant at all to put his words to paper in a continent-wide polemic against the gains that the reformers were having throughout this period. I use the term reformer with a small r, but there are definite links to what we would call the reform movement today from Mendelssohn's thought. Perhaps the most famous of the Chassam Sofer's positions was he borrowed a text from the Mishnah that is, you have to just give me a second to explain this because it's sort of weird. There is a particular harvest of wheat. There's a period of time when the wheat is harvested. It's called new wheat, or in Hebrew, chadash, and it may not be consumed until after the holiday of Shavuot, which occurs usually in late summer. And so this chadash, this new wheat, is forbidden by the Torah. So it actually says explicitly in the Mishnah that this new wheat is forbidden by the Torah. But in Hebrew, you don't have to say the word wheat. You can just say the new is forbidden by the Torah. The Chassam Sofer took this phrase and he made it his clarion call, saying the new is forbidden by the Torah. Meaning anything new is forbidden by the Torah. And the Chassam Sofer took a very aggressive stance on this, saying that the onslaught of the Enlightenment is so profound that giving it even an inch, giving any compromise to it, will bring the entire structure of Judaism to collapse. And so he took a very hard line, and he said there is no way that we can budge on any of the suggestions, even if they seem rather innocuous. He said the new is forbidden by the Torah in all circumstances. Very, very strong political position, which is contrasted with several other strategies that were articulated at the time. For example, the strategy of Samson Raphael Hirsch, that I have not shown here, I probably should have brought a picture of him, who was also in Frankfurt at this time. Samson Raphael Hirsch argued that the Enlightenment was really too strong for traditional Judaism. He's living, we'll recall, a little bit further west in Germany as opposed to in Hungary, where the Chassam Sofer is. And he felt that the gravitational pull of modernity is so powerful that Jews cannot resist it outright the way that Chassam Sofer is saying. So he argued for a careful moderation of the demands of Judaism with the demands of modernity. Not to say that he would compromise any of the core beliefs or practices of Judaism, but he said, listen, it doesn't say anywhere in the Torah that a Jew is forbidden to wear a short coat, like this, for example. This is called a Dacher, a German coat, because this is what it was considered like, this was like horribly, what's the right word? It's risque, like this is something you wouldn't even wear it on a beach back in the 1860s, right? This is considered very revealing. So he said there's nothing that forbids a Jew from wearing a short coat. It's true that traditionally, at least for the last couple hundred years, we've worn these long kaftans, but how is a Jew different from wearing a short coat? And so Samson Raphael Hirsch's philosophy argued for a careful practice by practice evaluation of Jewish norms and to adapt those to what can be adapted to modernity. And this is Yeki is jacket, exactly right. They're called, Germans are called Yekis because they wear these short jackets, right? There you go. Thank you for reminding me. So this is, again, I'm using this as a contrast to the Chassam Sofer. The Chassam Sofer said, whoa, my gosh, if they're suggesting that we should wear short coats, absolutely not. We are not changing our coats at all. Even in the middle of the summer, we're not changing, not at all. Forget about white hats after Labor Day, nothing. Reminds me, once I was walking down the street in Florida. I lived in Florida for a long time, and one of my friends was a ger, a chassid. And we were walking to shul on an August day, and if you've been in Florida in August, it's like having a big hot blanket on your body, a big 50-pound blanket, and just the humidity, and we're schwitzing, and he's walking along in his full regalia with the big hat and the long black jacket, and he turns to me and says, I am so glad they did not have galoshes in 18th century Poland, right? Because otherwise he would be wearing rubber galoshes as he's walking along the floor. So the Chassam Sofer would say, sorry? They never met. He died in 1786. They were 1762. I'm unaware of them ever meeting. I do not believe they ever did. So very harsh criticism, and the strategy that the Chassam Sofer articulated was complete and utter resistance to modernity. Stay away. There's some interesting kind of counterintuitive gestures that the Chassam Sofer indicated. Like, for example, he was very much against secular studies in the yeshiva, not surprising. But on the other hand, he was much more tolerant of, for example, physical education. He believed that it was important that the yeshiva students all knew how to swim. He used to have swimming classes in the Danube River to make sure that Jews knew how to swim, things like that, which is, you won't find too many yeshivas doing that today. Another thing that is extremely important for our times, and And this is so close to us today, those of us who are observant of the tradition, that it's hard to recognize how we got to this place. But the Chassam Sofer had a very important part in it. Let me just introduce this point by describing for you once a situation when I was learning in a yeshiva in Muncie, and I was studying Mishnah Brura, which is a classic halachic 20th century treatise on standard behavior, and I'm reading through various things, and I get to this one passage, and I'm reading it, and reading it again, and reading it a third time, and it's confusing because what it's telling us to do is exactly the opposite of what people actually do today. That had to do with how a particular blessing was recited. And I looked it up in the Holy Art Scroll Siddur, and I looked it up in all kinds of places, and I saw that, in fact, we, contemporary American Jews, and the odd Canadian, do not follow what it says in the Mishnah Brura. So I was very troubled by this. I went to Rabbi Kokas, Ben Sion Kokas, who was the Mashgiach, and I said, Rabbi, I don't understand. We're not holding like the Mishnah Brura. And he said to me, I'll never forget it, who says we hold like the Mishnah Brura? Which I thought was like such an earth-shattering concept. What do you mean? This is it. This is the code. This is what we follow. It's the law court. I mean, this is everything. But in fact, we should understand that halacha does have a certain amount of, I guess the phrase would be wiggle room. We have the phrase in Torah of the Dalet Amos of halacha, the 4 cubits of halacha. If you ever measured out 4 cubits, it's a lot of space. 4 cubits is close to 6 feet. In 6 feet square, you can put a lot of different opinions. You can put a lot of different people. Now, it's true that we tend to coalesce around certain opinions. Sephardim will follow certain bodies of opinions. Ashkenazim will follow certain bodies of opinions. And God forbid that I'm suggesting that anyone, deviate from their customs or their community and things like that. But one of the things that the Chassam Sofer, one of his strategies that has affected us is that he absolutely canonized the Shulchan Aruch as a text. Now, the Shulchan Aruch is a very important text. It is the code of Jewish law, but it is not the only code of Jewish law at all. We had prior codes written by greats such as Maimonides. We have codes that disagree fundamentally with what the Shulchan Aruch has to say, notably the Ramah, Rav Moshe Isserles. And it is in the debate between the various commentators that we make contemporary halacha. It's not a straightforward, just look it up, what it says there, and that's all you need. Like they say, the Litvak says, what do I need a rabbi for? I have a book, right? I don't need a rabbi because there is it. But the fact is, not everything is in the book, and the book is a rigid, dead text. It's not sensitive to the immediacies of the social and chronological and geographic and cultural moment that a rabbi, a human being, could be. But sensing that the flexibility of halacha was something that would not serve the Jews well in a time when compromise was so dangerous, the Chassam Sofer rigidly adhered to the words of the text and urged his followers with great success to turn to the text, specifically the Shulchan Aruch, as the primus inter pares, as the great work that is the last word on halacha. Even though intrinsically it is not, he himself added to halachic interpretation by writing about the Shulchan Aruch. He definitely focused us more as a text-based people, and although we gained a lot, we became much more grounded in an authoritative tradition that goes back many centuries. It also enforced a certain level of rigidity that is perhaps somewhat artificial on a historical level. There's a classic article by Dr. Soloveitchik, not related to the Soloveitchiks, of course, but the historian Soloveitchik, that looks at the issue of something as simple as how big was a Kiddush cup back in the 1800s. Today we have, if you've gone to a Passover Seder like at my table, we have all these measurements, and we get a little bit OCD trying to figure out how the matzah fits into the box and how much matzah exactly we're eating. They never had things like that in Eastern Europe. They just said, this is the way Zaidi did it. This is the kind of organic Masorah, the organic tradition that we follow from our ancestors. This has changed quite a bit because, in certain part, the Chassam Sofer's emphasis on the Shulchan Aruch as our text de rigueur. It also is something that unfortunately we suffer from because we are an orphan generation, lacking that connection to Europe often because of the cataclysm of the Holocaust. So those two aspects are especially important for the Chassam Sofer's thought. On the one hand, his incredible opposition to reform, and secondly, his adherence to the Shulchan Aruch as the defining halachic text of the era. So let us conclude appropriately, I think, with his last testament, which I think is very illustrative of his thought. This is actually the handwritten manuscript version in his own hand of his last will and testament, and I have it here in translation by Yaakov David Shulman. I'm just going to read to you a couple of sections, and you'll recognize his voice in this translation. I'm not going to translate the whole thing. It's only a few pages, but I'll translate a couple of things. So he writes here, "My sons and daughters, sons-in-law and daughters-in-law, grandchildren and great-grandchildren, lend me your ear and you will live. Let not your heart turn toward evil. Do not join the company of evildoers who follow the modern ways and who depart from Hashem and His Torah. Do not dwell near them and do not associate with them in any way, shape, or form." Note, by the way, that he probably, in my humble opinion, his greatest work was his commentary on Chovot HaLevavot, where you really get a sense of his deep, abiding ethical sensibilities. But he is definitely monochrome and unitary on the issue of how to deal with the challenge of reform. "Do not go near the books written by Moses Mendelssohn." Right, straight up, this is in your last will and testament. If you were a direct descendant of the Chassam Sofer, I wouldn't live on the same block as somebody who had a book of Moses Mendelssohn there. "Study Tanakh with the commentary of Rashi and engross yourself in the Torah with the commentary of Ramban. Teach the Torah to your children, for it constitutes the underpinning of our faith and embraces the universal wisdom of the ages. And if, heaven forbid, you will be plagued by the banes of hunger, thirst, and poverty, please stand this test and do not turn to false gods. Do not omit Hashem from your thoughts. Let the girls study books written in German, which are based solely on our tradition and the moral tales and insights of our sages." Obviously, this is well before the Beis Yaakov movement and things like that. Women did not get universal literacy in Hebrew. They would have most likely enough to pronounce the Hebrew prayers, but they would not have reading facility. I positively and unconditionally forbid you to attend theater performances. May you merit to behold the sweetness of Hashem and the joy of His children speedily in our days. Amen. Right? I assume he means the girls can't go to theater, probably the boys can't go too. Yeah. Well, it's hard to, I imagine he would forbid them both. No theater whatsoever. Okay. I'm going to read some more. It gets better. "Be strong and resolute. Study Hashem's Torah diligently and with concentration. Disseminate the Torah among the masses." He was an incredible public teacher. He apparently never missed a single day of teaching Torah in his adult life. "If your knowledge is limited, make an effort to teach others whatever you know in purity and sincerity. Hashem knows you have no ulterior motive, and that in your all sincerity, your only name is to bring honor to His great name, for a hypocrite cannot become before Him. Beware of adopting." It's interesting how the will kind of like alternates between, positive panegyrics to traditional behavior and kindness and so on, to dire warnings against deviant behavior, such as, "Beware of adopting non-Jewish names, of speaking the language or dressing in the style of the non-Jew," right? Which is exactly against the whole platform of Moses Mendelssohn, right? He says, just stop it in its tracks, don't go anywhere near there. "Never say, 'Times have changed.' We have an old father," praised is his name, "who never has and never will change." A very strong statement, and you can imagine how his thought would specifically inspire the ultra-Orthodox in Brooklyn and Israel and beyond. Now, he leaves one more little addendum. There's like 3 pages or so to his children specifically. Then he leaves instructions to his yeshiva, his community. Don't forget, he was the leader of the Jews of Pressburg, and by extension, all of Central Europe during his lifetime. Right to the very end, he writes, to the Jews of Pressburg specifically. You are today one of the outstanding communities in the world. Never allow a person who deviates from halacha to assume the leadership of your community. Please, I implore you, do not allow the rabbinate to remain vacant for more than 2 years. It's actually kind of funny because maybe it would take that long to find someone who was not going to deviate. Appoint only a Talmid Chacham who has a reputation of being God-fearing and who is uncompromising in his adherence to the Torah and Halacha. A man who does not lend credence to heretical philosophies and who does not preach in the German language. This is, by the way, it was one of the hottest debates at the beginning of the 20th century in America, was whether or not American Orthodox rabbis should deliver a sermon in English. Delivering it in English was considered by the old generation to be a gross violation of everything Jewish, and by the younger American-born generation, that was considered like, what's the big deal? This is the language of the street. Why not speak about Torah in English? It shows how much has changed in over a century. I posted something on Facebook on Sunday. I went to a class with one of my favorite local rabbis, Rabbi Yaakov Trump, no relation, and I posted a picture of him giving this class. It was a great class, and I wrote in the bottom, best place to be Sunday mornings, Young Israel of Lawrence Cedarhurst. And a friend of mine who is a local historian, he writes in the comment section, "Make Young Israel great again." Okay. Select a man who delivers sermons like you heard from me, expositions of teachings and sayings of Chazal, a man who gives no special consideration of anyone and cannot be bribed either by honor, glory, or flattery. He should be a humble man who will deliver Torah public lectures to the community. The curriculum and schedule of the Torah classes should not be changed in any way. Anyone wanting to introduce changes shall be removed. Anyone promoting the traditional system of teaching Torah shall be supported. The order of prayer and the layout of the shul shall be maintained in perpetuity without the slightest change or alteration. These are, by the way, all areas where the Haskalah sought to, quote-unquote, modernize the synagogue by changing the decorum, the rituals, and so on. Let no one dare make any changes, either in the arrangement of the interior of the shul or in the order of our prayers. And he concludes, Our Father in heaven, raise high the pride of your people, and that of the people of Pressburg in particular. Grant them material wealth, glory, and long life dedicated to the fear of Hashem and the study of Torah until the coming of Mashiach. Amen. Okay, with that, we should conclude the... do I have any other last points here? I've forgotten whether I have any points. I got so carried away. He was published after his lifetime. He only wrote a couple of things in his own lifetime that were produced while he was alive. Afterwards, volume after volume of his manuscripts were committed to print. As I mentioned, his yeshiva was transplanted from Pressburg after the war to both Brooklyn and to Jerusalem, and his philosophy is largely animating the Haredi world today. Very strong orientation to the modern world, which perhaps because we are, after all, sitting in a college that studies secular studies in order to advance students in their career and professional interests, is somewhat foreign to many of us, but nevertheless it is an effective strategy. It has allowed the Haredim to maintain their group integrity to the present day in an impressive way. Thank you very much for your attention. I look forward to speaking with you next week.
But then they're going to get eaten because you're going to have to eventually let them go, and then something's going to fucking prey on them, and then you're going to have a disaster. Or they're going to wind up eating a bunch of shit that they're not supposed to eat, and they're going to kill some species off. That happens all. That's like Australia's like.
Max Nordau. One of my favorite things about Max Nordau is the way he used to trim and comb his beard. Honestly, it was a look I've never seen before. I think this is the only person in history who has ever parted his beard in the center and, brushed his beautiful, luscious mane to left and right. I suggested to my wife that perhaps I could get away with that. I just grew a few more inches, but my wife was not interested. Nevertheless, he does sport quite a leonine image, and he was certainly no match for Theodore Herzl, who imposing man with a great, a very thick, dark beard that's very much fashion today. But nevertheless, he cut a unique presence, and he was really famous for his oratory throughout Europe. Let's look at the most important things. His name was not actually Max Nordau. He changed it from Sudfeld because he felt that Nordau was a little bit more Germanic, a little bit more modern in terms. He actually changed his name unofficially when he was a young child in his first published works. And he published at a very precocious young age, first in a school paper, and then before he was 17, he was already publishing in some of the most important German language publications in Hungary. He chose the name Nordau as a pen name, and then eventually he officially changed it. But his actual name was Sudfeld Simon Maximilian, or Simcha Meyer in Hebrew. Sudfeld, his years are 1849 to 1923. His profession was a doctor, like many intellectuals of his age, but he was also one of the most prominent public intellectuals of the late 19th century. Before he was famous as a Zionist, he was absolutely famous throughout the entire European continent as the foremost social critic of his era. His understanding of the ills of Francophone Europe was unparalleled, and drew a very wide leadership. In fact, many people really came to the first Zionist Congress, not necessarily because of the idea of Zionism, nor because of the figure of Herzl, but because the great Max Nordau would be speaking there. He was a draw. He was like already like a, it's like if Oprah would have come to my lecture, he's all the crowd, right? Because it would be a huge endorsement. And even though Oprah has very little to say necessarily about 19th century Jewish history, but her presence would make that kind of impact. So Nordau himself was one of those people. As I mentioned, he is the co-founder of the World Zionist Congress. And Herzl relied on him extensively, but he has nevertheless forgotten in Herzl's shadow by and large. So we're going to go over the scope of his life and his activity, get a sense of who he was as a human, as a person, and also as a thinker, and specifically as a Zionist. So straight into material. His youth and family. So he was born in Pest, which is one side of the Danube River. It's half of Budapest. They were eventually united several decades after his birth. And his father was a rabbi and a melamed who taught basically in schools and tutoring as a private teacher, a very humble individual. Later on, after he had passed on, Nordau was going through his father's papers, and he found that his father had written quite a few novels and plays and poetry in several languages, and he was quite humbled by the sense that his father led really quite a deep intellectual life without his awareness. Nordau rebelled against his Jewish identity fairly early in life, along with his sister. It was the second marriage of Gabriel Sudfeld, and the two youngest children, Max and Simcha Meyer, and his sister, were not particularly observant of Jewish law. In fact, even when his sister was about 14 years old, we have letters in which she writes to Nordau saying, I'm writing this in the shed right now because it's almost supper time and it's Shabbos, and I don't want Father to catch me writing on the Sabbath. So they were part of a generation of Jews who were on that transitional liminal stage where the parents were still adhering to the older traditional lifestyle, but the children were really thinking of that as outdated and outmoded. In many ways, it reminds me of, I think it was Marshall Sklar, the sociologist, who once coined the term the ever-dying people, with reference to the Jews, of course, meaning that, it sounds so familiar to talk about, an older generation keeping their traditions and a younger generation not. It also reminds me of a joke. I'm sorry to tell you this, but I can't help it. It's very familiar. Can I tell you a joke? It's a true story, actually. When I was at a funeral once, talking to the Israeli consulate, the Israeli consul, it's a good joke, so I'll tell you very quickly. I was once at a funeral. It was a very sad occasion. One of my adult students passed away from that disease, and so we're standing at the, she was an Israeli, and we're standing at the graveside, during the funeral, and the consul general from Miami was there at the funeral, and so he's talking to me. He sees I'm an observant individual, so he's talking about his youth, and he says, when I was young, I grew up on a Hashomer Hatzayir kibbutz. Right? Hashomer Hatzayir is like very extreme, leftist, anti-religious, communist kind of kibbutzes. On our table on Pesach, on Passover, we have everything. Beer, pasta, bread, you name it. Everything on the table on Passover. Nowadays, the young people, they don't keep the traditions like we used to. Anyway, so just like we at this time, really the beginning of the 21st century, things have not changed that dramatically in this particular regard at the turn of the 20th century. Here's a little phrase in his memoir. This is one of the biographies I read to prepare for this lecture. This is a kind of a questionable biography because it was written by Max's widow and daughter. So it tends to present a rather glowing and maybe somewhat hagiographical impression of their husband and father, but nevertheless it has a few really great insights because, of course, they heard everything from the principal himself. And they have his letters. So he writes in his letters, so here's a letter from 1867. He writes to his sister, with whom he was very close, and he talks about how, he used to hate it during the month of Elul, when he was 6 or 7 years old, and his father would rouse him before 5:30 in the morning to go to shul for the slichos. In this part of the world, slichos for Ashkenazim, I think the earliest they get is about 5 a.m., maybe a little earlier, 4:50 a.m. Spartan have it a lot tougher. And by the way, he was descended from Abravanel of Spanish fame. So it's very, even though Sephardic background way back, they practiced Ashkenazi bread. Anyway, he used to complain about how hard it was. He was a young boy, and wasn't it terrible to bring him out so early at night. Then he writes, "It was foolish, you may say, to rouse a poor little 6 to 10-year-old who needed to sleep. Yet today, at 18, I wouldn't mind exchanging souls with the little simcha of 7." He was referring to himself. I wouldn't mind exchanging my worn-out, beaten, dirty soul at all at age 18 with the pure soul of little simcha. I'd be very different. At that time, my incredibly vivid imagination surrounded those slichos mornings with 1,000 mystical solemnities. I simply and truly felt that I was standing before Hashem Tzvakot, who sat very high above us on his throne, desirous of purifying a degraded and wicked world. Today, I believe in nothing, except perhaps in the flavor of a good roast, garnished with fine fried onions and potatoes. Of course, he takes it back. Of course, I'm doing myself wrong. I still believe in something, in what is more beautiful than an elevator than any religion. I believe in love, in virtue, and the power of true beauty. All I hope is that in the next 10 years, that you won't rob me of this faith, as the past 10 have betrayed my faith in God. Yet nothing moves me like the memories of those days, or like those of the Seder evenings. They too bring me solemn and rich memories, and move me, as Christmas seems to move the believers among the Germans. So he still has, even at 18, and he's clearly left the religion behind quite firmly, he still has some nostalgic feelings for the ancestral faith, and of course, they will return in the form of his very intense Zionist activity about 20 years later. He also was extremely respectful of his parents' faith. After his father passed away, he took his still very firm, very religious mother into his home, and she lived with him until her passing in the year 1900. As a child, as I mentioned, he was interested in medicine early on, and he showed aptitude for it, eventually went to medical school and became a practicing doctor. But it was journalism that was really his passion, and his remarkably early successes at being published as a youth of 17 was really something quite significant. Also very important in this regard is that he was thoroughly Germanified, which was very typical of Jewish Hungarians of this period. Jews, often as a minority, seek to identify themselves with the state power. This is just something that is part and parcel of Jewish life, again, as a minority living sometimes in a hostile urban environment, when they have to choose between competing nationalities. And you'll recall that the Danube region was filled with so many different nationalities, all up and down its banks. The language question was often first and foremost. And identifying one's language was just one piece of an entire package of national identity that minorities had to determine for themselves. Jews frequently chose the larger power to ally themselves with linguistically and then furthermore culturally than the indigenous population. So at least initially, before the turn of the century, Jews tend to be very Germanophile, and then when Hungary started to get much more significant as a nation, then they belatedly joined the Hungarian movement. You can see the same thing happening in places like Ukraine, even in my ancestral homeland in Lithuania. My ancestors were all very, they were actually masculine, speaking modern Hebrew and speaking German, but they would never speak Lithuanian. It was only when Lithuania became its own country in 1918 that all of a sudden they started learning Lithuanian and getting some very strange Lithuanian names and things like that. So that's the same kind of thing that happened to Nordau. He was highly identified with the Germanic tradition. When Hungary went through its initial period of majorization, meaning the Hungarianness, creating a Hungarian language as a requirement and so on, then he found himself displaced. And his father, in particular, suffered tremendous economic losses because he could no longer tutor in the German language the way that he used to. Or one other example of this, by the way, would be Quebec. In the 1970s, when the Parti Québécois came to power, then all of these Jews who had so strongly identified as Anglo, as being oriented towards, English-speaking Canada, which was a minority in Quebec as a whole, although not so much in Montreal, they suddenly found themselves politically displaced, and that's why the bagels in Toronto suddenly got so much better. Because all of my Montreal Jews migrated over to the Anglo-City tribe. Anyways, here's a couple of pictures. He married, he did not marry a Jewish woman. He had two failed love affairs before he eventually married a German Protestant. Ironically, part of the reason for the failure of his second love affair, which was a fairly serious one, she was his mother didn't approve, and that scuttled the relationship, and he waited quite a while longer before he eventually married. His third love affair resulted in a marriage and a daughter, Maxa, who is shown here with Nordau. She eventually became an artist of some fame in Paris. And this is a picture of his diary, and here he is holding his only child. This is a picture just to give you a sense of where Pest is. This is the Buda side of the river. Here I am with Abraham Cooper from the Simon Wiesenthal Institute, who are famous people. And then in the background is Pest. Here is just a picture of where we were standing. It was a really cool picture. My wife took it. Kind of like a Disney sort of castle over there. And this is on the Pest side, a nighttime picture. Look, I'm even wearing the same clothes. Actually, I didn't go into Parliament when I was there. Anyway, it's a very beautiful city. Let's go to explore a little bit of his thought. Why was he famous? How did he get it? His most important early work was a critique of European society, showing here's the front page, the conventional lies of our civilization. In the title itself, you get a sense of his personality. He was a gadfly. He was a critic in the common sense of the term. He tended to be take things apart, look for the flaws. He was extremely intolerant of hypocrisy, no matter how minor, and he exposed all kinds of negative things in civilization that he felt had to be changed. Very little Jewish content in his early work, but it was extremely popular, translated, believe this or not, into 15 languages, including Chinese and Japanese. Just think of how important this must have been in 1893, that they needed to have 15 different languages, including 2 Asian languages. And since we're talking about translations, I wanted to show you these. This is just purely because I like it. This just came out last year. This is the Ukrainian translation of my first book. That's a very cool book, I think. And this just came out last year too. Spanish translation of a different book. And I feel really proud that what I wrote in English is now being read in other countries and other languages. Available now on English. I appreciate the applause. Let's just go back. Let's look at it again.
How do they change your name in Spanish?
My name is still there. And in Ukrainian, it's Henry Abramson. Same name, right? Okay. All right, enough of that. His book was also banned in Austria and Russia, which is one of the reasons that it got so popular, because if you want to make a Jewish book popular, you definitely have to ban it. You know, I'm hoping someone will ban some of my books so they can really take off. But it's not a Jewish book. There's like no significant discussion of Judaism or anti-Semitism, even though this was written by the son of a rabbi with a fairly extensive Jewish knowledge, a very bright person, but who just did not feel it necessary to go into his Jewish background whatsoever. This would, of course, change dramatically in the next few years. And in fact, before we go, one other book, ironically, probably his most well-known book was called Degeneration. It is not really the most emblematic of his thought, neither in his Zionist period, which was the majority of his life, nor in the pre-Zionist period, but for some reason it really struck a nerve and was even republished in the 1960s. It's very rare that you have a book published in 1893 that is then regenerated again in the post-war era. But this book, Degeneration, essentially attacked a whole category of art and culture, which he felt was catering to the most base elements of human thought. His number one target was Oscar Wilde, shown here, for reasons which I think we could probably surmise, but need not delay us here as we look at his more Jewish-related biography. He also coined the term, titled one of his books, muscular Judaism. When he eventually got around to Judaism, one of the ways that he formulated his social critique of Judaism was the sense that he felt that Jews had essentially cowardly receded into the background, that they had folded into themselves, and they had not taken the first bold step forward to redeem themselves in the modern environment. The book was called ROTHSCHILD, and it was a tremendous inspiration to Vladimir Jabotinsky, who was a very prominent Zionist that we've spoken about last year, who tended to take a much more aggressive approach to what would eventually become the Israeli-Arab problem. He felt that Jabotinsky felt that Jews could not rely on the goodwill of the nations of the world or of the Arab neighbors of Israel to reach for coexistence. He felt that the Jews had to simply step forward and be muscular. And this concept really owes to Noah particular. This is a counterpoint to his philosophy, which is known as solidaritarianism. I always have difficulty spelling it, and I'm sure after this lecture I'll probably forget it entirely. But solidaritarianism was actually the subject of a dissertation written here in New York. I don't exactly understand what the real major thrust of this philosophy is, but it seems to be a lot, as the name solidarity implies, a basic belief in the ultimate goodness of humanity, the value of cooperation, the value of collaboration, and things like that. But very much a counterpoint to muscular Judaism as a philosophy for Jews. Okay, so any questions to this point, arguments or discussions? Yes, please.
Who influenced him back to that?
Jewishly or in terms of secular thought?
Well, that's probably, obviously, I think it's father, but secularly, how he thought of Judaism, how he viewed Israel.
I think that's an excellent question. The names that come to mind, the ones that I remember reading in his reaction, were primarily foils, people whose ideas he rebelled against in particular. And this area, I would cite Henry Chamberlain and Comte de Gobineau. These are figures of the mid to late 19th century who began to define this theory of race. And specifically, they argued that the Jews were a vermin race that were bent on dominating the world through infecting healthy body policies. And it's a very noxious kind of doctrine that eventually would become German folkism and ultimately Nazism and various forms of integral nationalism in general. But, Nordau reacted against that very powerfully, and his response to it ultimately was Zionism. So let's look at Zionism now. So it's Herzl's right-hand man, as we mentioned, we know that. He was 11 years, Herzl was also a native of Pest. They had Hungarian language in common, but more significantly the German language. And he was 11 years his junior. They're both involved in journalism. And of course, they were both in France at the time of the Dreyfus Affair, which had a huge impact on the two of them. The Dreyfus Affair, I'm sure all of you are familiar with it, but just to give the very broadest outlines, there was a discovery in the French military that someone was selling secrets to the Germans. And of course, the French and the Germans had a long-standing feud. They had a war basically every 30 years, which means that we're just about due for one, God forbid, any minute now. And there was a movement inside the military to pin the blame on Alfred Dreyfus, a Jewish captain who was not especially well liked by his peers, and Dreyfus was framed for espionage. He was tried 3 times and found guilty all 3 times, and eventually sent off to a prison island at Elba, and ultimately, largely because of the efforts of Parisian liberals like Emile Zola, who printed that famous newspaper headline like 200-point Jacques News, I accuse. He essentially laid the blame not only on the upper echelons of the military, who were complicit in this frame-up, but of the French judiciary, who had participated in a sham trial, and he essentially said the entire law and order system in Paris was shot. Ultimately, it was clearly obvious that it was not Dreyfus who had actually sold secrets to the Germans, and he was released, but he was not pardoned until 100 years later. It was a huge stain on French society at the time. But what's relevant for our purposes is that, both Nordau and Dreyfus witnessed these French crowds screaming for the murder, for the capital punishment of Dreyfus, calling him a traitor, saying death to the Jews. Not just this particular guy who was a traitor, but all Jews. And it was kind of like a huge reversal of everything that had happened in France since the emancipation, fully 100 years prior. So both Herzl and Nordau were amazed. How could this happen in the country that first gave Jews emancipation? How could it happen that they could turn around and, you could see that it was all just for show. I'm going to read you a little bit in a second from what he said about that at the first night of Congress. So anyway, Herzl himself goes to his friend Dr. Emil Schiff, and he says, I have this amazing idea, and I'm serious about it. Why don't we move all the Jews of Europe, or at least those Jews who are suffering and persecuted, why don't we move them to the ancient land of Israel in the Middle East? And his friend Emil Schiff listens very carefully, and then says to him, now that I've heard you say this idea, I have an excellent person for you to talk to. Someone like this, Sigmund Freud, said, you need to see a psychiatrist because you are definitely experiencing some mental trauma here. And he told him he was essentially crazy. What are you, nuts? So Herzl had no luck with his friend Emil Schiff. So then he went to Nordau and gave him the same story. And Nordau said to him, if you are insane, we are insane together. Count on me. Which was the beginning of an extremely important friendship, relationship, professional relationship that lasted until the end of their lives. And of course, the first major moment was the convening of the World Zionist Congress in 1897, an extremely important event 2 years after the Dreyfus Affair, and which represented the first gathering of world thinkers, from Jews from all over Europe in particular, to get together to seriously discuss in Basel, Switzerland, the possibility of creating a Jewish state in Palestine, in the land of Israel. Here, of course, are all the delegates to Israel. You see right at the center is none other than Herzl himself. And when you zoom in, it gets a little grainy, but you see on his right hand, quite literally, is Max Milligan. He is the number 2 guy for the entire thing. Yes,
Was there any religious involvement among the delegates?
that's an excellent question. There were definitely delegates who were religious, but the religion as a whole was kept at arm's length. And we will explore this ongoing in future lectures. Nordau in particular was associated with the creation of one of the most important documents of the Zionist movement, which was the Basel Program, which is shown here. I believe this is in his own hand. And it's kind of like an amazing thing. You can have all these delegates, all these Jews to get together and create one document like that. It's an amazing achievement. I think I told you the joke about the Septuagint, which is the Greek translation of the Bible. Tell it again, why not? Okay, I'll tell you very quickly. It's actually a joke that I heard in the name of Rabbi a very important rabbi in America. The story goes to the Talmud that the king named Ptolemy got 70 Jewish scholars, and he put them in 70 different rooms, and he gave them a copy of the Hebrew Bible and said, please translate this into Greek. When they all came out later, and he compared their versions, there was a miracle. Each one of the versions was identical. And apparently Rabbi once said that, you call that a miracle? That's not a miracle. Take 70 scholars, 70 rabbis, put them in one room, and see if you come up with one version. That would be a miracle. Okay, so here it is. The program, and amazingly, it came out. There's only one very significant change we can see written here above the letters. Let's look at the text in English. Zionism seeks to secure for the Jewish people a publicly recognized, legally assured homeland in Palestine. So we should break that down a little bit. First of all, the whole idea of getting together was to agree on what exactly we are going to do and how we are going to do it. Do not be distracted by the term Palestine. This is, it's just used as a geographic locator. The term Palestine was coined by the Romans way back 2,000 years ago because they wanted to replace Judea, which obviously has very Jewish connotations, right, named after Yehuda, with a name after the enemies of the Jews. The most well-known enemies are the Philistines or the Plishtim, and so they chose the name Palestine after the enemies of the Jews. It's just a descriptor. You often find Jews before 1948 referring to the land as Palestine without any political connotations. So anyways, what does it seek to do? For the Jewish people, publicly recognized, that's the term that's written down up here. It's öffentlich, rechtlich, gesicherte Einstellung. Translated more literally, openly, legally secured home state. And all of these 4 words were the subject of tremendous debate. Some delegates wanted internationally recognized, which would have a very political connotation. Nordau and others said, look, we just want real estate. We just want to be able to put people there. Similarly, they don't use the word Stadt alone, state. They use the word Heimstätte, which means like a homeland, which could mean state, could mean a political entity, but it's a little, softer. It could mean simply a protectorate. Could mean a province or a gubernia, something like that. So it's softened. But they right to the last moment, they were debating, and that's why they had to add this word here. Openly recognized, meaning it shouldn't be something that happens behind closed doors. It should be, everybody should be able to see this. So, how are they going to do it? For the attainment of this purpose, the Congress considers the following means serviceable. Meaning, this is what we're going to do. Number 1, the promotion of the settlement of Jewish agriculturalists, artisans, and tradesmen in Palestine. This is the inheritance of the Kibbutz Zion movement that was very active in the 1880s, which actively promoted the agricultural development of the land. It would feed very much into the strong socialist sentiments of many Zionists who wanted Israel not to be another kind of like Western European capitalist nation, but wanted it to be some kind of socialist paradise, communist paradise even, where Jews were actually getting involved in the land. This is very much in consonance with the 19th century values, with the thought that people derive their identity from their connection specifically to farming. Jews who were overwhelmingly urbanized, overwhelmingly involved in trade and commerce, lacked that connection to the land, and Zionism was viewed in many ways. I'll take your questions in a minute. Let me go through a little more. Zionism was viewed in many ways as an attempt to rectify that. Secondly, the federation of all Jews into local or general groups according to the laws of the various countries. It's an interesting kind of note here, note number 2 of the Zionist program, which essentially argues for the organization of Jews in other countries, that they should be establishing themselves as organized groups. Kind of like what federation means in America, although sometimes this is envisioned as a much stronger entity involving a national register of Jews who would pay taxes to a central authority, have those taxes then be redistributed to schools and things like that. So item number 2 really argues to the organization of Jews elsewhere. Zionism was seen not only as a movement in one small part of the world, but they viewed it as something that would energize Jews all over the world. Third, related to that, the strengthening of the Jewish feeling and consciousness. Here you see some of the impact of the thought of Achad Ha'am, who in many places clashed with Nordau, and eventually, as you will see, they were eventually buried right next to each other, arguing that Zionism should inspire Jews to be more Jewish, which is much more consonant with many religious values. It's going to bring you towards God and Torah and things like that, without necessarily demanding, that the border is going to be drawn here and the flag is going to look like this. It's very amorphous, but generally dedicated to the benefit of the Jewish community. And fourth, and finally, preparatory steps for the attainment of those governmental gains which are necessary to the achievement of the Zionist purpose. This is Herzl down here, whose main Zionist activity was essentially shuttle diplomacy, going from government office to important figure to celebrity, and trying to garner support by schmoozing and lobbying and kind of like a traditional Hishtadlunist type of approach, which has served the Jews so well for so long. So this is the main achievement of the first Zionist convention. With your permission, I'd like to read to you a little bit from Nordau's electrifying address of that time. So here it is. This is, I'm just guessing that he probably spoke, based on the length of this English translation, he probably spoke for somewhere in the neighborhood of 20 to 30 minutes, so I'll just read you a couple pieces here. And he has kind of like a diagnosis of the Jewish problem. He's a big thinker, he's a major social critic, and he's saying this is what the problem is. I must utter the painful word. The nations which emancipated the Jews have mistaken their own feelings. Right, remember, he's writing 1897. At this point, every country except Russia has ultimately emancipated its Jews, meaning given Jews equal rights. Russia would not do so until 1917, when the Romanov dynasty fell. But even Germany, even the German lands have slowly, hesitantly given Jews equal rights. In order to produce its full effect, emancipation should first have been complemented in sentiment before it was declared by law. Meaning, they may have given us equal rights on paper, but they didn't believe it. The broad swath of society did not really want Jews to be equal. It was only maybe those people, liberals in the government, who had high-flying ideas, who would say, okay, Jews are equal now, but really, you walk in the street, it's not the case. But this is not the case, so that's what he says. This is smart. The history of Jewish emancipation is one of the most remarkable pages in the history of European thought. The emancipation of Jews was not the consequence of the conviction that grave injury had been done to a race, that it had been treated most terribly, and that it was time to atone for the injustice of 1,000 years. It was solely the result of the geometrical mode of thought of French rationalism of the 18th century. This rationalism was constructed by the aid of pure logic, without taking into account living sentiments and the principles of the certainty of mathematical action. And it insisted upon trying to introduce these creations of pure intellect into the world of reality. The emancipation of the Jews was an automatic application of the rationalistic method. The philosophy of Rousseau and the encyclopedias had led to the Declaration of Human Rights. Out of this declaration, the strict logic of the men of the Great Revolution deduced Jewish emancipation. Skipping down a little bit, as the French Revolution gave to the world the metric and the decimal systems, so it also created a kind of normal spiritual systems, which other countries either willingly or unwillingly accepted as a normal measure for their state of culture. In other words, what he's saying is that just like the French came up with the metric system, which is like really a sensible system, which is probably the reason why the United States of America has not yet fully adopted it. Everything's based on a number 10. You have 10 milliliters or 100 milliliters. You have 10 decameters, 10 centimeters, a meter, 1,000 meters is a kilometer. It all makes sense. Water boils at 100 and freezes at 0. Not like American water, which boils at 212, that's easy to remember, and freezes at 32, right? Very simple, logical numbers. So the French, they invented a really great system of measuring things. So too, they invented ideas of logic and government, which other countries felt constrained to accept based on logic, but they didn't believe it in their heart. And so in other words, what he's saying is that the other nations accepted legal emancipation for Jews, but they didn't give them social emancipation. They didn't really want the Jews in their country clubs and in their athletic games and in their culture and so on. And that's ultimately a very prescient and wise assessment of the state of Jewish culture at the end of the 20th century. He gets even scarier when we look at the 10th address, but let's skip on to it. So his diagnosis of the Jewish condition, looking a little bit more deeply, he basically says two things about European Jewry which have proved to be historically quite accurate. The first is that the Eastern Jews were impoverished, physically impoverished, impecunious, broke, starving, without economic possibility and dependent on charity, and they're really broken in many ways spiritually. Certainly this is the heartland of Torah Judaism, and you have some phenomenal, great people living in Eastern Europe at this time, but the broad swath of the Jewish population, you felt, was just completely shattered by their horrible living conditions. And in the Western world, in Germany and France and in England, the Jews had a tremendously advantageous economic situation, but spiritually their lives were quite empty. They didn't have the Torah of the East, but they had all of the economic benefits of the West, and they were seeking for meaning in all the wrong places. With those two things together, he felt that Zionism could, on the one hand, meet the needs, the actual pecuniary needs of the Jews of Eastern Europe, and also meet the intellectual, spiritual needs of the Jews of Western Europe. This is kind of, I think, from the 5th Congress. Sorry, it's a little grainy, but it's beautiful. I mean, it says here in Hebrew, our eyes will once again see your return to Zion in mercy, which is obviously a messianic kind of invocation. And in the background here, with the sun setting, you will see a Jewish farmer with a plow, and over here is kind of like an angelic feature, kind of like, what's the name of the artist that does all of these here? But it was very popular in the 1920s, and this angelic figure is consoling this impoverished old Jewish figure with a large yarmulke, and pointing forward to the new dawn happening in Israel. This is kind of the mood of early Zionism that could invoke this beautiful biblical rabbinic legacy and point to a new productive future and the entire renovation and reinvigoration of the Jewish spirit. Okay. In the 10th Congress in 1911, I'm going to read you one passage from that. Oh my gosh, chilling. This, by the way, this edition of his speeches was published in 1941. And obviously before the mass murders of the Einsatzgruppen had begun in Germany, and certainly before the gas chambers began to operate. So even the editors of this book in 1941 felt constrained to put a little asterisk and write, this was said before the First World War. Now that we've lived through the Second World War, which was so much more awful, it says more. He says, where is it here? Solemn peace congresses are held at which declarations are delivered against war, and long arbitration treaties are concluded by dozens for its prevention, while a great philanthropist has built for them a splendid palace. Vast millions are contributed in every land for the foundation of hero funds for the reward of great deeds in the service of humanity. In numerous great cities, rich libraries are founded for the spread of culture. Very fine, very beautiful. But the virtuous governments which work with such noble zeal for the spread of eternal peace acquiesce in the downfall of 6 million creatures. Acquiesce, and no one, except the victims, raises a voice against it. Although this is an incomparably greater crime than any war, for no war has ever yet destroyed 6 million lives. Chilling kind of direct reference to obviously the demographic losses of the Jews in World War II. Earlier on in that address, she also talks about things like, the Jews need refuge and need to flee somewhere, and yet all the borders of the world are closed to them. This is in 1911. This is, it's incredibly present. Okay, now let's turn to the Uganda crisis, which is the low point of his career and a very important moment in the history of Zionism. So, in 1903, the terrible pogrom in Chisinau, which is in Moldova, back in Bessarabia, on the Black Sea, next to Ukraine. A horrible pogrom with hundreds of lives lost. It was the context that inspired the poem City of Slaughter by the poet laureate Nachman Bialik, very important poem in Jewish literary history and also in Zionist history, because he condemned the Jews for cowardice in the face of the pogromists. And it was such a horrible international event that the British colonial secretary, Joseph Chamberlain, said, listen, Zionists, we appreciate what you're trying to do. It really makes sense that there should be some kind of refuge for Jews somehow. At this point, England does not control Israel. It was under the Ottoman Empire. But tell you what do you think of a nice piece of East Africa? Now, he was referring actually to Kenya. For reasons which are not clear to me, this became known as the Uganda proposal, which is a neighboring land. The land he was thinking about was actually in Kenya. But he said to the Zionists, listen, this is part of British territory. We Brits feel an especial fondness for the Jewish people. There is a very strong tradition of philo-Semitism in England. And, how about it? Herzl, whose raison d'etre for Zionism was fundamentally based in the refuge model, meaning that the whole point of Zionism was to give Jews a place to flee to, a place of shelter. So obviously Israel itself has a great poetic value, but would it be better to have Uganda than to have nothing at all? So he decided to bring it to his second in command, and they brought it to the Zionist Congress that year, and they argued that in fact they should take the British up on their offer, not necessarily abandoning eventually the messianic ideal of returning to Israel, but at least for the sake of providing shelter for those hundreds of thousands of Russian Jews in particular who were endangered by the pogroms, let them have a place where they could live in safety. Nordau was not enthusiastic about the plan, but he was a faithful deputy. Given that Herzl felt that it was it was at least something, so Nordau went along with it, and he endorsed it. He called it Nacht Assil, which is a German term he coined for meaning night asylum, night rest, right? Some place where for one night, because they're on the run, because they're haggard and tired and bedraggled, let them at least have one night's rest in East Africa, so to speak. And so he himself took it to the Congress and said, let us vote on this proposal of the British. Amazingly, the Congress voted 295 to 178 in favor of taking the British up on this, at least to consider it, at least to engage in an exploratory commission of it. Now, even though the Congress actually voted in favor, and it was by a significant margin, the fact that of those 178 delegates who voted against it, the vast majority were from the East themselves, had a huge moral statement. Meaning, if the Russian Jews, who needed this more than anybody, were the ones who were opposing it, then what right did the Western Jews, who had no intention of moving to East Africa, how could they push this down their throats, so to speak? So in the 1905 Congress, even though they did push it forward technically, they decided to abandon the project in 1905, and it went nowhere. One interesting footnote, a young man named Hayek Selig Buban actually pulled out a gun and shot at Nordau. He did not harm him, but he shouted, "Death to Nordau the African," as he did so, because it was just indicative of the sense of betrayal that ordinary Jews felt for the votes of the Zionist Congress in favor of the Uganda proposal. Nordau himself, in an act of great magnanimity, actually testified at Buban's trial in his defense and argued that the young assassin should not be punished because he was simply passionate about a cause that so many of them cared for deeply, and he could identify with the betrayal that he felt. This is, by the way, not especially relevant, but just to show you, instead of Jews going to Africa, or Israel now goes to Africa, and this is just a nice poster showing many of the interesting projects that Israel mounts in Africa specifically. Okay, going on. After Herzl, so Herzl dies suddenly in 1904, leaving the movement bereft of its leader, much like the Jews seeking to enter the Promised Land had to do so without their Moses so long ago. Nordau was Herzl's hand-picked successor, but he refused it. He did not feel that he was worthy to be the leader of this movement, and he preferred rather, because this is really much of what was his standard operating style, was to be a critic from the outside, very productive and significant critic, but to be a constructive leader was a very difficult thing for him. But it was a period of tremendous brutality against the Jews. World War I erupted in 1914, and short on the end of it, you have these horrible pogroms in 1919 that swept across, particularly the region of Ukraine. That book that I showed you a while ago in Ukraine is actually dedicated to this period of time, which, by conservative estimates, some 50,000 Jews lost their lives in the bloodshed of civilians. Normally, we would look at which, by the way, dwarfs any other period of violence against Jews since the destruction of the Second Temple. Even the 1648-49 massacres were smaller than the 1919 pogroms. Even though we're so proximate to this date, we've lost sight of it primarily because the Holocaust so vastly overshadowed the violence of the First World War. So during this period, Nordau was driven to distraction, trying to think of, how can he push forward the Zionist goal, especially if he's not in the leadership? And he advocated forcefully wherever he could to specifically just get Jews physically from Eastern Europe into Israel. Whatever it takes, whatever the political configurations have to be, that's what he specifically argued for. His tactics were threefold. He believed that Zionism would be advanced by having this population movement, which would create facts on the ground, to use a late 20th century term, and get Jews actually living there And then thirdly, together with that, political activism, which was Herzl's main strategy as well. He had disagreements with many other Zionists of the period. I mentioned earlier Ahad Ha'am, who wanted Zionism to take on a much more cultural task than a political one, certainly than a military one. But he also opposed Weizmann's practical Zionism, which we go into beyond what I really want to do today. But he ended up inspiring Jabotinsky in particular. Jabotinsky was proposing creating a Jewish legion because he wanted to have a military force that would be ready to defend Israel once the English were able to conquer it from the Ottomans, or once the English left, as it turned out. One of the distinctions with Jabotinsky is that Nordau wanted it to be strictly neutral and didn't want it to be officially affiliated with any country, even the beloved England. So when we look at his legacy as a whole, the stamp dedicated to him, we can see him as having an incredible impact on Zionist history. Literally, without question, second only to Herzl himself. But he was also very well credentialed as a public intellectual, very prolific author, who had a tremendous impact on European culture, completely separate from his Zionist activity. He is overshadowed by Herzl in the historical memory, but to those who know Zionism, they recognize the phenomenal contributions that Nordau made. Here is his final resting place. He died in 1923 in Paris, his favorite part of the world, and then he was reinterred in Tel Aviv in 1926 between Dizengoff, for whom the great street in Tel Aviv is named, and his nemesis, Ahad Ha'am, on this side. And that's it for our presentation. I hope you enjoyed this discussion of Nordau's life and activity. I look forward to seeing you next week. We'll talk about Bertha Pappenheim.
Are we going to the main building next week?
Main building next week as usual. Thank you very much for being here.
That lady was instructed to not go in the direction that she was going. Right. What was the specifics of it? Well, she didn't. They looked the wrong way. Like they go, hey, they looked this way and it was coming that way, or they looked that way and it was coming this way. They looked the wrong way when they just tried to.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for coming tonight. This is going to be a fascinating discussion. I really have a tremendously good feeling about this topic because, I learned so much in doing the research about Bertha Pappenheim. Just out of curiosity, show of hands, with the exception perhaps of the little things that I sent out on the internet as teasers, how many of you have heard the name Bertha Pappenheim before? Oh, one. Okay, very good. And you heard of her, I imagine, in the context of Freud, exactly. Tonight is going to be mind-blowing because, first of all, I chose her because she lived on the Danube. She comes from Vienna. And, of course, she has a very important role to play in the history of psychoanalysis. She is, of course, the famed Anna O., the pseudonym of a woman that is described in great detail by Joseph Breuer, who was essentially Freud's teacher, and Freud built on that to build modern psychoanalysis, or Freudian psychoanalysis. But what I was totally unprepared for was the trajectory of her life after her encounter with psychoanalysis. She's an incredible hero, really a phenomenal role model who deserves much more attention than she has been given. Just to give you one little nugget of information, and of course we're going to go into much greater detail over the next hour, she's this little petite 4'11" woman who would walk into, because she was, one of her prime causes was to end human trafficking. And she did this world tour walking into bordellos in dangerous places like Cairo and Constantinople, staring procurers right in the face and trying to shut down their businesses. And she saved thousands of young women, Jewish women and non-Jewish women, in her crusade against human trafficking. An amazing accomplishment at the turn of the 20th century. It boggles my mind that few people, including myself, know about her, or if they do know about her, they primarily know about her through Sigmund Freud. So let's take this hour to really explore her life in a very brief and cursory fashion, but at least to hit the highlights of the contributions that she made to human civilization and to the values that are so close to her Orthodox Judaism. Okay, so what do we know about her? Her years are 1859 to 1936. As I mentioned earlier, she is most well known because she underwent a significant period of mental illness that we will discuss in some detail in this presentation. And she was treated by Joseph Breuer, who later developed that into the nucleus of what would become psychoanalysis, especially under Freud's work. But her life did not end after she had her recovery when she was in her early 20s. She went on to this famed leadership role, particularly for Jewish women in Germany, but worldwide as well, and specifically taking on those difficult causes that I mentioned. The sources, and of course, at the end of her life, she had to battle nothing less than the Nazis, and in fact, one of the last things that happened to her was she was interrogated by the Gestapo because she was betrayed to the German secret police, and she had to endure a grueling interview, but she refused to give up any information that would have harmed her charges in her orphanages or halfway homes. Let us quickly go on to do a little bit of good and welfare, and then we'll talk about her in particular. So tonight's lecture is based primarily on two big sources that I relied upon for my research. In many ways, these lectures, although I'm really glad that you enjoy them, they're not really that super sophisticated. It's basically I'm one chapter ahead of everybody reading the book the week before, and then I get to talk about it. But sometimes I know a little bit more. In this case, we're relying on Melinda Gibbon Gutman's biography called The Enigma of Anna O, a biography of Bertha Pappenheim. The reason why it's called The Enigma is because, we know so much about the very dysfunctional young woman that went through psychoanalysis or psychiatric treatment when she was in her 20s in the context of her father's death. We don't know anything about everything that happened to her afterwards, but in fact, 3/4 of her biography is dedicated to her tremendous literary and activist career afterwards. Also related to this is Marion Kaplan's classic work, The Jewish Feminist Movement in Germany, the campaigns of the Jüdische Frauenbund, 1904 to 1938. She was not only the leader, she was also the founder of the Jüdische Frauenbund, which stands for the Jewish Women's League, a very important organization in turn of the century Germany that ultimately grew to have tens of thousands of members in hundreds of locations throughout Germany and had a tremendous impact on first-wave feminism, as we shall discuss over the course of the hour. So these are my two primary sources for our talk, and I'm very indebted to their pioneering research in both of these areas. One more good and welfare point. Tonight is, of course, the last lecture of the fall 2018 semester. The next 2 weeks are going to be occupied with Hanukkah, and I'm going to be occupied with my students, my undergraduate students, and with my family. So we're going to pause for December. I'm not sure exactly what date we're going to come back, but I do know what we'll be talking about. God willing, we'll be spending spring 2019 looking at the Jews of Italy. A very unusual history. It's a very ancient community, goes all the way back before the Common Era, a continuous settlement of Jews in the Italian peninsula. And it's connected with my ongoing relationship with this organization called Kosher Riverboat Cruises, because we'll be, God willing, going to Italy in July. If any of you would like to come with us, please check it out online. The only announcement I'll be making for the date and for the calendar will be online, so please make sure that you visit the website and sign up to get the emails or follow it on social media, whatever you prefer, or just check back frequently, like once every 15 minutes or so, to see if I've released the date. She was known as a high daughter, or in the German, höhere Tochter. It's spelled with an umlaut, so I think you would say Töchter, but my grandmother, Allah Shalom, she always say to my mother, Tochter meine, clearly without the umlaut. Oh, so she was one of the höhere, no, it would be Töchterin, wouldn't it be plural like that? Oh, thank you. Okay, so that saves me from making all kinds of embarrassing mistakes. Höhere Töchter, plural, like Lager would be plural camps, right? Okay, I got it. She was one of the high daughters, meaning she came from a very wealthy, prestigious background. Her extended family include the Goldschmidts. Her mother was a Goldschmidt. A Goldschmidt married a Rothschild. These are all very wealthy families. Unlike many of them, she remained, and her family remained steadfast to the Orthodox tradition. So she was one of those highly acculturated, very wealthy Jewish families who were nevertheless quite punctilious about their Jewish observance. They did not sacrifice their Jewish identity in the 19th century. Fairly rare, especially in a city like Vienna, fairly rare that they retained their Jewish identity and practice even while they were moving really within the highest circles of society. Her family comes from Vienna. She raised in Vienna. Her father came from Pressburg, which we've spoken about at length. It's just down the river from Vienna. She was the eldest of two children. She had a younger brother. There were two daughters born before her who did not survive to adulthood. All of these things may come together, perhaps if we had a psychoanalytic background, to look at the kind of complications that arose when her father went into a serious illness. One thing that I think we should point out is that she harbored a certain amount of resentment for her younger brother, who received all of the privileges of a high education that she did not necessarily receive. There was definitely a gender disparity that was attached to the educational pedagogy that each of them received, and her brother, who ultimately became a successful lawyer, really was the beneficiary of much more formal schooling. She nevertheless was an incredibly intelligent woman. We have some phenomenal testimony, a very detailed testimony from Josef Breuer, who indicates that even in her early 20s, she was fluent in English and French and Italian, and then she also developed very strong Hebrew skills, Yiddish skills, as we shall see. She actually translated from Yiddish into German, so it's really a very, and then she had a very high literary sensibility as well, published significant things during her lifetime. This is a picture of her in the 1880s, right at the height of her psychological problems. In fact, this picture was taken when she was at one of these sanatoria for wealthy people, where they were sort of like, it was not an asylum, like where people were locked down with all kinds of cruel conditions, but they were kind of like, there was like a grounds, and the rich and the noble who had family with psychological difficulties would send their patients, clients, to these places where they would often have separate cottages on the large grounds, and they would be cared for by caretakers of various types. Here she is in her riding gear while she was actually in a sanatorium. So what is the story with her mental illness? It happens quite early on in her life, and she was treated by this man, Josef Breuer, who is the grandfather, if not the father, of psychoanalysis. Basically, her family went to a particular location for a vacation, and her father, who was then in his 50s, fell into an illness that over the space of 6 months did not abate, and in fact he eventually passed away from that illness. She was her father's primary nurse at the time. She was 21 years old, and she was very attached to her father, but as his illness failed to resolve, and her circadian rhythm was completely turned upside down. She would spend the entire night by her father's bedside and then daytime sleeping. She began to develop a series of psychological tics, physiological representations of her illness, which are clinically described at great length in a book by Josef Breuer, who ended up treating her. Some of those physiological manifestations of her psychological distress were really quite alarming. For example, her right hand turned outside and she could not bend her elbow. She developed very painful clenching spasms in her jaw and could not speak properly for a while. Then, at one point, she lost the ability to speak German at night, German, her native language. She would only speak in English, which proved to be very difficult for the caretakers who could not speak English with her. A whole host of these really bizarre kind of physical, psychological manifestations of a deep-seated disorder, which was obviously connected to her father's illness. At one point, towards the end of her father's illness, they actually insisted that she not spend any time with her father. They separated them. And in fact, when he passed away and was buried, they didn't even tell her. That's an indication of just how far she was along that particular path. They brought in a family friend, the doctor here, a medical doctor, who would visit her daily. They actually were associated with each other. The families knew each other in Vienna. Freud also was a contemporary of Pappenheim's, and in fact writes about her in complete violation of HIPAA laws today to his fiancée, even though she was nominally, protected by confidentiality agreements. It was an open secret that she was a patient of Dr. Breuer. It was hardly hidden. But what Breuer did with her was rather different. They spent many hours every day talking through her problems, which was something that was rather quite novel, and as you can see, of course, the genesis of psychoanalysis. Some of the more challenging research on Pappenheim argues that, in fact, it wasn't Breuer and it wasn't his student Freud who invented psychoanalysis. It was, in fact, Bertha Pappenheim who invented it and created it and pioneered it. Breuer just kind of picked up on it. But what kind of things would happen in this talking cure? So, for example, she did show certain signs of anorexia nervosa, lost a tremendous amount of weight, would only eat apples and oranges for a certain period of time. She also lost the ability to drink water for some time. And Breuer would talk to her about this, how can a person live without drinking water? And as they're talking and talking and talking, she mentions that once when she was on a train, she was traveling with another one of the Hörertöchter, and she had a glass of water, and the other young woman had a little, one of those pet poodles, somewhat larger than a rat. They're cute, but they're little tiny dogs. And the dog lapped water from Bertha's drinking glass. And the other woman, thought that was so cute and didn't interfere. Bertha was very disturbed by this, and this image kept coming back to her and prevented her from enjoying the glass of water that was in front of her. So in other words, really what they were doing is they were speaking through the problem to find its etiology, to find its roots in her memory, and then once they talk about that memory, then the problem resolved itself, and of course she was able to drink water. This is classic. Again, I'm not a psychologist, but from what little I know of Freudian work, right? You have a person with some kind of psychological disorders. You do this free association. The words come up. You explore the words. You look at the dreams. You find out what is that initial repression that's going on. And once you exercise that repression, then the problem resolves itself. And this was essentially what she did for about 4 years. 2 of them in particular in association with Breuer. The talking cure came to an end when there seemed to be an excessively close relationship between Breuer and Bertha. This was not necessarily reciprocated by the doctor. Again, a classic Freudian thing, transference, right, where the patient falls in love with the doctor. But he came upon her one day where she was going through a hysterical labor, false labor, sympathetic labor, as if she's delivering Dr. Breuer's baby. And at that point, everybody realized this was not a healthy relationship, and so Breuer stopped treating her. She did not recover immediately thereafter. She had 2 more years of really going to sanatoria, trying to work through her issues, but then she managed to clamp down on it in ways that we shall discuss shortly. Breuer published a book based on his experience working with her called Studies in Hysteria. The term hysteria has in itself a fascinating and bizarre history. It's related to the uterus, and it was believed for much of ancient medieval history that when women had psychological illnesses, it's because their uterus traveled up their body and strangled their brain. Just, we laugh about it, but it was widely believed that this was the problem. They actually had manipulation techniques to try and bring the uterus back down and so on. we can tell lots of jokes, but I'm not going to do it because we're going to put this on the internet later. At any rate, any kind of bizarre behavior on the part of women was associated specifically with hysteria, and there are all kinds of behaviors associated with it, fainting and being over melodramatic and things like that. So in his book, Studies in Hysteria, he really treated her as if she was experiencing this kind of disorder, and he described how the talking cure worked and how, in fact, women could be effectively treated as a result. Sigmund Freud was completely taken with this book. It was a landmark book, and it formed the nucleus of his theories of psychoanalysis, all going back to Anna O. Of course, Breuer did not mention Pappenheim's name. She's a prominent woman from a wealthy family. He did not mention her name. He referred to her throughout as Anna O. But even though it was an open secret among the Jews of Vienna who this Anna O was, because it was published in 1895, when she would have been about 35 years old, in 1953, some of the papers were released, and she was officially outed as actually being Anna O. Okay, now that's all fascinating, and if this was a psych class, we would spend a lot more time talking about it. But look at how many, this was just one circle for the psychology. This is all the stuff she did afterwards, which is, I think, really the story that has not been told. So one aspect of the talking cure, which Breuer thought was absolutely fantastic, was that Bertha had an incredibly fertile imagination, that she was frequently telling these complex and gripping fairy tales that she would make up on the spot. We should understand that fairy tales, as we understand them today, Snow White, Sleeping Beauty, and so on, these are all basically late 19th century German texts that we use, and they are related to the roots of memory and culture in the same way that myth serves that purpose for Greek culture. All of these stories have tremendous, we recognize these stories, and they're lodged in our brains no matter which culture we come from, because they have kind of universal messages, right? Little Red Riding Hood, don't talk to strangers, right? That's the kind of story you tell your kids. You hope they imbibe it, and then they move on from it. So she would make up these stories, many of which she later published under a pseudonym as P. Berthold, which is a rough change of her name from Bertha Pappenheim to Paul Berthold, trying to keep the syllables and the letters reversed. And these were actually quite successful editions of modern fairy tales that had that kind of elemental power of Grimm's fairy tales and the like. She also was very heavily involved in translation as well. So just look at some of the things she wrote. The fairy tales from the Talking Cure, most likely from the Talking Cure themselves, were published when she was already only in her 20s. And then later she wrote, before we really got started, that she took world trips into causes, and she wrote this long descriptions of what she encountered. And many of those travelogues are fascinating because she went to quite dangerous places where no single woman should really be walking about, yet she took those risks for the charges that she felt responsible for. She also wrote poetry and even prayers to be recited at the grave, prayers for her mother, her deceased father, and so on. Really beautiful things that are well included in Dr. Gutmann's work. She also translated heavily, including Mary Wollstonecraft, A Vindication of the Rights of Woman, late 18th century work, which is considered one of the ur-texts, one of the earliest texts of feminism coming out of the French Revolution. But it's interesting because during this time, Bertha Pappenheim was not a feminist in the sense that we would recognize a feminist today. For example, she did not believe that women should get the vote. That was definitely going contrary to most of the suffragettes of the 20th century. She felt that education was far more important than the vote, and having women voting without having the prerequisite of education was simply going to make society decline further. So she put all of her energies into the basic concrete care of women, particularly those who are in populations at risk, and then furthermore into their education, because she felt that that would ultimately benefit society more significantly. She also had, as I mentioned earlier, a very strong attachment to Judaism that was not peripheral to her identity. It's ironic because last week we were talking about Max Nordau, who was such an incredibly important Zionist, and yet he himself had a tenuous relation to the Zionists, to Judaism. Bertha Pappenheim, on the other hand, was definitely very much a believing Jew and a fervent Jew who wished to communicate her sense of Jewish values to others. She translated the classic Yiddish work Tzanarena, which is a 16th century work written in Yiddish, which she considered it's hard to exactly translate what she felt about it. It's called the Weibische Sprach, the women's language, because it was not the language of high culture. Jewish men would either use non-Jewish languages for commerce in the outside world, primarily with, buying and trading in the market, or they would use Hebrew as the language of liturgy and the language of ritual and the language of scholarship. And Yiddish was just, the pidgin language. Was not considered really a language. It was just kind of like an amalgam of various medieval languages all thrown together. It's kind of like, you might say that about Creole or Ebonics, things like that. But definitely in the late 19th century, the socialist Jews in particular reclaimed Yiddish as a bona fide people's language, and she also claimed it as a woman's language, saying that this is the language that is really the true expression of women's concerns. And you can point to a very deep literature on this subject as well. The various tchinos that were written in the 18th century, for example, and 19th century in particular. So Tzanarena was one of these Yiddish texts written primarily for women. It's based on a verse in, I believe, Ecclesiastes, Tzana Ora'ena, Shir Hashirim, thank you. Tzana Ora'ena B'nos Tzion, right? Go out and see, O daughters of Zion. Something like that. And so it's go out and see, meaning go out and learn about Torah. And so it's basically a translation of the weekly parasha together with mixed in midrashim and stories and morals and things like that. And it was a fixed order for many women, pious women, to read the Tzanarena every week, especially on Saturday afternoon. So she translated that into German and made it accessible to another generation. She also translated the memoirs of her ancestor, Glückel of Hameln. She was actually descended from Glückel on more than one part of the family line. Glückel is an amazing woman. If you're on the internet, you can see I've got a fun lecture on her. I really find she's a fascinating individual as well. Here's Bertha Pappenheim. She was so taken with Glückel, who lived in the late 17th and early 18th century, that she actually dressed herself up in Glückel's clothing and had this portrait made. So this is actually Bertha Pappenheim dressed as her ancestor, Glückel of Hameln. Glückel of Hameln, just a quick biographical snippet of who is she. She comes from the city of Hameln in Germany, and towards the end of her life, her children see that she's kind of depressed. She's had a hard life with all kinds of things going wrong. And they say, why don't you spend your day writing down your life story? She says, no, nobody's going to want to read it. So she says, oh, go ahead. So she writes down 7 volumes of her life history. And it's fascinating. It has all the stuff going on with, her businesses, and she was an international businesswoman. She was constantly traveling back and forth in Europe, buying and selling, especially true after her first husband died and she had to take over the business, and also true after her second husband lost the business and she had to build it back up again from zero. And she has, I think, 11 children, maybe it was 14, maybe 11 survived. It was a very large number, and she's constantly worried about their shidduchim, who are they going to marry, and it's an amazing book that gives you a really a ground level view of what life was like for this incredible woman who does not think she is incredible, who just talks about, how she deals with the challenges of life. It's definitely worth reading. It's available in English translation, and I strongly urge you to have a look at it. Get a real sense of not only this woman's life and her personality, but her tremendously deep and abiding faith amidst adversity. It's really a phenomenal work. So anyway, she translated it as well and made a version available in German to the wider public. Fascinating. It is actually at the root of the English translation as well. So those are her literary aspirations. But where she becomes really famous is in her care for exploited populations. Now, it, one of the things that is sad about her life is that the occasion of her mental illness coincided with the most marriageable period of her life. You know, those early 20s. And the symptoms that I've described to you very briefly, they're much longer and much more clinical descriptions of them, would have made her, just even with her wealth and her family background, would have made her perhaps less desirable to many matches. Notwithstanding the fact that she's a highly intelligent woman, or perhaps I should say, perhaps because she was a highly intelligent woman, that also made it difficult for her to find a match. She never married. However, she clearly, and she expressed this explicitly in some of her writings, you know, the deeply cherished wish she had to bear and raise a child was diverted into a much larger scale as she sought to care for hundreds and thousands of lives of young children who did not have who did not have parents. So her first area of activity was with orphanages, and in particular, she worked with an orphanage outside of Frankfurt for Jewish girls. Here's a photograph of some of the children in that particular orphanage at Neu-Eisenberg. She eventually, after volunteering there, she became the director of this, and she had hundreds of charges for several decades as she served at the helm of this institution, and then later on the board of directors when she retired from the position. We should recall that this was a crisis in the status of orphans in Europe, particularly affecting Jews, primarily because it's a period of great economic and demographic upheaval. We've discussed actually in a couple of different classes the context of the pogroms of Ukraine in 1881 to 1884. Most historians, unfortunately, exaggerate the actual devastation of those pogroms in terms of casualties. Those pogroms were not characterized by large numbers of deaths. In fact, reasonable estimates put the number of deaths over 4 years, 3 years of pogroms, to less than 100. That's a tiny number, even compared to, let's say, the pogroms of 1919, which we've basically forgotten about because of the Holocaust. But it's small in terms of the actual number of Jews that were killed. How it is very large, however, is the fact that these pogroms went on for so long, 3 years, within the Russian state, and the Russian government was unwilling and or unable to actually quell the violence. There's a lot of research that indicates that although there was significant anti-Semitism at the higher levels of nobility, right up to Tsar Nicholas II, for example, there's no real advantage for the Russian Empire to tolerate mob violence. It just leads to more insurrection and could ultimately, and did in fact, lead to revolution. So the Tsars, even if they wanted to, they could not hold back the violence against Jews. Some communities were attacked multiple times, especially those along the railway routes, because people would simply ride the rails and jump off at a given station, attack the local Jewish village, and then move on to another station and so on. And this could happen, you know, especially when the weather was warm, multiple times in a single season. So what ended up happening is that Jews said, you know what? We cannot rely on Russia to protect us. You know, Jews are accustomed, unfortunately, to communal violence, but we always also rely on the basic law and order rule of the government. If the government has abdicated its defense of minorities, then Jews simply decide they've got to depart. So that's what really triggered this huge wave of migration to America and other countries after 1881, and the population movement and migration and the displacement, especially on a gender basis, of men from these communities, because quite often the men would go to America and try to make their way, and like my grandfather, Allah Shalom, that came to Canada and made his way and then sent back for his wife and brought her to Canada. But many times the men came to America and they forgot about their wives, intentionally or otherwise, leaving their wives as agunot, as chained women, unable to marry, back in Europe. The first real modern instance of the aguna crisis was in the 1880s, and it's also a cause that Bertha Pappenheim fought against actively. But you've got all these women and unprotected minors in Eastern Europe, and they're flooding the borders, trying to make it out of Russia into Western countries. This creates a tremendous number of orphans that just gets worse with every wave of pogroms. And there were very significant waves in 1903 and 1905. And of course, then you had World War I from 1914 to 1918, and the more and more unprotected minors coming into the country. Austria is the first Western country on the way out of Russia, and so as a result, a lot of Jewish kids needed some sheltering. So when she established these orphanages, she set down some pretty significant rules about how the orphanages were to be run. And reading them even today, at the beginning of the 21st century, they sound like quite enlightened rules. Like, for example, she granted the children tremendous degree of autonomy. She absolutely forbade any corporal punishment, which is unusual. We're talking now punishment. I had corporal punishment in the 1970s. Maybe some of you remember what that was like. My knuckles hurt from the slapping I got from yardsticks. But she said absolutely no corporal punishment, and she enforced that she would not allow anyone to work on her grounds if they had ever where they committed an infraction of that rule. She also insisted on structure and order for the kids. They had to have regular classes, which was, again, this is a period where you don't even have universal public education, and she's demanding universal education for her charges. The children were all to be involved in the organization of the home. They had to participate in the maintenance of the home, and she regulated the amount of luxuries. Even when she built the actual physical sites of some of these orphanages, she dictated there should not be, for example, running water in each of the bedrooms, because she didn't want the children to grow up thinking that life was a hotel, that you had water right at hand. They had to have communal bathrooms, communal sinks, and things like that. So she actually had a very, I'm not an expert in this area, but it seems to me a very forward-looking kind of view as to how these things work. She also insisted on a spiritual and cultural component, which were actually very dear to herself as well. On Tuesday nights, every week, she would join her young charges in a cultural event. She would go to the home. They would sometimes go out to see plays or hear concerts or read poetry, but they would have specific content that she shared and actively. And of course, Friday night was Shabbat, and she very much enjoyed being surrounded by the orphans on a Friday night for the traditional dinner. So we know a lot about her. The rhythm of her life was dictated by her experience at the orphanage. Her life and her activity sort of followed a trajectory of greater care for more and more attenuated populations. The next thing she was really involved with was called Weibliche Fürsorge, which means women's care for themselves, or care by women. And this was the first European organization for Jewish women that was completely independent of any other organization. She established it in 1802. Here she is, second from the left. Even looking at some of her confreres, she seems to stand out with a certain aura of aristocracy, I think, in her bearing and in her dress and so on. She was very particular about all kinds of things. Like, she was really very enthusiastic about things like lace. I don't even know, the word apparently is natting, Natting. That's the verb for making lace, right? You nat lace with a bob. I have no idea what that looks like, but that was apparently a really big thing, and she was so much into it, and she used to collect lace and things like that. But you get that impression from her in this kind of image here. So she established this because she was asked by B'nai B'rith to establish a women's auxiliary, and she says, I'm not interested in creating an auxiliary of anything. This was completely standalone, and in fact was the model for German women's associations that followed her, later, of course, outstripping her in their size, but nevertheless, she was the original person who thought this up. This extended her work to children to women as a whole, not just to children, but later to women, and occupied with the kinds of things that women may not have found were met in their society. This is essentially a kind of a social work, as we shall see. It grew tremendously. By 1922, that's 20 years later, 200 branches with 30,000 members across Germany, and with sister organizations in England and France and so on. I actually saw some much larger numbers, but I couldn't find them when I was putting together the lecture. I think it grew as much as 40,000 members somewhere thereafter. Now, it's fascinating. Most of the things that she did in this Weibliche Fürsorge is basically helping women through crises, like especially if they were unprotected. Let's say an unwed mother who needs to find some kind of shelter, some kind of medical care for her child, and she has no education, and she has, no time away from the kind of piecework that she's doing in a factory or something like that. So Weibliche Fürsorge would make sure that there were women who would provide childcare while she went to this office or that office to get whatever benefit, that they would set her up with the appropriate shelter. They would find for her advocates, find for her teachers, find for her training. It's kind of like the auxiliary stuff that social workers do before social work was invented. This is what she was essentially creating out of nothing in Germany. She felt, however, that there were some aspects of what eventually would grow out of her activity that were incorrect. She felt that this should be an unpaid profession, meaning social workers should not be paid. My wife's a social worker, and I can say, yeah, they still aren't, but there is the idea of professionalizing social work, meaning there are certain institutional values and standards of social work, ideas of confidentiality, ideas of process, ideas of giving autonomy to your charges and things like that my wife trained in at ROTHSCHILD School of Social Work up the street at Yeshiva University, or as they used to call me, and all my friends at the time, ROTHSCHILD widowers, because our wives would go and study all day and we were left with the kids, which is, what it was like. But it was a fun time, I have to say. At any rate, she felt that social work should be something that should be undertaken by women without remuneration, which of course made it exclusive only to those women who had sufficient means to engage in that kind of activity on a volunteer basis, which right away was a very small segment of society. And even in her own day, she eventually relented and would begin to hire professionally trained and paid social workers in place of essentially her friends from her network. I have one more thought. This is, by the way, a very significant problem that is the ironic success of feminism in the 20th and early 21st century, is that as women receive more opportunities in the secular world, in the world of education, the world of work, and so on, voluntarism declines, because we didn't realize how much we are really reliant on women's unpaid volunteer labor to make the whole system run. And all kinds of things in society are based on women's unpaid work. And when women decide to go and work for money, work for pay, then you lose all of that free labor and you have to find a new way to recreate it. I just saw an article in the forward about this even yesterday. So she was at the beginning of this phenomenon that we have not yet solved as a Jewish people. It was also at this time that she began to experience what would be characteristic of the feminist movement as well, and particularly Jewish feminists. And to put it in anachronistic terms, anti-Semitism on the left. Because one of the things that Jewish feminists have found generation after generation is that their interests in terms of gender often coincide with other groups that share those interests, but they have other values which clash quite ferociously. So in other words, let's say Arab women and Jewish women are both concerned with issues like equal pay for equal work, or Family Medical Leave Act and things like that. But then if they start talking about the Middle East, they're going to be at each other's throats. Maybe that's a bit of an exaggeration, but not so far off. The Women's March that we had here in Washington last year, of course, was it early in the year? I'm not sure. No, I guess it was last year. That was also one of those occasions where some of the most prominent figures leading the march are also in favor of things like BDS, which alienates Jewish participants in the march who may feel that they have a lot in common with their sisters in this particular overall goal, but at the same time they very much vehemently disagree with them on other goals. So this is the kind of thing that she began to experience over and over again in Weimar, Germany in particular, as nationalism began to grow and German women began to celebrate the idea of the folk, right? The German values, specifically German values that excluded Jews, even if they lived in Germany for 1,000 years. And the Jewish women are saying, hey, we're with you on all 6 of these things, but these other 4 things are completely anathema to us. And so this is an ongoing struggle that she had. She was often snubbed and hated by organizations that had borrowed from her intellectually and administratively, and then later, as they became more Nazified, they distanced themselves from her. An ongoing struggle she had as a leader of this movement. Now, this is where I find her work is absolutely incredible and beyond belief. She created something called the Jüdische Frauenbund. And excuse me, I think I associated this with Weibische Fürsorge, but it was here that she created the Frauenbund. She was invited to create the B'nai B'rith Women's Auxiliary, which, as you can see in the name itself, implies that B'nai B'rith is the real thing. Oh, and this women's thing is kind of like, it's on the side. And she didn't want to create anything that was on the side, that was subservient to a larger movement. Even though she may have agreed with the B'nai B'rith agenda, she didn't want to be the auxiliary. So she created this independent organization, the Jewish Women's League, in 1904, that had an incredibly wide impact. Perhaps one of the most significant areas is she began to, in this organization, you can see the sort of trajectory from taking care of Jewish orphans, female orphans, and moving on to Jewish women as a whole, and then here in the Frauenbund, really engaged in political activity and international campaigning for Jews as women, at the same time women as Jews. Really, at the same time, looking at both of those series of values and priorities. I mentioned that she opposed the suffragette movement, but I think one of the most fascinating aspects of her life was in her campaign against human trafficking. I will remind you that one of the prominent aspects of the Jewish experience at the beginning of the 19th century was this demographic upheaval that was a result of the pogrom waves that were sweeping Eastern Europe. And so you have lots of young women, unprotected minors, who are finding themselves in uncertain circumstances in the West. And unfortunately, many Jewish women were brought into prostitution as a result. They would, you'd have, imagine, let's say a 16-year-old girl, possibly her parents killed in a pogrom, certainly impoverished, and a procurer who may also have been Jewish says, hey, we have work for young Jewish women in Buenos Aires or in New York or in Hamburg, and they would say, just come with us and we will, set you up in a job over there. You'll be able to send money home, things like that. And these young, impressionable girls, sometimes without the permission of their families, maybe without families altogether, get on these trains and they suddenly find themselves involved in this illicit trade. This absolutely horrible, scandalous kind of story. Plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose. This was called at the time white slavery, a term that I'm not so happy with because, it is slavery. It's definitely an enslavement, but I just don't like the word white added to it. It implies that it's somehow different than black slavery, and I'm not sure that would be appropriate. I prefer the term human trafficking, which I think is more au courant today. At any rate, She's used her organization, the Jüdische Frauenbund, to mobilize women to go down to the places where some of these runaway girls, sometimes in the hands of their captors, would disembark from trains or from boats, and they would actively present them with alternatives, and they would pull them aside and say, excuse me, you look like you're not from around here, who are you with, why are you here? We have a halfway house. She set up a network of these halfway houses to take in these women, again with the same kind of principles that she employed in the orphanages, giving them tremendous respect and autonomy, but giving them a chance to earn a decent and respectable trade rather than rely on their bodies. This is one of these posters from the era that talks about a warning for runaway girls, right? Many women, just like their brothers or their boyfriends, may have been searching for a better life in the new world and thinking that all they had to do was get on a boat and everything would be taken care of. You know, even my own grandmother, Allahu Shalom, she went at the age of 19 to Montreal. Thank God, she had older brothers who were already waiting to meet her and things like that. But she refused to go with anybody else. She wanted to go because she was a very independent-minded woman. She wanted to go on her own. She happened to meet on the boat my Zaidi, for whom I am named, so it all worked out okay. But it's not something that I would recommend for my own daughters, But nevertheless, not that I could stop them from doing whatever they want anyways. So she was very big into trying to stop the human trafficking trade. So I talked about the reason why there were so many of these girls. In fact, the statistics indicate there were thousands of them arriving in Argentina in 1903 and 1909, which were key years for this. Pappenheim, she actually got on a boat and traveled to the sources of the problem in Eastern Europe, in Constantinople, Turkey, in Israel. That was not actually the source of the problem, but that was part of her route as a whole. In Cairo. And she went into these houses of ill repute, and she stood toe-to-toe to the people in charge there and tried to find out if there were any girls that she could remove from there. And she challenged them on the spot. Absolutely incredible, mind-boggling things. One of the most moving passages I read about her trips in this nature was when she went to Cairo, and she spoke to the women working in one of these places. She described for them the kind of options that they would have if they wanted to leave. And there was one woman there that didn't speak, an Arab woman, and afterwards the translator approached Pappenheim and said to her that this woman that listened to her the whole time told her to give Pappenheim a blessing, saying that God should bless her because she is the only woman who has walked into that house to speak to them about their welfare. It's an amazing thing that such a Kiddush Hashem under such horrible circumstances. A very heroic woman indeed. Now, one of the things that got her into trouble is that she felt so passionate about the need to stop this that she actually organized international conferences dedicated to the topic of white slavery. Can you imagine the title? International Jewish Women's Conference Against White Slavery. Right? Now, that's not necessarily something that a local community would be proud to have publicized, and so she actually received a lot of opposition from the rabbinate, who said you may not have this kind of open conference, open to the media, where people can talk about Jews in white slavery. And so she pushed back against them just as hard and did hold those conferences, but it was definitely, she was a controversial figure in her day for that particular stance. Towards the end of her life, she found herself retiring more and more from her duties in the orphanage and with the Jüdische Frauenbund. She stepped back from the leadership role to the board of directors, although at one point she did offer to come back because she was a little bit afraid that perhaps the movement was losing steam just when the threats against Jewish women was ratcheting up to such a high level under the Nazis. One of the policies that she began to change at this time was something I didn't mention earlier. She was actually an opponent to Zionism. She did not believe that Zionism was the cure for the ills that faced the Jewish people, and she consistently advised her charges not to emigrate to Palestine. She did have a very lively ongoing debate with Martin Buber, who is some 10, 20 years her junior, but they had a very active correspondence on issues of literary questions, philosophy, and Zionism, and she consistently maintained that, Palestine is a pipe dream. It's never going to be a state belonging to the Jews, and we have all this civilization here. We have our population base here. This is where we should be developing Jewish life. But under the Nazis, after 1933, she began to see that this position was wrong-headed. And she began to counsel her charges in the orphanage and the various women that have made their way to her halfway homes that they should, in fact, consider emigrating to Israel if they had that option. So she began to slowly shepherd them out of Israel. Some of the most moving descriptions of the last blessings that she would give these young charges, placing both her hands on their heads and pronouncing a blessing on them to live in health in Palestine, made a huge difference for many of them, and they carried that with them the rest of their lives. The Jüdische Frauenbund, the Jewish Women's League that she had formed at this point, was completely excoriated by the various other Jewish women's groups. This is not an anti-Semitism on the left anymore, because not the Jewish women's groups, the German women's groups. At this point, the German women's groups were all completely co-opted by the Nazis, and also completely subservient to Hitler's threefold prescription for women in Germany, which was, I'm not sure if I get it in the right order, Kirche, Kinder, and Küche, right? Church, the children, and the kitchen, right? I'm not sure, what is the order? Is it Kirche, Küche, Kinder? I'm not very big on Nazism, but that's this is the kind of like anti-feminist modality that was so, cherished to Hitler. The other women's groups began to adopt it. The Jüdische Frauenbund, of course, would have none of it, but that was not the only reason they were snubbed. She was slowly dying of cancer when she was finally summoned to the Gestapo at age 77 and subject to a grueling interview. The people who accompanied her to Gestapo headquarters noted that she remarked on the way about the weather and about the flowers, and she was still very much an aesthetically involved woman, but she did not leave that interview unchanged. Her health deteriorated, and within a short while, she actually passed away. So we consider the legacy of this remarkable woman. It is such a distortion of the historical record that this is a woman who did so much for the Jewish people, and in particular for Jewish women and for Jewish children who were so threatened by the multiple challenges of the 20th century, that all we remember of her, if we remember anything at all, is her mental illness that she suffered in her 1920s, which incidentally showed no signs of coming back for the rest of her life. It's as if she had decided that she was cured and she left all of it behind. She may have had certain, quirks, eccentricities, but, my entire family has quirks and eccentricities. She's a woman who was very devoted to her cause, and she put herself on that straight and narrow all the way through for the benefit of her charges for the rest of her life. The Nazis, of course, did everything they could to destroy her legacy, including evicting all of the orphans from the orphanage in Neu-Isenburg and burning it to the ground on Kristallnacht. But nevertheless, they could not erase her memory, and in fact, in 1954, it's too bad that I didn't include it here. In 1954, the West German government issued a stamp in her honor with her profile with the caption, Bertha Pappenheim, Helper of Humanity. So with that, I'd like to close our Fall 2018 series. I really appreciate your presence here tonight and every night, and I look forward to speaking with you again, God willing, about the Jews of Italy in the spring.
So I had somebody hit me up one time, and they were talking about how there's a weird percentage that insurance companies do whether your house could catch on fire, right? And fire insurance, stuff like that. It's brutal in California now. You can't get fire insurance. She was telling me.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Last week I had the distinct pleasure of speaking to a Sheva Brachas gathering. This is part of the post-wedding festivities that are common in observant Jewish communities. I was invited to speak on a historical topic by Mr. Saul Friedman, a friend of mine who is a very enthusiastic student of Jewish history. And although it was unusual, as he is somewhat, nonconformist in many of his ways, I accepted the offer and I actually had a really good time. This is an abbreviated version of that talk, which was specifically designed to give a very broad and rapid overview of the historical experience of Hungarian Jewry. The Friedmans, like many Hungarian Jewish families, have demonstrated a remarkable resilience in the post-Holocaust era. They have demonstrated phenomenal attachment, ferocious attachment to Jewish tradition, especially in Brooklyn, as we shall see. And so I wanted to give the young couple a sense of where they come from historically within the space of a very brief amount of time, and especially as everyone waited for dessert. So let's have a very quick look at the experience of the Jews of Hungary. When did the Jews first come to Hungary? Well, apparently the earliest archaeological remnants we have of Hungarian Jews stem from the Roman Jewish community. As you can see in this map, a large number of Jews made their way to the Italian peninsula, in particular to the city of Rome, already before the Common Era. There are references, for example, in the year 59 to Jewish communities being active there and so on. And some of the great Roman writers refer to Jews. But by the time you get to the first century, there is a massive influx of Jews after the disastrous Roman-Jewish War, in which perhaps tens or even over 100,000 Jews were taken in slave ships to work in the Roman Jewish capital. And then we begin to see Jews making their way into Roman society in a very positive way. Actually, many of them, of course, retained citizenship from before the war era. And by the time we get to the second century, we already see Jews moving with Roman soldiers, as Roman soldiers, apparently, to Hungary. So if you have a look at this unusual example, which dates from roughly the year 200, it's some kind of strange memorial stone. I hesitate to call it a gravestone because it seems that the figures displayed there are all alive, or at least the purchaser of the stone is alive, and it describes a soldier named Germanius Valens with his wife Bracha, clearly a very Jewish name. He's also portrayed with his mother-in-law, another strong indication that he's probably Jewish, and their 4- and 2-year-old daughters. The middle register of this particular stone also demonstrates a sacrificial scene, but although it's hard to parse out exactly what this stone means, it is an indication, along with several other pieces that are roughly of the same era, that there were Jews already making their way into Hungary with Romans. By the time we get to the end of the first millennium, we know that there are significant numbers of Jews already in the 11th century. Several records of settlements have been preserved, and the Jews had some significant economic successes. As we see, the same kind of pattern happening elsewhere in the European continent. Jews are sometimes caught between the nobility and the kings, primarily because of their economic productivity and the designs on the profits that can be gained by taxing them. And in general, they are protected by the kings. There is a significant downturn in the Jewish community in Hungarian lands in the 14th century after the Black Death, when there is a rash of anti-Jewish persecution, as Jews were thought to somehow be responsible for the plague, and also the related blood libels. There was one not too far from Hungary in Tyrnau in 1494 that resulted in 16 Jews horribly being burned at the stake. Pogroms followed, debts to Jews were canceled, and the Jewish community suffered a significant downturn in the 15th century. But speaking of Tyrnau, one of the most interesting kind of legends that relate to the Jews of Hungary is something that's associated with Rabbi Yitzhak Isaac of Tyrnau, who wrote an important Sefer HaMinhagim, a book of customs that gives us some sense of the actual practices of East Central European Jewry at this time. According to the legend, the Hungarian crown prince fell in love with his beautiful daughter, who was known for her intelligence and for her wisdom and things like that. And so he actually gave up the throne and traveled to study with some Sephardic rabbis in order to convert to Judaism. And ultimately, he came back and he married her. He lived under an assumed new Jewish identity until ultimately his identity was betrayed and the church demanded that he recant. According to the legend, about which we don't have a lot of other sources, he refused and he was burned at the stake for his love. Fascinating kind of story. At any rate, by the time we get to the 16th century, Hungary comes under the Ottoman Turks. That is the Muslim forces that swept over much of the region and began to penetrate into East Central lands. At that time, Sephardim were actually attracted to the region of Hungary, particularly in the city of Buda, and because this is the era when the Spanish Inquisition had begun, and the expulsion, of course, of 1492 sent a lot of Jews literally adrift in the Mediterranean Sea, and the Ottoman Turks actually welcomed them, laughing at the Spanish king and queen, Ferdinand and Isabella, for releasing such valuable human resources into the orbit of Constantinople. So there are a lot of Jews that come from the highly educated Spanish and Portuguese lands to Hungary at this point. One of the most important leaders of the 17th century is Rabbi Ephraim Cohen, who wrote the Shar Ephraim, a very influential work. Ultimately, the Ottomans are driven back, and the Habsburgs who come in are subject to some anti-Semitic pressures, but nevertheless, Jews are, as we saw in the High Middle Ages, largely protected, granted autonomy, and they have a relatively secure lifestyle by the time we get to the 17th century, protected by kings. When we move to the 19th century, we see an era of tremendous change. And have a look at this graph here, which shows you the tremendous population explosion of Jews in Hungary, from 11,600 in 1735 to almost 1 million in 1910. And there are several reasons for this. One reason is in-migration, and I'll have a closer look at that in just a second. Second is natural growth. And third, very relevant to our own times with COVID-19, is the smallpox vaccine is circulating, and that contributes significantly to a reduction in infant mortality, which is especially important for Jews in urban environments, and they're relatively vaccination as a way to protect. The growing divide between the urban and the rural cultures of the Jews, the former tending to be much more modernizing in nature, and the latter being much more traditionalist. We're going to see that very clearly in a second. Nevertheless, in the 19th century, particularly in the city that would come to be known as Budapest, that is both sides of the Danube River, there would be a remarkable explosion of Jews into the professions as they begin to gain incremental rights in education and in political and social movement. Have a look at this chart here, which shows you the percentage of Jews in several professions in the beginning of the 20th century. 50% of merchants were Jews, but also the 49% of doctors. Very significant penetration given the much smaller percentage, that far out from their percentage in the urban population, especially in large cities like Budapest. The traditionalists, on the other hand, were championed in particular by Rabbi Moshe Schreiber, known more popularly by his nom de plume, the Chassam Sofer, who lived just a little bit upriver. He was especially associated with the city of Pressburg, now known as Bratislava. The Chassam Sofer was arguably the most prominent defender of the traditionalist viewpoint, and at one point he famously made a pun on a passage which in its original context refers to the consumption of the new harvest of wheat, but he said it with a rather different intonation. The phrase, of course, in the Hebrew is Chadash Asur Min Torah. The new wheat is forbidden by the Torah, but the word wheat is omitted in the original. So in other words, he was saying the new is forbidden by the Torah, meaning anything new is ipso facto forbidden by the Torah. Now that's, of course, an exaggeration. In many ways, the Chassam Sofer was, for example, very pro-science. I mentioned earlier the vaccinations, things like that. But he was nevertheless very much against any innovations which would threaten the traditional fabric of observant Jewish society. And now, it's important to note that when we think about the populations in Hungary, there are very, very distinct and remarkable differences between them. So if you look at this map here of Hungary, that comes from the Encyclopedia Judaica, you can see that there's a major center in Budapest where you have the Magyar Jews. That is, those Jews who believe that the best way for Jews to accommodate modernity is to essentially align themselves with the Hungarian nation. That is, remember that this is a highly multi-ethnic region with German-speaking Austrians and with Romanians, Poles, Ukrainians, and all kinds of other peoples living here. The Hungarian nationality, known as the Magyars, were concentrated in Budapest, and there were a lot of Jews there who felt that that was the best way for them to move forward, was to identify with the Magyars in particular. The second major thing to think about is in-migration from two other lands. The Danube River is certainly the most important waterway that cuts through the country of Hungary, and you can see that sort of swoops down from the upper left and then makes a dramatic turn to the south through Budapest. So you have a number of Jews who are coming from the region which on this map is Czechoslovakia, but back then it would have been Austria and Germany. And you have another group of Jews coming from the northeast, in particular Poland. Here on this map it says Poland and USSR, but during the period discussed, it would have been the Russian Empire. And there was a region in the middle which was actually closed to Jewish settlement before 1840. That's roughly shown by this gray circle considered in the top part of Hungary. First of all, you have the Oberlanders, the uplanders, that is because they're coming upriver along the Danube. And these are Chassam Sofer, and also a little bit further away, Rabbi Samson Raphael Hirsch, who would be representative more of the neo-Orthodox movement. That is, these are Jews who consider themselves more within the Germanic orbit of thought. They are German speakers by and large, and they are more open to some degrees to westernization, but clearly within a traditional Lithuanian Talmudic sort of way of thinking. But on the other side, on the east, you have the Unterlanders. Here you have a tremendous number of Polish Hasidim moving into northeastern Hungary. They are primarily Yiddish speakers, far more traditionalist in their orientation, and that creates a very, very different kind of population. We have three distinct populations. Now, if you think about the relative numbers, have a look at this map, which shows you the relative density of the Jewish population. You can see that circled in the middle there is a high density of population in the city of Budapest itself, but a much thinner number of Jews of the Oberlanders, that is the more Germanic-speaking Jews in the northwest, and then that massive block of Hasidic Jewry, incidentally, the heartland of modern Hungarian Hasidim in America as well, including the Friedman family and their descendants. They are off in the northeast, as you can see there. And that's really where we have the bulk of the population and the sort of and the geographic center of gravity for Hungarian Jewry. The interwar period showed many signs, like many other countries in East Central Europe, of impending doom for the Jews of Hungary. There's a lot of legislative anti-Semitism that begins, such as numerous clauses that is applied to universities in 1920 that is severely restricting the number of Jewish students who are allowed to be present in classes. A number of discriminatory pieces of legislation, such as the first Jewish law of 1938, draw boundaries around where Hungarian Jews are allowed to participate in larger society. And of course, during the war period, there are numerous massacres that begin, especially in 1941. This rather dramatic art installation is on the Danube River, and it is a series of kind of like bronzed shoes that represent many Jews who were literally thrown into the Danube River by fascists to be drowned to death, sometimes tied together with one of them being shot so that they would save ammunition. It's a rather moving, permanent installation there that I had the distinct privilege of visiting when I was there most recently. The government, however, like many other East Central European governments who were allied with the Nazis, resisted the deportation of Jews who were Hungarian citizens. This is a rather, interesting phenomenon that you see in several different parts of Nazi-allied countries, where Jews who are considered to be part of the country proper, although they are exposed to anti-Semitic legislation, they are nevertheless protected from the worst depredations of Nazism. And this is not the case with migrant populations, refugee populations of Jews who find themselves inside the country. This changes in March of 1944 when the Nazis, who are clearly dissatisfied with the progress that Hungarians have made in enforcing Nazi demands on deportation of Jews, they finally take over the country in March of 1944, and they impose those restrictions themselves. Here you see the massive wave of deportations from Hungarian ghettos in 1944. This map is from the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum, and it is at the very, very end of the war when you see the true evil of the Nazi regime, because they diverted so many of their valuable resources away from the war effort in order to try and capture as many Jews as possible and to swallow them up in the maw known as Auschwitz. Almost 500,000 Jews are ghettoized in April of 1944, and the deportations begin almost immediately thereafter. There are some remarkable efforts by outside parties to rescue Hungarian Jewry at this late date. The so-called Blut für Ware, or the Blood for Goods plan, in which the Nazis were literally bribed. The Jews were actually purchased in exchange for goods. Some 3,500 Jews were rescued in this manner, but it could not be scaled up in time to save a much larger population. In the end, when you look at the overall statistics, about 565,000 Hungarian Jews were murdered, or Jews who were in Hungary between 1920 and 1945. But not all of them were Hungarian citizens, and about 260,000 were able to survive the war. But as I mentioned at the outset of this video, the Hungarian Jews showed remarkable resilience, particularly those in the diaspora. I was not able to confirm the veracity of this journalistic report that Brooklyn is the biggest Hungarian city outside Budapest, but you know what? It certainly could be. There is a really large and powerful and vibrant Hungarian Jewish community, particularly in Brooklyn, and it testifies to the strength of the Hungarian Jewish spirit. We know that by 1900, there are over 31,000 Hungarian-born immigrants in New York, and about 70% of those are Jewish. And just a decade later, there were 78 Hungarian Jewish self-help organizations, which really says a lot about what this community values and who they are and why they have become so strong today. So that's it for my very quick survey of Hungarian Jewry. There's obviously a lot more to say about the vibrancy of Jewish life in contemporary Hungary, and I hope to say more about that when I get there, God willing, later this year with the Ashkenazian project. But for the time being, I want to wish a mazel tov to the young couple and give them my blessing that they should be zocha to build up Bayis Ne'eman Israel. And for everybody else, thank you very much for watching.
That give us technology. I mean, it goes back to what we talked before about, Everberg and, that whole thing. What I think it was Eisenhower made a deal. And I talked to the judges, and that's where the missing 401 comes from. All the people go disappear in force.
Hello, students, and welcome to History 155. This is a bold, experimental new version of an online course, which I like to call Surviving Jewish History. Your assignment, should you choose to accept it, is to survive this course. And of course, we're thinking on a much larger level that in reality you are to survive all possible challenges to Jewish existence. That is the fundamental meaning of this course, which goes far beyond the few sessions that we will share together online. Basically, it works like this. Students in this course will encounter a series of existential challenges which mirror the existential challenges that Jews faced in prior epochs. In each one of those challenges, you'll be given some of the tools to decipher how you would have survived that particular scenario and complexity of circumstances in that particular historical period. And then you'll be required in an open-ended discussion forum to discuss with other students your strategies for survival under those conditions. I'm going to provide you in this course with 7 basic rules of Jewish survival that will be explained in a separate video and separate reading, so you have those things at your hand. But using those 7 basic tools of Jewish survival, you are to create a strategy for survival that may describe the actual strategy that worked in previous generations, or maybe a bold new strategy. At the same time, I would like you to comment on how that may affect contemporary situations, because, as they say, plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose. The more it changes, the more it stays the same. The very same crises that Jews experienced in previous generations are also quite prevalent even in our own generation. For participating in each of those discussion fora, centering on those existential challenges, you'll have the opportunity to communicate with other students and earn 4 survival points. 4 survival points are necessary to survive each one of the levels of the 12 existential challenges that we put to you in this course. I know many of you are thinking about the grade. I'm thinking about survival. Survival is really much more important, but those 2 things translate. So if you survive all of the levels, which means 12 levels, 4 points per level, then you will get an A-. If you want to get that A, we need at least 1 scholarly and creative contribution point, and I'll describe in a separate video what those are and how you can get them. But if you get 49 levels, a very significant number in Jewish thought, if you get 49 points through the 12 levels, then you'll get the A. If you get only 48 levels, which means you survived by the skin of your teeth, then you get an A-. And then so on, how many levels you survive all the way down to, unfortunately, the sad lack of survival, which is also a potential reality. That's how we're going to grade the course. But basically, this is going to be an opportunity for us as a learning community to come together and to examine again those moments of existential crisis that the Jews experienced through their millennial history, to re-examine them from the light of a 21st century perspective and try to shed some new illumination on strategy survival that may affect us even in the present day. I'm really excited to be with you on this journey, and I hope that you find the course extremely meaningful. Let me take this moment as well to give you a quick introduction to myself. You're going to see a lot more of me in this course because I've got all of these lectures online, and I regret that we don't have so much opportunity to interact face-to-face in an online environment, but survival is the key, and we'll use whatever tools we have at our disposal. So my current position is I'm a dean at the Lander College of Arts and Sciences in the holy city of Brooklyn, New York. My background is, of course, in Jewish history. I wrote my first book on the history of the Jews of Ukraine, and then I moved into art history and intellectual history. My most recent book is on the Hasidic thought of the Piaseczna Rebbe in 20th century Poland, and I have a couple of things on that subject. I'm from Canada originally, and I was educated at the University of Toronto, and I had the great privilege of studying in some fantastic yeshivos, most notably Or Sameach in Yerushalayim, Muncie, and Toronto, and of course in many great universities as well. I had postdoctoral fellowships at Cornell, Oxford, Harvard, and the Hebrew University of Jerusalem. I think that's really all I got to say right now. I'm really excited that you're with me in this particular course. Contact me anytime, specifically by email is probably the best way to reach me, or call into the office. I would love to speak with you anytime you have any questions about the course or related materials. Just call in and set an appointment, and I'll make some time for you. Okay? Good luck surviving. This is going to be a really important course. We're going to change the world together. Thank you.
I think people can keep secrets. I really do. And they have you looking over here when it's really over here. They do that all the time. Like,
Okay, gentlemen, welcome to SPLN 101. This is Principles of Speech. It's a public speaking course, absolutely essential for anything you intend to do in life, and I believe it will be an absolutely transformational experience for me, if not for all of you as well. This is the very first time I'm teaching this course. It's a little bit outside of my area of expertise. I'm actually a historian. I do most of my stuff in Jewish history, but for reasons that perhaps will become clear over the course of this semester, I've decided I'd like to teach this course anyways. How many of you already know how to speak? Okay, we have 2 brave or 3, but yeah, I would hazard a guess that if you were accepted to college, at least if you had an interview, you would know how to speak. So the question is, why are you here if you already know how to speak? Because your parents forced you, because you want to get into a graduate school. Let someone give me an answer. Why are you here if you already know how to speak? I'm sorry? It's a college course. Very good. They forced me to take this course. Please tell me your last name? Mr. Kramer. Very good. Okay. Mr. Kramer says, well, I'm forced to, so I have to do it. Anyone else? Is there possibly a benefit? Is the wisdom of the curricular designers somehow inherent in this classical course? Mr. Kramer, what do you think besides that? Okay, biggest room in the world is room for improvement. And that's kind of like a cliche, but it says a lot about what we're going to be doing here. Everyone, for example, already knows how to walk. But, you know, if you want to run a marathon, if you want to keep up with a fast person, if you want to walk with posture, with balance, if you want to express your personality in your walk, if you're flat-footed, you know, you're pigeon-toed, these are all reasons why you might go to a walking coach. And even though you can probably get from point A to point B without any assistance, nevertheless, there are ways to do it much better. And if that's true about walking, how much more so is it relevant for speaking? Because speaking is really what truly makes us human. This course is going to focus on how to speak like a mensch. Obviously, we're going to get into primarily business applications of speech. We're going to be talking about presentations. We're going to be talking about persuasive speech. We're going to be talking about interview skills. We're going to be talking about a certain amount of interpersonal communication, but primarily one-to-many kind of communications that you will need no matter what kind of area of professional development you go into after you leave these, hallowed halls of Touro College. If you're going to be a doctor or a medical professional, you're going to have to know how to talk to, unfortunately, grieving families. You're going to have to know how to express yourself and use your entire body in a way that conveys the deeper emotion of what you're trying to express at the same time as you communicate to them the content of the message that you have to deliver. So it's a really essential factor, not only in your professional development, but also, I would hazard, in your human development. Let's just look at a classic text. I'm sure some of you have occasionally seen this text. It comes around once a year. Hashem creates the human being and says here, "Vayipach b'apav nishmas chayim." Right? Someone want to translate that phrase for me? Very good. He breathed into him the soul of life. What's your name, sir? Shmuel, last name. Mr. Adelson, good. Vayihi Adam lenefesh chaya. Mr. Adelson? Very good. What does this mean, nefesh chaya? A living soul. It's a good translation, Mr. Adelson. We don't give him a hand. Okay, very good. Superior to an animal. Okay, where do you get that? Rashi, very good. Rashi is not on this selection. Something else is on this selection. Unkelus, right, Uncle Lewis. What does Unkelus have to say? How does he translate that? It's right here. Okay, how's your Aramaic? Failed? Filled. That would be Male would be good, right? Oh, I forgot. It has this cool thing. This is a smart board. Look at that. Isn't that great? Okay. Ruach, of course, is the same in Hebrew, right? Spirit. Memalala. This is one of the most common words in the Aramaic Bible. Translates the word Vayomer, or Lemor, actually. Memalala. Help me out. To say. To say. Good. So please translate L'ruach Memalala. Spirit to say. A spirit of speech. Spirit of speaking. All right, very good. Thank you. What's your last name again? Mr. Buchinger. So a big hand for Mr. Buchinger. Very good. So the translation of Nefesh Chaya, a living soul, is the spirit of speech. And as Rashi picks up, of course, this is what primarily distinguishes us from the animal kingdom, that we use speech to express complex ideas. Now, animals do communicate as well, lots of sources in the Gemara as well for this idea. But the idea of speech, that's something that truly distinguishes us as humans. So in many ways, what we're going to talk about in the next few weeks is how we're going to refine and develop our speaking skills, which are really the essence of our humanity. The very first descriptor, really, of what is a human being has to do with speech. Okay? Now, check this out. With this smartboard, I can just erase the whole thing, right? Look at that. I love these smartboards. We've got to get some next door. Okay, let's go to the next screen here. Let's have a look just for a second. This is a rather brilliant speaker. Anyone recognize the face? Very good. Dr. Martin Luther King. This is his famous mountaintop speech, the last speech. We're just going to look at it for a second because he illustrates a lot of the concepts that I want to get across in this class. Basically, I want you to focus on three basic elements of speaking. It's all over the board. It's on your syllabus. You'll see it everywhere. Public speaking, to my mind, really is composed of three basic elements. One is content, which means what is it that you're trying to say? What is the message? The second is context. It's incredibly important that you recognize to whom are you speaking? In what setting? For what purpose? These are the contextual factors are huge. And then finally, there is the instrument. We'll talk about what the instrument is in a few minutes. But what I'd like you to do is have a look at how, in this 2-minute speech, Martin Luther King really is a master of context. He understands his crowd, and he is going to use two principal techniques. The first is going to be a balanced and parallel speech, where he's going to take certain key words and repeat them. Kellyanne Conway is actually very famous for this. We'll look at her style a little bit later. And secondly, he's going to tap into the shared meaning system of his audience that I believe you gentlemen will also share, and that creates a huge resonance in terms of how he conveys his message. It's a very powerful speech. Let's have a quick look, 2 minutes.
I always say to America is be true to what you say on paper.
in China or even Russia or any totalitarian country. Maybe I could understand some of these illegal injunctions. Maybe I could understand the denial of certain basic First Amendment privileges because they have committed themselves to that over that. But somewhere I read of the freedom of assembly. Somewhere I read of the freedom of speech. Somewhere I read of the freedom of press. Somewhere I read that the greatness of America is the right to protest for right. So that's the God say we aren't going to let it go, or whether hold this turn us around, we aren't going to let any injunction turn us around. But I don't know what will happen now. We got some difficult days ahead. But it really doesn't matter with me now, because I've been to the mountaintop. Like anybody, I would like to live a long life. Longevity has its place. But I'm not concerned about that now. I just want to do God's will. And He's allowed me to go up to the mountain. I looked over and I've seen the promised land. I may not get there with you, but I want you to know tonight that we as a people will get to the promised land. So tonight I'm not worried about anything. I'm not fearing anything. My eyes have seen the glory of the army of the Lord. Powerful speech. Okay, what about the balanced and parallel structure? You notice any repeating phrases he uses? Somewhere I read, right? And any others? Maybe, yeah, that's right. He uses that a couple of times as well. He says, maybe it's if I lived in China, maybe if I lived in Soviet Russia, right? Does he use the word freedom? Oh, very good. That's right. That's right. Very good. What about the? Now, well, there's one more. I'm hoping you'll get. It's at the end. So this speech is called the mountaintop. Right. Okay. Very good. Use the mountaintop. I've been to the mountaintop. Now, this is called the mountaintop speech, or been to the mountaintop speech. So use these 3 times. Now, hang on a second. When he says, "Somewhere I read," where did he read it? Constitution. Does he say the word Constitution anywhere there? So what is he doing when he says somewhere I read? Right? It's an allusion. It's a little bit ironic, yeah, because he's like sort of saying it's supposed to be there, but it's not. But what is he doing by not? Why doesn't he just say I read in the Constitution, or the Constitution says, Mr. Kramer?
It's obvious.
And what happens when you are in the audience and the speaker makes an allusion like that? It unites because you share in that meeting. Very good. Mr. Eisenberger, is that right? No, Mr. Eisenberger's here. Mr. Adelson, Miss Adelson, right? Okay, vowel at the beginning. Okay. This is what's called in educational theory zone of proximal development. That you just reach just above where they are, and when they catch it, the students feel like, oh my gosh, I'm getting it. I'm moving up. I'm learning this. So by saying somewhere I read, and people know he's talking about the Constitution, it involves them in his meaning structure. What about the mountaintop bit? What mountaintop is he talking about? Yeah, what is the biblical reference? Well, not exactly Har Sinai, but close. Har Nevo, right? Just on the outside of Israel, and he looks over, right? And so what does that make him, by the way? He's on Har Nevo, looking over into Eretz Israel. Yeah, he's making the Moses, right? And so in the African American tradition, the whole idea of, go down Moses, of Moses goes and speaks to Pharaoh and tells him he has to let my people go. That really resonated with them. You could hear it in the audience. So there's a lot of techniques going on in his speech. So even in 2 minutes, there's a lot more we can analyze here. We might come back to it later on in this class. But there's so many techniques going on that really made him an incredibly effective speaker. We might look at a few other speeches of his. But what goes into a good speech? Oh, by the way, this was his last public speech. He was, in fact, killed later on by an assassin's bullet. And it was that reference to longevity. He says, we all like to live a long life. That is especially ironic in this context. So what are the 3 elements? Oh, let's talk about the syllabus now. How are we going to grade this course? I know you're all concerned about it. So have a look at the syllabus, which is here. And I'm going to show you online where you can find it on a program called Blackboard, which is our course management software. You'll be using it a lot. Basically, we're going to grade this course with no tests and no exams. But you will be speaking every single class, and you will be judged by your peers. I'll explain to you how that works. 40% of your grade is going to be my assessment of your speaking skills. And since you will be speaking every single class, there's going to be a lot of data from which I can base that grade. Another 40% is going to be based on how your peers grade you as well, on the same scale. So we will have an open and transparent grading system where all of you will grade all of you, and the grades will be visible to everybody. So since you will be grading your peers, you have to be gentle but effective, and they will be grading you in turn. Right? So since we're all on the same page up front, that's how it's going to work. Now, I will also be paying attention to how you grade your peers, and I will give you a 10% grade based on how productive your comments are. And that means not just, you enter into a kind of a suicide pact and everybody gives everybody 100%, because I will kill you all 10% over here. But, when you, oops, sorry, I got to go back. Can I go back? When I give you if you say things which are helpful, like you're saying too much or things like that, it shows that you're paying attention and it's a useful kind of criticism, then I'll give you a check mark saying, good, those are useful kinds of critiques. If you read in the textbook, there's some really great discussion on exactly how to give positive feedback or negative feedback in a positive manner. And then finally, 10% will be my sort of subjective assessment, looking at the scope of your skills as they develop over the course to give you a little boost upwards. That's how we get 100% of the grade. Yes, Mr. No. Okay? All right. So, is this system clear, how we're going to divide these grades? It's a little bit like, what is that? I didn't even touch it. It's a little bit like, those reality TV shows, I think, where they vote people off the island or something like that. But I think it's good. Okay, how do you succeed in this course? Here's 3 basic rules. The path to success is 1, show up all the time. Right? This is an attendance mandatory class. It's possible during the course of the year, I might want to give you some time to prepare a speech. We might cancel class with notice in advance. But otherwise, you're expected to be here every time we meet. Obviously, you're being graded for every speech you give. The bonus is you don't have to do any tests or exams. So it's a great course for the summer in that, all you got to do is show up and you'll already be 80% there, to paraphrase someone else. Second, prepare for class. You can prepare in a couple different ways. One of the most important ways is to read the textbook. We will only be loosely following the textbook, but it's an extremely useful resource, and you'll derive a lot of helpful information from it. So the textbook is available, used for about $10 from a lot of online sellers. I've listed the actual ISBN and all the materials over here. It's called The Challenge of Effective Speaking. I've chosen the 15th edition, which is not the newest one. You can choose the newest one, which is probably about $150. Or you can use older ones, but the pagination will significantly be different. Yes, on Amazon, all over the place. It's a very common textbook. So that's one good way, is preparing by reading. Another way is by reviewing these prezis, which are going to be online. I'll try to put them up in advance, so you can even look at them in advance, maybe watch the speeches that are embedded into the prezi in advance, whatever you like. We will also have the textbook. What's the textbook called? This prezi. We're going to talk about this at the end of today's class. Prezi. It's like, what PowerPoint wants to be when it grows up, but it never will catch up. Okay, so another way to prepare for class, I'm going to give you in advance some assignments. So for example, on Monday when we meet again, I would like you all to speak about a moment in your life when you were afraid. That's a theme for your speech on Monday. Share some of your fears. This is not group therapy, okay? Don't expect like some kind of feedback, but the idea is to share a moving story, and I'll give you some resources to prepare for that. And third and finally, listen to everyone. You have to show equal respect to those of us in the room who are not yet blessed with full beards, just as you would to the gray beard in front of you now. Right? Show respect for your colleagues. Lack of respect for your colleagues will be viewed with disfavor in your grades. So make sure that you give full attention, full eye contact. Be in the moment when your colleagues are speaking. Questions about the syllabus? Yes, Mr. Eisenberger. Edelstein? Sorry? Edelson. Eisenberger.
How long should these assignments be?
The speeches? If you look at the size of the room, and I figure I'm going to devote about half the class to speeches, it's probably about 1 to 2 minutes. We may have to break a few up over 2 classes when we get to the end of the class and you're doing the more substantive speaking. But for today, for example, yes, you are speaking today. Speech today is going to be 1 to maximum 2 minutes. Okay. All right. Oh, wait, hang on. Okay, can't give you too much time to prepare. Okay, so let's go on. The 3 elements of public speaking. This is the way I look at this particular subject. And let's use some of this. The first is content, which is basically what is it that you are trying to say. Right? There are some Meforshim, I believe the ROTHSCHILD says there's an idea that your life is measured by the number of words you utter in a lifetime. And so therefore, you want to preserve those words. You want to make sure you use them effectively. You don't want to blather on and waste your words. So the content of your talk is incredibly important. Related to the content is, of course, the organization, the manner of presentation. Like we saw with Martin Luther King Jr., he doesn't say the word Constitution. He doesn't say the word Moses, doesn't say the word Promised Land. Well, he does say the Promised Land. He says these things because he thinks he can communicate the meaning much better by only alluding to them. We'll spend next week, by the way, we'll talk a little bit about the power of silence in a public speech. So content involves both what the tochen, what the actual material is, and also the organization of the material. We'll spend a lot of time breaking down that skill. It's in content. That would be clear now. It seems like it was a book, right? The book has words in it. The words are organized in a sequential fashion.
Dude, why didn't you watch a UFC?
Like that's in content. Context is also known as the rhetorical situation.
It's what?
Who are you speaking to? Why are you speaking? What is the room like? How many people are there? Are you using presentational aids? Are you using a microphone? Is it a somber event, a celebratory event? What exactly is the reason that you're opening your mouth in the first place? Context is where a lot of the art of speaking comes to play. And then finally, instrument. And I didn't define this earlier. I don't want to hazard a guess. What do I mean by instrument? Body language is good. What's your name, sir? Mr. Rogoff. Yes, there's a school of acting called Stanislavski, the Stanislavski method, in which they coined the term one's instrument, and that refers to your body. That refers to when you're an actor on the stage, and speech is a performance art. When you're an actor on the stage, you use your body in its totality. You use your body in terms of your gestures, your posture, your affect. It also extends to the tools you use, the eye contact, incredible number of things. We'll see in just a minute a little bit about vocal control. All of these things are related to your instrument. So when you get up to speak here, you're not just going to be reading off a cue card, or you're not going to be reading off a text. This is not a course in public reading. This is a course in public speaking, which is ultimately going to be very extemporaneous. So the instrument is very important, and we're going to focus on these issues as well. If you noticed, when Martin Luther King Jr. was speaking, his affect was very flat. I mean, his face was not like, you could see that there was a deep-seated anger and frustration over the injunctions that were oppressing the African Americans in the 1960s. But he was not like raging like a Hitler, and then he was just like quietly angry. It was seething anger, and it was still determination. You know, the face showed that. You notice how he ended his speech? He just does like it was a microphone drop, right? He just says, you know, my eyes have seen the glory of the coming Lord, and he leaves. He doesn't say in conclusion, he doesn't say thank you for your attention. He ends it abruptly, right? These are all aspects of using his instrument effectively to convey the message. So those are the three things we're going to focus on in this course: content, context, and instrument. And in fact, why don't you have a look at the CCI rubric here, which is on the third page of the syllabus. This is the rubric that I'll be using and you'll be using for all the grades. Someone explained to, I don't know who said that. There we go, excellent. CCI, right? Content. You got it. Okay, so it's a simple 10-point score that you're going to be giving each other for their speeches. Content, weak is 1 point. Incoherent, unconvincing, poor citations. Yes. Yes. But they're online. So if you have a smartphone with you, you can do it while they're speaking on your phone. If you want to take notes and then go to a computer later, because there's going to be an online survey that, once again, everybody will see. Okay, you're going to see your grades. You're going to see how you graded other people. Okay. I'll show you inside in a second. It's through the portal, through Blackboard. You just click on the person's name. 10 questions. It shouldn't take you too long. Yes, everything, it's wide open, okay? So right now, no secrets.
So every day you have to fill out one for every single guy.
Correct. Yeah, well, would you like an exam?
No.
Okay, there we go. You can do it as you're speaking. Absolutely. And you can go back and correct it too. Your phones are a great way to do it. I'll show it to you online. Yeah, we have to make sure we got some Wi-Fi in here. I'll see what I'm going to do about that. We have Wi-Fi in the middle of the semester. When the women leave, we're going to go over into that building where we have Wi-Fi, and it'll be a little easier. But anyways, you're going to give 1, 2, or 3 points for content, and you can see this is a guide to sort of what you think of the content. Then you have room for comments, and that's an important thing too. Give something productive to your peer. Let them try and develop so that they can get better at what they're doing. Secondly, context, which is obviously the context is going to be this room. It's going to be us. I have some ideas. We might experiment. If the weather's a little cooler, we might go out and try and speak in very different kind of environments, maybe on the street. I was thinking about maybe doing a soapbox kind of thing to get a sense of what that's like, right? So the context is more the awareness of the context, like how clued in is the speaker to me as an audience member. Is he making eye contact with me? Is he, using effective gestures? Is he, providing a material that fits within the context of the assigned speech? And you'll see what's going on there. Finally, and we'll also have some exercises in how to deal with hecklers and how to deal with negative audience interactions. Finally, instrument. This is all about, proxemics, persons moving around effectively, body language, timbre, prosody, a lot of different forms of speaking and so on. And then finally, I've added a 1-point bonus at the bottom, so I call magic moment. Like, even if the speech was really not great, but there was 1 point that was excellent, you can give that magic moment point. Just say what it's for, give it away. I'll give you one example from my own life, which I think you might find entertaining. When I was about 8 years old, we had a public speaking contest in my school. And I had a rival. I was a smart kid, and he was the other smart kid in class. And he and I always traded to try and get the best marks in class. My father was never impressed. I would come home with awards, and he would say, "So what, Henry? It's a stupid class." Right? He was right. Most of the guys I went to school with ended up in jail. One of them for murdering a policeman, too. But at any rate, we had this public speaking competition. I was about 8 years old. I gave a stupid speech, and then my friend Peter Chin got up, and when he gave his speech, he was talking about the theory of evolution, Darwin, right? And at one point he says, get ready, at one point, 8 years old, he says that humans are the only primates that can touch the tips of each of their fingers with their opposable digit, with their thumbs. And just like many of you in this room, they all checked if they were in fact Homo sapiens. All the judges started going like this to make sure, yeah, look at that, I can do that, you know. So that's like a magic moment. And when I saw that, I knew I lost that competition, which I did. But it's like just one little bit of the speech that shines as something special. Okay, that's how you're going to grade each other. Okay, clear? Excellent. Let us continue then. So, here are the 3 things, right? You should be used to now: content, context, and instrument. Let's go into this context idea a little bit. So, this is a great definition of communication that comes from your textbook. And by the way, I welcome you to take notes, certainly very helpful, but all of this is online. You can view this Prezi at any time just by going online. So the definition here is communication is a process of creating shared meaning. What does that quotation signify? Mr. Kramer, you're always there, okay? Very good. So involving the audience, but that's not all of it, right? Like involving, I can just like ask you guys about your day. So that's the first part of it. The first part is the speaker has to like understand the audience enough to get their cooperation. He has to co-opt the audience, has to get buy-in from the audience, and then what? And influence them, right? And then in a dastardly way, get them to do what you want. Buy your product, vote for your candidate, or whatever it is. There is a creation of shared meaning. I have meaning in my mind. I have an idea in my mind of what I think is true and important and beautiful, and you have something different. So the idea is I have to bring you in and share that meaning with you, and then we walk out of this room with an elevated consciousness of each other's thoughts. That's really what speech is about, communication is about creating shared meaning. It is not a one-way street. It goes both ways, and like this diagram sort of indicates, audience speaker, there is what's called limbic feedback. Like when I see your body language, when I see your eye contact, when I see your posture, I have a sense of how well is this working? Are you receptive? Are you getting it? Or am I just, talking into the wind? These are the things that we're going to work on analyzing for your own speaking. Okay, let's look at a little bit deeper. The rhetorical context, the textbook uses a little bit different phraseology for this, but basically one nice way to think of a speech is in the form of a Venn diagram. You familiar with Venn diagrams? Right? When you have like overlapping spheres of influence, and where they overlap, that's where you have something that shares from everything. So you have these 3 spheres: the speaker, the audience, and the occasion, the time. Why are we all together right now? Where those 3 things overlap is the speech. Like for example, you are here because you're forced to take this course to graduate from college. I am here because the college is paying me money. Actually, I'm not getting paid for this course, but I'm here because I work for the college and I want the college to succeed, so I want to give you a great educational experience. And the occasion is we're going to talk about public speaking. So that's what the speech is. If I were to come here and talk about the Florida Marlins, that would clearly, be the wrong occasion. And you guys would wonder, why did I bother trying to get into the leading Jewish college in the world? I should have gone to, some other college. If I were to be absent, or for you were to be absent, and you can be absent even while you're still physically in the room, then the Venn diagram doesn't work. Right? We all have to come together for the speech to create that shared meaning. Okay, that's like the rhetorical context. Rhetoric, by the way, is a very important term in this sense, but I'll come to it. But it's also recall that much of what we're going to be focusing on is distinguishing between the signal and the noise. So what do these terms mean, signal and the noise? What's your last name, sir? Mr. Waldman. Okay, avoid eye contact when I ask some questions. But else I'll ask you, what does that mean? The signal and the noise, what's the difference?
Where you're conducting your body speech with that.
Nope, but good try.
Getting a feel for the audience.
Mr. Eisenberger?
Getting a feel for the audience, how they react to what you're saying.
Nope, also good, but not right. How many of you ever listen to analog radios? Yeah, everybody's digital here, right? You guys are all born like in the 21st century or something. How many of you ever see videos of old TVs where they got the rabbit ears, right? What's going on in when you're seeing things? Very good. And what happens when you're not quite getting the signal? Boy, you used the word signal. So what is the signal? The signal is the message. What's your last name, please? Ms. Sutherland with an I. Signal is the message, right? What's got to come through? The TV show, the radio program. That's the signal. What's the noise?
Static.
The static. Excellent, Mr. Eisenberger. The static is like lots of all kind of things. It's still there, but you got to learn to pick out the signal for the noise. And sometimes it's very difficult. The kinds of things that you might find in the signal and the noise are fear. Right? Next week on Monday, we're talking about fear. People are afraid to speak in public. And that fear is like all that noise is in your head and preventing you from effectively engaging the signal. Another one would be this internal monologue, because you cannot shut down your own self-thinking. The essential Hasidus is very big into this. That, here I am talking to you, but part of me is also, at home thinking about what my wife is making for dinner tonight, and the part of me is thinking it's kind of hot in this room, or I have all these things going on in my brain, and I have to shut those down and focus on the signal. But nevertheless, and it can also have worse things. You can also say oh my gosh, is my fly down? You don't want to look because then everyone will know if it is down, right? I want to say, oh my gosh, is my hair out of place? Stuff like that, whatever it is. You've got this stuff going on in your head, and you have to learn to shut it down, that internal monologue, in order to be effective. Atmospheric conditions, like we talked about, temperature, the lighting in a room, the distance from the speaker to the back row, all kinds of things like that are relevant. Audience control. You guys have been pretty good. I appreciate it. Thank you very much for paying attention. But sometimes, especially if you have a big audience, at the last school I taught at, I used to teach a required course with 250 students in the room. So a very different kind of environment to try and hold the attention of 250 people at the same time in a required course that they're forced to take. So you got to learn how to deal with that kind of environment. And finally, sometimes you have a really hostile audience. I'm going to show you a very brief 36-second clip. You may even remember this because it happened about 6 years ago, I think. President Barack Obama is speaking to the joint sessions of the House. Probably the most important, auspicious moment of the year in terms of public speaking in this great country, where the president will address the House of Representatives and the Senate together and lay out his or conceivably in the future, her vision for the nation, what's going on. It's the State of the Nation speech, a really important speech. And if you recall, you know what happened in that speech? Yeah, that's right. At one point, one of the representatives, in a big breach of etiquette, shouted out, "You lie." And that was kind of nasty, because even if you disagree with the president, you still, when you're representing your district, you have to be polite and listen to him attentively. Let's watch how he dealt with that bit of audience hostility.
The reforms I'm proposing would not apply to those who are here illegally.
Now, you can imagine that moment, I think if it happened to me, I probably would have melted, that would be it, or I would have gone ballistic, but, he was, they used to call him No Drama Obama. He just said, it's not true, and then he moved on. It's pretty impressive. Let's look at Joe Biden here. You recognize these two people, by the way? Who's this here?
What did that person say?
He said, "You lied." And he later, by the way, apologized, and he said it was a breach of etiquette, and Obama accepted his apology. But the point, for our purposes, is just how do you deal with audience hostility? We will spend more time about this later on in this course. Who's this person here? Oh, we got to get political education, guys. Nancy Pelosi, leader of the Democratic Party in the House, I believe. Who's this guy here?
Joe Biden.
Joe Biden, right? Former vice president. Here we go. Now, the last element for our talk today, and the plan, by the way, is I'm going to wrap up in about 15 minutes. If you want, we'll take a short break, but then we're going to go straight into the 1-minute speeches with grading. So let's talk through this right now. The last element, the first two is content. Second is context. Third is instrument. Here's an excellent TED Talk in which the speaker goes through some basic elements of the instrument, how to use it. He starts, and there's a little bit about 3 minutes. This video is about 7 minutes long. The first 3 minutes is kind of like the ethics of public speaking, which is actually kind of welcome, and it's a nice thing, and I certainly endorse it, and I expect all of you to adhere to the basic principles that he's going to espouse. But then the second half of the video is really what I mean to get across to you, which are some of the elements of using the instrument properly. All right.
The humans of this. It's an instrument we really play. It's the most powerful sound in the world. Probably it's the only one that can start a war or say, "I love you." And yet many people have the experience that when they speak, people don't listen to them. Why is that? How can we speak powerfully to make change in the world? Well, I'd like to suggest there are a number of habits that we need to move away from. I've assembled for your pleasure here 7 series of speaking. I'm not pretending this is an exhaustive list, but these 7, I think, are pretty large. The habits that we can all fall into. First, gossip. Speaking ill of somebody who's not present. Not a nice habit, and you know perfectly well the person gossiping 5 minutes later will be gossiping about us. Second, judging. We know people who are like this in conversation, and it's very hard to listen to somebody if you know that we're being judged and found wanted at the same time. Third, negativity. You can fall into this. My mother, in the last years of her life, became very, very negative. It's hard to listen. I remember one day I said to her, "It's October 1st today." She said, "I know, it's dreadful." It's hard to listen when somebody's that negative. And then form of negativity, complaint. Well, this is the national art of the UK. It's our national sport. We complain about the weather, sport, about politics, about everything. But actually complaining is viral misery. It's not spreading the sunshine and lightness in the world. Excuses. We've all met this guy. Maybe we've all seen this guy. Some people have a blame thrower. They just pass it on to everybody else and take responsibility for their actions. So it's hard to listen to somebody who's feeling like that. And also, the 6 and 7, embroidery, exaggeration. It delivers our language actually sometimes. For example, if I see something that really is awesome, what I call it. And then, of course, this exaggeration becomes lying, out and out lying, and people know a lying to it. And finally, dogmatism. The confusion of facts with opinions. When those two things get conflated, you're listening to somebody is bombarding you with their opinions as if they were true. It's difficult to listen to that. So here we are, 7 deadly sins of speaking. These are things I think we need to avoid. But is there a positive way to think about this? Yes, there is. I'd like to suggest that there are 4 really powerful cornerstones, foundations, that we can stand on if we want our speech to be powerful and to make change in the world. Fortunately, these things go at work. The word is hail, and it has a great definition as well. I'm not talking about the stuff that falls from the sky and hits you on the head. I'm talking about this definition, to greet or acclaim enthusiastically, which is, I think, how our work would be seen if we stand on these 4 things. So what do they stand for? So you can guess. The H, honesty, of course. Being true in what you say, being straight and clear. The A is authenticity. Just being yourself. A friend of mine described it as standing in your own truth, which I think is a lovely way to put it. The I is integrity, being able to actually doing what you say, and being somebody people can trust. And the L is love. I don't mean romantic love, but I do mean wishing people well. For 2 reasons. First of all, I think absolute honesty may not be what we want, and we might look too defective this morning. Perhaps that's not necessary. Tempered with love, of course, honesty is a great thing. But also, if you're really wishing somebody well, it's very hard to judge them at the same time. I'm not really sure you can do those 2 things simultaneously. So, hail. Also, now that's what you say. It's like the old song, it is what you say, it's also the way that you say it. You have an amazing toolbox. This instrument is incredible. And yet this is a toolbox that very few people have ever opened. You might have a little rummage in there. Now, let's pull a few tools out that you might like to take away and play with, which will increase the power of your speaking. Register, for example. Now, falsetto register may not be very useful most of the time. But there's a register in between. Now, I'm not going to get very technical about this for any of you who are voice coaches. You can locate your voice, however. So if I talk up here in my nose, you can hear a difference if I go down here in my throat, which is where most of us speak from most of the time. But if you want weight, you need to go down here to the chest. You know the difference? We vote for politicians who lower voices. It's true. Because we associate death with power and with authority. That's register. And timbre, it's the way your voice feels. Again, the research shows that we prefer voices which are rich, smooth, warm, like hot chocolate. But if that's not you, that's not the end of the world, because you can train, go get a voice coach. And there are amazing things you can do with breathing, with posture, with exercises to improve the timbre of your voice. Then prosody, I love prosody. This is the same song, the meta language that we use in order to impart English. Root 1 in conversation. People who speak one-on-one notes are really quite hard to listen to if they don't have any prosody at all. That's where the word monotonic comes from, monotonous, monotone. Also, we have repetitive prosody now coming in, where every sentence ends in a word question, when it's actually not a question, it's a statement. If you repeat that one over and over, it's actually restricting your ability to communicate through prosody, which I think is a shame. So let's try and break that habit. Pace. I can get very, very excited by saying something really, really quickly, or I can slow right down to emphasize. And at the end of that, of course, is our old friend, silence. It's like a bit of silence in a talk, is there? You don't have to fill with ums and ahs. It can be very powerful. Of course, pitch often goes along with pace, when you get arousal, but you can go just with pitch. Where did you leave my keys? Where did you leave my keys? It's a slightly different meaning in those 2 versions. And finally, volume. I can get really excited by using volumes like that. I start with anybody, or I can have you really pay attention very quietly. Some people broadcast the whole time, try not to do that. That's called softcasting. Imposing your sound on people around you carelessly and inconsiderately, not nice. Of course, where this all comes into play most of all is when you've got something really important to do. It might be standing on a stage, it might be seeing important people, it might be proposing marriage, asking for a raise, or in speech, whatever it is. It is really important you elect yourself to look at this toolbox and the engine that it's going to work on, and no engine works well without being warmed up. Warm up your voice. Actually, let me show you how to do that. Would you all like to stand up?
Okay, gentlemen, let's go. Okay, everybody stand up.
I'm going to show you this free local effect.
It doesn't take long.
I do before every talk I ever do. Anytime you're going to talk to anybody important, do these. First, arms up. Deep breath in and sigh out. Like that. One more time. Very good. Now we're going to warm up our lips and we're going to go. And now, just like when you were a kid. Now your lips should be coming alive. We're going to do the tongue next with exaggerating la 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 la. And then roll it up. Finally, and if I can only do one, the pros call this the siren, which really it starts with we and goes to all and really high voice there. So you go. Fantastic. Give yourselves a round of applause. Next time you talk, do those in advance. Now, let me just put this in context to close. There's a serious point here. This is where we are now. We speak not very well into people who simply aren't listening in an environment that's all about noise and characteristics. I have talked about that on this stage in different phases. What would the world be like if we were speaking powerfully to people who are listening consciously in environments which were actually fit for purpose? Or to make that a bit larger, what would the world be like if we were creating sound consciously and consuming sound consciously and designing all our environments consciously for sound? That would be a world that does sound beautiful, and one where understanding would be even more. And that is an idea worth studying. Thank you.
That was good. Okay, Julian Treasure, that was really good. Now, what I like so much about that brief presentation is that he gives you a sense of some of the deeper elements of classical rhetorical theory, which we will touch upon a little bit in this course, but it will not be a major element. But for today, one of the, we should understand that rhetoric, essentially what we're doing right here, gentlemen, this is possibly one of the oldest curricular elements in advanced education. It goes all the way back to the Greek and Roman days, the Periclean era, where you had groups of scholars who were expert in saying things. Not necessarily in believing things, not necessarily in arguing for things, but in being able to express an idea, and you would hire them to do your bidding. And if you wanted to have some political gain, wanted to have some monetary gain, you would hire one of these very well-trained experts in speaking to do your will. Plato and Socrates, really more than Plato, his teacher, argued against this misuse of this very special skill that we have as human beings, and this is the birth of modern rhetorical theory, or I should say classical rhetorical theory, which addresses what exactly is it when we're speaking. And they usually divide it into three basic elements. Logos, oops, let's get the pen here, I like the pen. Logos, pathos, and ethos. Now, I've translated them roughly down here. Logos, which you may see that word in a lot of disciplines like psychology or biology. Logos is the Greek word for word, but it usually means in this context science or ideas. Logic is related to it. Logos is more like what we're talking about when we say content. What exactly is the information, the ideas that you are conveying in your speech? Pathos, you may have heard the phrase, the word pathetic, right? Pathos means emotion. Pathos conveys like the depth of feeling that goes along with the logos. So a speech has both logic and emotion in it. And finally, ethos, and this is what I liked about Julian Treasury's presentation, and I really think it's very important for us here in particular. You know, you're going to go out into the world in a very short period of time, and you are going to be representing the entire Jewish people, me included, in all kinds of contexts. Even when you're riding the train, even when you are, shopping for groceries, whatever it is, people are going to look at you and say, there's a Jew. How does he speak? Once you start speaking, you represent all of us. So we really have to make sure we focus on ethos, which refers to integrity. He touches on it in that video when he talks about how, don't argue for things you don't believe in. Don't try to misrepresent positions to abuse people's intelligence. It's a really important element, and that's why we will be talking politics a lot, not only because politicians do a lot of speaking, but also because politicians tend to do a lot of unethical speaking. Now, we're not going to espouse any particular political position, but we will be definitely looking at a lot of politicians' speeches and analyzing, what do they say for the art of rhetoric as a whole. Any questions about this classical rhetorical theory stuff? No. When I'm gone, you guys can play with this board if you like. It's actually a lot of fun. Oh, wait, I have a rubber eraser. That's even better, but I like using my finger. Okay, let's go. Okay, so what we're going to do today, the speech introduction, right? That's me. Okay, I'm going to give you the advanced stuff, what I want you to do today and in preparation for our next class Monday. And then I'm going to do my speech of introduction, and I expect you to grade me. Okay, so get ready. Here we go. What we're talking about is a 3-minute maximum speech, but since they're a little larger than I expected, let's make it a 2-minute maximum speech. And by the way, gentlemen, I'm letting you know up front, I will be savage. I will cut you off at the end of the period, whether you like it or not. That's it. Okay, so stay within your time. One of the worst things a speaker can do is speak too much. Right? Brevity is the very soul of wit. I'd like you to speak for, let's say, up to 2 minutes, who you are and what you are about. You're just going to introduce yourself to the rest of us. We're going to be in this little capsule here for a few hours, Monday through Thursday for a few weeks. So this is your opportunity to say your name. We will use surnames here, of course. And what's important about you? Who is you? We talked about the grading, so I have to do that. And here's the last thing. I need you all to set up a Prezi account. It's prezi.com. If you use your Turo email, your student email, you'll be able to get a free account without advertising, which is a nice thing. And one of the elements of this course is a technology piece. By the end of the course, I expect you all to be using Prezis in your presentations. PowerPoint is like so 20th century, we're not even going to think about that. Let me show you online a little bit about how to get to the things you'll need for this class. So everybody knows how to log into Turo One. Have you done that yet? Okay, so you log into Turo One, you click on Blackboard here like this, and then it'll take you to several classes. You go to SPLN 101, which is this course. Under Getting Started, there's some helpful things on what you need to do, like kind of general for this an academic integrity statement. The syllabus is here on this page, and the ISBN and other information for the required textbook is there. If you want to reach me, there's instructor information, so on and so forth. You can check your grades here under My Grades. But let's go to coursework by session. And so here are each of these sessions. They are not precisely organized by our meetings. So it may take 2 sessions to complete one of these folders, but they are 10 units in general. And you'll see in the syllabus how they correspond to the readings. So today's session is here, and inside it you will see the link to the Prezi that we've been watching, so you can easily review it. And then here you have online live links to the surveys for each of us. Many of you just registered in the last hour or so before the class, so I don't have your name up there yet. What we're going to have to do for today is please take notes on paper, and once we're done this class, I'll upload them later tonight. You can go online and add them in. And in subsequent classes, we should have everybody online, so you'll be able to do it live. Let's look at mine, for example. And since I'm speaking first, that makes sense. You can even look at it. You click on it, and you'll see a little Qualtrics survey. It is actually optimized for phones, so it's really convenient to do it right online. There's only 3 questions. Each of them is divided into 2. The first is assess the content of the presentation, and you could choose weak, acceptable, or strong. Oh, it doesn't work? Okay, I have to know here. And then provide your comments underneath. You're going to do this for each of the members of the class. And then it goes down, you click on the little red button, and it goes to the second question, the third question, and then the magic moment. Okay, we all clear? How's the sun at noonday? Okay, so now, gentlemen, point of order, it's 5 o'clock. How about I give my 1 to 2 minute introductory speech right now, and I guess we can take a break of 5 minutes or so, and then we're going to race through everyone's 1 minute speech. If we finish by 5:45, which I think we should, then we can go across the street to Daven Mincha at 5:50. And if not, we have a minion here, but I think that would be ideal. So my speech, 5 minute break, and then we're going to rush through. Okay, by the way, guys, everything's going to be videotaped, and your speeches will be available in Blackboard as well. So you can review them and see how you looked on tape and so on. Yes?
Blackboard was in the Turo?
Yes, you go to Turo 1, it'll give you your email, and below that is Blackboard. Click on that link.
Nothing under announcements.
Right, I didn't announce anything yet.
Hey, how'd you ask me that?
Oh, you go under coursework by week. Okay, gentlemen, you ready? So I would suggest you take the rubric out. You're going to have to make some notes on it in order to incorporate all the speakers today who are not, especially if you're not using your phone today. And I got my watch here ready, so I'll give you my quick introductory speech. Hi, how are y'all doing? My name is Henry Abramson. That's my slave name. My Hebrew name is Hillel. I was born over 5 decades ago in a small town in northern Ontario. My family were the only Jews living in this tiny remote community up in Canada. And when I was a teenager, they sent me down to Toronto, which was the big city, to get my education. That's when I discovered Yiddishkeit, and it didn't stick right away, but then later when I met my wife, she and I started exploring Judaism together, and that's how I ended up growing a beard and going on to success in higher education. Actually, it's a kind of interesting thing. My wife and I were both ski instructors. That's how we met. My area of expertise is Jewish history. I wrote my first book on the Jews of Ukraine at the beginning of the 20th century, published by Harvard University. And then my third book, by the way, was published by Feldheim University on Gemara. Sorry, not Feldheim University, Feldheim Publishers. I believe I am the only person ever to be published by both Harvard and Feldheim, which I think says a lot about who I am. I have another book forthcoming actually next month on the Rambam, Hilchos Tshuva. It's a commentary in English. And my major research right now is on Theosexual Hasidus, which is a 20th century Hasidic movement associated with Central Poland. I didn't think too much in advance about what I was going to say to you guys, so I think I'm not going to get such a great grade. But I'm really grateful to be here, and I look forward to learning with you over the course of this semester.
Where should I read it from? Third line of weather, problem. It says something about whether rainstorms be a problem in the southern area in 3 to 5 days. Is anticipated in near term. Iraq will launch missiles into Saudi Arabia areas. Frontline troops will not advance. Future potential strikes may occur in areas such an interest. Also, if I had to print in paper some shit that's like super top secret that no one's supposed to know that we have, I would say
the spiritual home that we've created here in Lawrence Cedarhurst, and once we put this on the internet, we will hopefully transform the world into a better place to live through exposure to our Jewish sages and their teachings. Let me just go quickly into the nature of the shir, and then we will start right away. I will give you a little bit of advance warning. Tonight is a little exceptional. We started a little bit late. I like to start right at 8:30, but we will start right on time. And the format is very simple. I'm going to take just half an hour to speak about the historical background of the individual that we'll be studying, to try and place, for the most part, we can say his ideas in their historical context. And then the second half hour will be when we really get into the material, when Rabbis Teitelbaum and Trump in alternating weeks will actually guide us through a session of learning their text. The goal of this series is to enrich our appreciation of these fantastic thinkers and give us a sense of how they have shaped our Weltanschauungen and how they have created the Jewish world in which we now live. The topic for today is, of course, if we're going to speak about any of the great thinkers in our shared heritage, we have to begin with Rabban Shel Yisrael, the acronym for the great thinker Rashi. His true name, of course, is Rabbi Shlomo Yitzchaki, Solomon, the son of Yitzchak, but he is really the founding father of the way we learn text. In fact, there's an expression that in order to learn Torah, you must really learn it with two fingers. One firmly lodged in the actual biblical text itself, and the other in the commentary of Rashi. And learning the text in two ways gives us this unique, nuanced way to read the text, which creates an entirely different way of looking at the world Jewishly through the eyes of this great commentator. His years are 1040 to 1105. He is one of the greatest of the Ashkenazic figures. He is a rather liminal character in many ways, occupying the borderline chronologically and in some senses geographically. So let's have a very quick look at some of the major features of his life, and then we'll turn to the texts themselves. Placing him within context, and I realize, by the way, looking around the room, that there's a great deal of highly educated people here who have had 8, 20, 25 years of full-time Jewish education. I apologize if much of this is going to be basic review for you, but for the rest of us, I'd like to give you some more serious background information that will be useful. But perhaps I'll just start with a small personal anecdote, in particular because I have my brilliant son Boaz here filming, and I don't think I've ever told him this story. But I recall distinctively one of my personal most powerful connections with Rashi was when I was studying in yeshiva in Israel, and I came to Torah as an adult. I was in my mid-20s when my wife convinced me that I should really be studying much more Torah. And I remember being so frustrated just trying to work through a basic Rashi on a Gemara and feeling so terrible that, Rashi is something that is learned by young children and old people alike with great facility. And there's so many ways you can approach it. And I simply could not crack open this Rashi. And I felt tremendous, literally tears of frustration. I literally cried with frustration, thinking, how is it that, I'm in graduate school already, I'm studying for my PhD, I published articles, and I can't figure out Rashi. And I felt so awful and frustrated, and tears ran down my face. The next morning, when I went back to Shir, Rashi was all of a sudden my best friend. All of a sudden, everything that Rashi said, it felt like he was just standing behind me, whispering in my ear, guiding me through the Gemara, and it was a transformational moment. I've always felt very close to Rashi and to textual study, really, as a result of that particular day in Yerushalayim. And I feel like maybe in a strange way I kind of channeled the spirit of Rashi, because that's really his goal as a teacher, is to give us access to the material, hold our hand, walk us through the text to a degree which Art Scroll only, in a pale manner tries to imitate. Anyway, here we go. Let's go back to the timing. So the periodization, we have these are groups of scholars by Jewish historiographic convention. The Tanaim refer to scholars who were associated with the compilation of the Mishnah, basically to the early 3rd century of the Common Era. Then you have the Amoraim, who are associated with the Talmud, to the 6th century. A group of scholars known as the Geonim, primarily in Babylon, to the 9th century. And then you have the Rishonim, which is a very large group of scholars from the late 9th century to the 15th century. This is when Rashi, of course, lived. He's one of the early Rishonim, an extremely important one. And then afterwards, you have the Acharonim in the 19th century. Everything after the 19th century is not really worth talking about, so we're not even going to mention it. Rashi is often associated with this script, the so-called Rashi script. It's a little bit of a misnomer. He wrote in the typical Ashkenazic script of the day. This is just a printing convention that is essentially like italics. Regular square or Assyrian script is what we're used to in most of our prayer books and other standard Hebrew textbooks. The Rashi script was just a little bit of a cursive. It looked kind of pretty, and it helped in typographical conventions to place two different typefaces on the same page so you can distinguish between the main text and the commentary. For those of you who may be somewhat stymied by Rashi's script, it's really not that hard. It's almost identical to the regular script, except for a handful of letters, like the letter Aleph, which has kind of a flag on the top. The letter Shin is really quite different. The final Mem and a Samech are quite different, but otherwise it's really not so hard to learn. I'll tell you one also personal funny story. I wrote a small book on the Talmud that was published by Feldheim Publishers. I'm very proud of saying, by the way, I think I'm the only person ever to be published by both Harvard University Press and Feldheim Publishers. That's why I work for Tyrrell College. But the Feldheim, I had a tremendous editor there. We went through 19 drafts before it went to print. We even had about a 3,000 word exchange on whether the word should be chuleh or chula in a particular part, whether or not a particular nekuda should be different. But there was one glaring mistake when I talked about reading Rashi script in this book. I said all the letters are the same except for these underlined letters, and we forgot to put in the underlining. And to this date, until I release this video on the internet, no one has found that mistake. I don't know what that means. I guess people are a little too afraid to learn Rashi script. But anyways, there it is. It really isn't Rashi script. It's just because the fact that Rashi is usually printed in that script that it has taken that name, but it has nothing to do with him personally. Now, I mentioned that he was one of the generation of scholars called Rishonim, literally the first ones. And the kind of intellectual work, the kind of scholarship that the Rishonim were engaged in were extremely important for really setting the Grundlage, the foundations for what would be done in later generations. The kind of things they did, many of them paid a special attention to textual integrity. Is the text that we have correct? Are there scribal errors? Are there variant manuscripts? Things like that. Rabbi Hananel is a great example. The grammarians, like Saruk and Ben Dunash, spent a lot of time trying to explain exactly what the Hebrew text meant on a grammatical level. And of course, that's quite significant because the Jews are no longer speaking Hebrew as a native language. It's always a secondary scholarly language, so you have to have grammarians to really understand what's going on. Many of them were involved in cataloging, especially cataloging the 613 commandments. The Smag is one of the most important, but we have several others, the Chinuch and others. Systemization, which basically refers to the taking of the entire corpus of Jewish thought and making sense of it, organizing it into chapter headings and separate books and so on. Maimonides is a classic example. And finally, in this context, resolution of apparent contradictions, which is the primary function, in my humble opinion, of Tosafot. We'll come back to who they are. Rashi's goal, however, unique in many ways among the Rishonim, is he wants to provide access. He wants to simply say, this is a very hard, difficult text. It's arcane. It's convoluted. It's opaque. What do we do with it? He holds you by the hand, offers you small, pithy comments to try and give you a sense of what does the text actually mean. Little side-by-side notes that help you work through the text. And secondly, he's also very big into integration. And by that, I'm referring to specifically the integration of the written Torah and the oral Torah. The written Torah, of course, being the 5 books of Moses, the oral Torah being the much larger corpus of Jewish thought that is encapsulated in the Mishnaic works, the Midrashic works, the Talmud, texts of the Kabbalah. He wants to try and bring them together. He chooses very carefully. He anthologizes with tremendous editorial skill, finding the right balance between how much is going to be enlightening and how much will be overwhelming, and he offers that to the reader on a very basic Hebrew level, such that we can appreciate the text and its tremendous nuances. That's really the genius of Rashi, is these 2 basic ideas, allowing access to the text and integrating the various bodies of thought that apply to that text. Where did he live? As I mentioned, he comes from Ashkenaz, which is an ancient Hebrew term that refers to the land from which Chinese food comes. No, I just made that up. I'm waiting for people to laugh. How's that joke going? Is this an audience or an oil painting? No, that's okay. Bullets, you can laugh, okay? All right. Anyways, here's a map of Europe. And this map actually shows the emigration of Ashkenazic Jewry to Eastern Europe. About 70% of American Jews trace their ethnic origins to Eastern Europe, and the overwhelming majority of those Jews trace their origins to Ashkenaz. It's the term used primarily for the Rhineland in Germany, and for various reasons, which are not our discussion today, but there was anti-Semitism drove them towards the east, and economic opportunity was a vacuum that drew them towards the great cities of Ukraine and Poland and Lithuania. Lithuania being in the north here, of course, where Jews of unusual intelligence, fashion sense, and humor come from. So that's where, and then later, many of them, by the way, emigrated down to South Africa. We occasionally get a few hangovers from Lithuania coming from South Africa. The Rhineland here is the locus classicus for the Ashkenazi Jewry and the culture that developed in Northern Europe. It is most commonly contrasted with Sephardic Jewry, which of course was still in a period of tremendous, ascent. It was the golden age in Spain. That would be Sepharad or Sephardi Jewry out to the west. And there, of course, are Jewries in North Africa and in the Middle East as well that all have different ethnic groups. Rashi himself lived in several places in the lands of Ashkenaz, both in what would be contemporary France and in Germany. He studied in the great school of Rabbeinu Gershom Meir Hagola. We don't know a lot about the specifics of his life. We know that he grew up in an area of great viticulture, and he may quite likely have been involved in being a vintner himself, or at very least in the commerce dealing with wine and grapes. There are all kinds of fantastic stories and legends about his birth and his youth and so on. There are a couple different versions in which his parents, in one version of the story, his father, and the other version of the story, his mother, gave up the possibility of owning phenomenal profit through the sale of a jewel that was destined for the diadem of the Pope or something like that. I don't remember the exact detail of which ecclesiastical figure it was, but they really didn't want to see this beautiful jewel be used in that purpose, and so therefore they cast it into the sea in one version, and as a result there was a promise made to them in these versions of the story that they would have a child, the one child, Shlomo, who would enlighten the eyes of all Jewry. Whatever the truth of the legends are, there's no question that he grew up to be this great enlightener. There's another amazing version of a story in which his mother was in the city of Worms, and there are people who today claim to have a place in Worms where this stands to this very day, where when she was expecting, she was walking in one of these narrow hallways, corridors, and a horse and carriage came bustling through there with tremendous speed and threatened to run her down. And so she flattened herself as much as possible against the wall. But of course, she was heavily expecting, and she would have been hurt. The baby would have hurt. So the wall, as it were, became concave in order to allow her and her unborn child to be protected as the cart went by. It's an amazing story. There's no historical grounds to believe it actually happened as said, but nevertheless it gives you a sense of what people say about him. He studied primarily in the region known as Shum, which is the tri-town of Speyer, Worms, and Mainz, 3 towns that are very proximate to one another in the region of Ashkenaz. And it was there that he was able to draw together much of the scholastic methodology of the South, where you have people like Rabbeinu Gershom active, the school of Provence, with the Ashkenazi proper way, the regimen of studying the Torah with great discipline and grammatical fortitude. He then, in 1070, opened up his own yeshiva. Like many yeshivas probably today, his first students were his children and his grandchildren, and they went on to achieve great fame as well in the school of Tosafot. He had a number of daughters which have been popularized in fiction. There's very little historical data to support the specifics of the biographical depictions, although the author, Maggie Anton, did do a tremendous amount of historical research and attempted through a multiple volume series to provide a picture of the life of Jewish women in 11th century Germany with great success in many areas. There is a widespread fallacy that his daughters wore tefillin. We don't have any evidence of that whatsoever, but we do have some interesting passages in the writings of one of his illustrious grandchildren, Rabbeinu Tam, that he knew of women who did wear tefillin, and in fact they said the blessings when they put on the tefillin. The widespread idea that Rashi's daughters wore tefillin, however, does not have any classical source in the period. There's also no reason to believe the assertion that the so-called pseudo-Rashis, Rashi was so popular that many texts were authored by others, and his name was attached to them. And it's very different from today's scholarly world. Today, in the academy, what we do is we take something that someone else wrote and we put our own name on it. But back then it was popular to take something that you wrote and put someone else's name on it. So we have several pseudo-Rashis, especially on the Talmud, sometimes because copyists found a manuscript without having a clear authorship, and so therefore they said, well, this looks a lot like Rashi, and so they added the word Rashi to it, but it's clearly not. So some have opined that perhaps his daughters did write some of the pseudo-Rashis. Again, there's no reason to specifically believe that, but the scattered references that we do have to his daughters indicate that they were literate, that they were learned, and that they did communicate with their father in learning, meaning they had a body of Torah knowledge which was quite impressive, especially for their day. Not surprising, perhaps, if your father is Rashi, that whatever your gender, you would be a very learned individual. His major works, we will study some of them in just a few minutes, but his commentary on the Torah is absolutely essential. It is universally printed, typically alongside the commentary of Onkelos, the translation of Onkelos that we'll study in another class. He's also written a massive commentary on almost every tractate of the Talmud, almost every book of the Tanakh. It's the very first place a scholar looks, or at any stage in their scholarly career, is what does Rashi say? How do we understand this passage? We always look towards the inside binding, which by long-standing typographical convention is where we place the commentaries of honor, the ones on the inside. Rashi's always on the inside. What does he have to say? And there's a whole engine of research in the yeshiva that is surrounding the question, what's bothering Rashi? Meaning, when Rashi says something that appears obvious, there's always a much deeper reason. Why did he bother to say something that we would otherwise know? And exploring that question of what's bothering Rashi is often quite productive as a scholarly venture. Now, at the end of his life, most of his life was lived with relative tranquility, which is not something that could be easily said about the Jews in Europe. But at the end of the 11th century, at the end of his life, really, he was an aged man, he dealt with one of the most difficult social crises of the era. This was associated with the First Crusade of 1096. The Crusades were a tremendously heart-rending period for Jews in the Rhineland in particular. It was originally a movement that began in December 1095 when Pope Urban II called upon all Christians to gather together and to free the homeland from Muslim infidels, because there was some question about access to the holy sites for pilgrims. This happened to be an incredible message. It resonated with tremendous force throughout Europe, and there were other social and economic factors that combined to bring together a formidable force of soldiers from all over Europe. And they managed to make their way, following monks like this one here, Peter the Hermit, to Jerusalem. They had to repeat it several times because the Muslims were able to throw the Crusaders off the Holy Land. And of course, we have some of the most fascinating architecture in Israel from that period. But the First Crusade of 1096 was especially important from a Jewish perspective, because what happened was several of the kind of ragtag crusaders who didn't make it into the regular army, meaning they were not noblemen, they were not professionally trained knights, they were just, adventurers. In some cases, and we have many first-hand accounts from the period, they were like, hooligans, poor peasants, landless peasants. They would even do things like, if there was a goose that insisted on walking to the east, they would say that the goose was holy and they would follow the goose. Another famous crusader had his back tattooed with a cross, and he revealed his back to his audience, said, look, I woke up and I had this mark on my back. It obviously means you have to follow me. And so they followed him off to the Crusades. There are a lot of kind of, marginal people involved in the Crusades. And a certain number of them up here in the Rhineland said, wait a second, why are we schlepping? They didn't use that word. Maybe they did. It was Germany. Why are we schlepping all the way to Jerusalem to fight the infidel when we have the infidel right here in our very backyard? We don't have to go all the way over there to fight Muslims. We can fight Jews right here in Speyer, Worms, and Mainz. And so there were tremendous massacres of Jews in the Tri-Town that was the home of Rashi for many years, and horrible massacres which we recall every Shabbos when we read Av HaRachamim, a paragraph that's read after the Torah reading in memory of those martyrs of 1096. The reason why this was especially poignant for Rashi is because once that fateful summer had passed, we had learned that many different things happened to the Jews of those communities. Many were, of course, killed outright. Many, amazingly, chose to take their own lives. We have some powerful first-hand accounts of Jewish families, deciding to kill their children first and then kill themselves rather than expose themselves to baptism. And then we have, of course, many Jews who chose to become baptized rather than submit to the sword. And then after the Crusades had passed, and especially because these were not legitimate crusaders, so to speak, these were not like authorized crusaders, then they found that the storm had passed and they could return to their Jewish lives. And the question was, could they return to their Jewish lives? We have to recall that this was not a period of religious fluidity when people could simply become a Zen Buddhist and then become a Muslim and then become a Christian at will. Once you left the religious community, that was it. You were gone. And so you had all these Jews who felt terrible about their choices, and they appealed to the greatest authority of the age for guidance on what they could do. Rashi, of course, was the greatest authority of the period, and he wrote in his Teshuvot, which were extremely influential, that in fact they should be completely reaccepted as Jews. There should be no prejudice against them for the decision they made when they were on pain of death, and in fact that is a decision that has had huge consequences for Jewish history. So when we reflect on the life of Rashi as a whole, we should recall that this is someone who lived a millennium ago. And how often is it that we have a figure that lived 1,000 years ago that is so influential that he still plays a very vibrant part in our intellectual lives even today? When children in first grade are learning Rashi, when scholars at the highest levels of yeshivas are studying Rashi with the same level of enthusiasm and fervor, we get a glimpse of the tremendous power of this figure. So at this point, I've finished the historical part of the presentation. I'd like to hand the microphone over to Rabbi Teitelbaum to please give us some insight into the actual texts that Rashi authored.
Thank you, Dr. Abrahamson. That was really marvelous. We're going to look at a couple of the comments of Rashi on the Chumash, but before we do that, we're going to just think for a moment about what the Talmud would be sans without Art Scroll and without Rashi. People in our time have said, what a fantastic job Art Scroll has done, and they truly have, making it possible for literally all of us to open the Talmud, to read folios, to read Mesechtos, to make siyumim, and it's glorious, absolutely glorious. One needs to understand that is what Rashi did, but I cannot even say how many times over. The Talmud was a sealed book. It was impenetrable. It was inaccessible to the common man. That's without exaggeration. Most of us, the vast majority, if not all of us in this room, living in the times before Rashi was written, would not have a prayer, not a chance at studying Talmud. If not with one's teacher, master, Rabbi, page by page by page by page, line by line by line. So what Rashi did in terms of opening up the Talmud is incomparable. Everybody else's work is built upon Rashi's. That's not to say that there aren't those who will dispute Rashi, and the Tosfos, and the Rambam, and the Ran, and who will say, well, they have a different take of what this Mishnah means, a different understanding of that Gemara. Oh, of course. But in terms of being capable of navigation, nobody could make their way through the Yam HaTalmud if not for the rudder and the sail and the ship and the steam engine and what we have to say in our own time would be the nuclear power that makes the Yam HaTalmud accessible and navigable to everybody. It's the first thing we have to say about Rashi is that he has made Talmudic Judaism a reality. Because by opening up the Talmud, you are now saying that which the Perusha began with in the Bayis Sheni, in the Second Commonwealth, continued on with Mishnah and Talmud and the period of Gaonim, about which we heard briefly. And then the Rishonim, it was that which became for all of Klal Yisrael, Talmudic Judaism as we understand it today, Rabbinic Judaism as it's so called, that can be embraced and lived and appreciated, and it isn't foreign to us. And it's not by rote, because anybody can open up a Gemara and study. That's only because of Rashi. So that Rashi is therefore perhaps singularly responsible for the success of Rabbinic Judaism. And as we leave our focus from the Talmud, let's just note that in the case of the Talmud, in the case of the Gemara, Rashi's work principally was to, as Dr. Abramson so beautifully said, take us by the hand, line by line by line, and say, well, this is what this means, and this is what the question is, and this is what the answer is. And that's particularly where, yes, the question appropriately is, what's bothering Rashi? People have authored books by that title, What's Bothering Rashi? Because there you want to know what would have been another or maybe alternative interpretation. Today we have a new phrase, alternative facts. We have alternative interpretations, and so when we ask, well, what's bothering Rashi? Part of what we're saying is, what is that which Rashi says is not the understanding, such that he guides us to what he says is the understanding. So there, yes, Rashi is taking us by the hand, and it's appropriate to ask what's bothering Rashi. He is trying to not just answer the question of what's bothering Rashi. He's answering the question of, what's bothering God. Rashi is trying to educate us to understand what the Torah is really trying to tell us on all levels, on Pshat and Remez and Drush and Sod. Rashi conveys to us the truth, the powerful truth of the fact that there are numerous planes of reality and of existence, and therefore there are similarly numerous planes and realities of meaning. Meaning doesn't have to mean literal translation. Meaning means sod, most profound, even mystical understanding of what God conveys to us in Torah, let alone drash, let alone pshat, pardes as they are called. And the beautiful wide pardes, that is the reality of what Hashem did when He gave us Torah. He gave us a pardes. He gave us an entire orchard, and He said, this is all for us to live with and to live by, to live in. Rashi so beautifully, therefore, is not just all about what's bothering Rashi. What is the meaning of this word? How do you understand this pasuk? Rashi is telling us, what is the message of this pasuk? Why did HaKadosh Baruch Hu say it this way? To us. What's its meaning and relevance to us? Specifically, to go back in time to Parshas Bereishis and to Chumash Bereishis, to a couple of citations in Shmos, because I want you, and suggest that you in the Parshios moving forward, Bo, Va'era, Bo, B'Shalach, Yisra, Mishpatim, Truma, Tetzava, that you should look at Rashi now and find both that tremendous Parshanut, that tremendous idea of understanding the Parsha and understanding the textual meaning and message of the pasuk, and yet also seeing the broader sense that Rashi gives us, where he says, don't just ask me what's bothering me, ask me what's bothering God. It's not about what's bothering Rashi so much as, why is it that HaKadosh Baruch Hu tells this to us? What's the bigger message? Let's take a look at a couple of Rashis. Please turn to the first Rashi in Chumash. We'll do this one quickly because this is so obvious and so well known. Page 2. I always joke that the first page of Chumash, of the stone Chumash, begins on page 2 because they wanted to imitate the Talmud, which, you have a shar blot, and then the first page is Daf Beis Amud Aleph. They started on page 2. Or is it because the Torah begins with the Beis Bereishis? So anyway, on page 2, Rashi famously says in the very beginning, the Torah really should begin with the parsha we're going to read this coming Shabbat. Rabbi Yitzchak lahoy tzarich lahaskal satorah elomei hachodesh hazel lachem. She mitzvah rishona shenitztavu b'Yisrael. Rabbi Yitzchak says the Torah is a guide to life. So mitzvah number 1, hachodesh hazel lachem, Rosh Chodesh. That's in Parshas Bo. That's where the Torah should begin. Matam, Pasach Bereshis, Yishum, because of the Pasach in Tehillim, Koyach Ma'asav Higi Ba'amar, Losses Lehem Nachlas Goyim. Something important to us. Look at the Rashi almost prophetically saying, She'im Yomra Umos Ha'olam Yisrael Listim Atem. When, or if, but we know it's a when, the nations of the world say, you Jews are thieves. You've conquered other people's lands, occupied territories. Hey, we answer, the land is all God's. The son of Asher Yashar Be'enov, B'ritzono nitnu lehem, u'b'ritzono notlu lehem v'nitnu mana. So the first Rashi begins by telling us we Jewish people have a homeland. And the whole point of Bereshis Bara Elikim Shemayim V'Sa'aretz is that it all belongs to God, and He has apportioned to every nation there where He wishes that nation to live. That's their portion, that's their nachla. Ours is that little piece of land along the Mediterranean. Tell that to the nations of the world. It's the first pasuk in Chumash. Now this is obviously not a simple shot of what Bereshis Bara Elikim means, but it's an obvious way in which Rashi opens his commentary almost announcing, I'm not going to write just a simple translation of Chumash. I'm going to share with you, taken from Medrash, taken from Talmud, Bavli Yerushalmi, I'm going to share with you the point, the bigger point, that HaKadosh Baruch Hu is trying to make throughout the Torah. Let's take, as another example, please turn to page 94. Just briefly, as we go through the book of Bereshis with a few examples. Page 94. Tefillah, prayer, so important. Prayer is important, but so is prayer not just selfishly for oneself, but prayer generally. And no prayer goes unanswered. There's a famous Rashi in Shir HaShirim, we'll talk about it some other time, that says as much. Sometimes your prayer is just a general prayer or a prayer for someone else, but if you yourself could benefit from that for which you're praying, perhaps you will. Famous Rashi. Again, a Rashi that's conveying to us what tefillah is and what selfless tefillah is all about. Pasuk Yud Ches, the end of Siman Chav, Pasuk Yud Ches, Ki atzar Hashem ba'ad kol rechem leveis Avimelech al dvar Sarah, Eshes Avraham. Because of what Avimelech attempted to do to Sarah, everyone was barren. All of the women in Avimelech's family, they were all incapable of having children. They all became infertile. Hashem pakad es Sarah ka'asher amar. HaKadosh Baruch Hu granted Sarah the child he had promised. Vayas Hashem l'Sarah kasher diber. Now, we understand that it's all because of Abraham's prayer for Avimelech. Please Hashem, forgive him, for he knew not what he was doing. And let him be, and his family, and his wives, and all of them. Let's allow them to once again have their children and have family life. That same prayer of Avram Avinu also is answered when the pasuk says, "V'Hashem pakad es Sarah kasher amar." Says Rashi, "Samach parsha zu lekan." The fact that the Torah, just after mentioning that Avimelech's family was again able to have children, the Torah says Sarah's son Yitzchak was born. Why? The juxtaposition. If you set yourself aside and you're just davening for what your fellow man needs, if that's what's on your mind, if that's what's on your heart, you happen to need that very same answer to a prayer. You might just be answered first. Shnemar vayispalel Avraham el Ho'elikim vayirpa Elikim es Avimelech. V'samachlei. Immediately thereafter, the Torah says, "V'Hashem pakad es Sarah ka'asher Amar. Shapakda Kvar Kodim Shuripas Avimelech. HaKadosh Baruch Hu had already provided for pregnancy for Sarah, even before Avimelech's family was healed. But it was that timing of the matter, with Abraham's prayer at that time, that caused that at that time Sarah should become pregnant. Yes, it was promised, but at that time she became pregnant, because that's when Abraham prayed for Avimelech. Sarah became pregnant at that time because her husband was praying for Avimelech, who had somewhat unwittingly taken Abraham's wife. Rashi's point: power of prayer, but not selfish prayer. Prayer for someone else, even prayer for Avimelech. So Rashi's giving us more than the pshat. He's telling us with a bigger picture what the Torah, what HaKadosh Baruch Hu wishes to convey. In this case, with the order of events and the sequence in which the Pesukim appear. Let's move on to Parshas Chayei Sarah. Moral lessons Rashi is constantly teaching us. He's educating us. Page 108 in Parshas Chayei Sarah. Famously, Ephron acts as if, of course, Avram, you can take the land for Varas HaMachpelah. It's yours for free. Avram understood better. Vayishma Avraham el Ephron. He listens carefully. He understands Ephron's real intentions. Vayishkol Avraham le Ephron es hakesef ashadi bebazne v'neches arba me'as shekel kesef over lasocher. Over lasocher, meaning the most pristine, whole coins. Rashi talks about centurion, meaning the full weight of each coin. Over lasocher, accepted internationally, right? But he points out that the second time in the pasuk, not the first Ephron, the second Ephron, where it says that Abraham pays him, it's written chaser. Take a look. Vayishma Abraham el Ephron with a vav. Vayishkol Abraham le Ephron without a vav. He pays Ephron the money, but it's the Ephron without a vav. And he quotes the Medrash, because he's trying to tell us, Rashi's trying to convey to us the great lesson. And more ma'at, v'aseh harbe. Exactly. Don't just talk the talk. Don't bother. Walk the walk. Chaser vav, Rashi says, pasuk tezayin, vayishkol Avram le'Ephron. Chaser vav lefisha amar harbe, va'afilu ma'at lo asa. Ephron said, oh, it's yours, but he took more than the land was worth. So Rashi's point to us is, be like Avram. Be one who does in earnest, who does, and does selflessly, and not like Ephron, who talks the talk, but does nothing at all. And then finally, and this is very, very important, Rashi always is trying to give us the great moral push in interpersonal relations. There's a tremendous amount of Rashi that emphasizes the evil of Lashon Hara. And it's almost as if he tells us that's the whole point of the story of Yosef and his brothers. Take a look at the beginning of Parshas Vayeshev on page 198. Rashi's not just going to be content with telling us what it was that Yosef said about his brothers. He points out in the Rashi how each and every point of what it was that he said is revealed to us in the Pesukim, and how Yosef suffered the consequences for each aspect of the Lashon Hara that he spoke about his brothers. Rashi Divrei Amaskal, Diba Som Ra'ah, Pasuk Gimel in Rashi. Kol Ra'ah shehoy Ra'ah be'echav b'nei Leah hoy magid la'aviv shehoy oichlin evim min achayim mazalzim b'vnei hashfachas l'kreisen avodim v'chashudim al ha'arayos u'b'shloshtem laka. He was punished for each and every one. Every min achai, when they slaughtered the goat and ate it properly after slaughter. When they sold him into Avdus, obviously, when he became an Eved himself. And then Gilui Arayos, he was accusing his brothers of being licentious, but what happened to him? He was pursued by the wife of Potiphar and suffered through all of these step by step by step, each and every one specifically because he had accused his brothers falsely. So Rashi is trying to tell us that the greater picture of the story of Yosef and his brothers includes this tremendous lesson, this tremendous sense of how careful we have to be about our fellow Jews and how we say, how we speak about each other. Rashi again in Shmos, page 298. These are all famous Rashis. We all know these Rashis. We sometimes call them a Rashi to live by. And Rashi succeeded really in influencing, therefore, and in shaping world views of all of Jewry by this kind of a commentary on the Torah. For generations, he has created some of these foundations of our faith and of our worldview by having commented on Torah not with simple meaning but with a bigger message that he teaches us God wants us to know. And so I believe that Rashi wanted the wider, greater Torah and its message to be conveyed to us by the words of the Torah, that his belief was that all of those midrashim and Gemara that he brings, that's all what the intention of the words of Torah were from the start. And he succeeded in profoundly influencing, therefore, what kind of religious people we are, what the religious character of the Jew who studies Chumash is all about. Thank you once again for joining us this evening.
I think personally I gained a lot in terms of just getting the sense of really what's behind Rashi, and then also from the end part we got a sense of really the values, what was really happening in Rashi's life, and the values that he was talking about, and always he's trying to get at what's bothering God, as we talked about.
Oh, excellent. Yeah, I totally agree. But next week is going to be absolutely fantastic because, Rashi is phenomenal. And as I said in my presentation, he really has I have a very, very great deal of affection for him on a personal level, if that's possible to say. But the Ramban, his life was so dramatic. I mean, the history is going to be amazing. Do you know much about his life?
The Ramban is the one person in history I wish I could have actually met. I really, really wish I could have met. But in those times, I think to myself, well, maybe I actually do know him. Because the more you learn about him, you see this character who is so three-dimensional, who is so emotional and intellectual at the same time. And then you realize the backdrop of what his life was. And when he says this, it's almost like you really are meeting him.
Well, what do you plan to talk about next week?
So one of the things which I'd like to talk about is the Ramban. When one looks at the Ramban, there's so many opportunities of what to start with. He's so prolific. But there's just a number of places which really capture who he was, what he was dealing with, and the depth of his perception. Whether they talk about afterlife, whether they talk about his interactions with people of his time before he got expelled from Spain. There's the great debate of the Ramban. When we're talking about some of the aspects when he arrives in Israel and how that reforms his perspective on the Purish he was given from far away Spain. There's so much to talk about this incredible individual.
In the past, she didn't even say underage girl, she said little kids. And that's a big part. I said this.
But it's very brief. I will say though, Sof Maaseh b'Machshava Techila, Rabbi Trump and I spent a few months this summer talking about how we could really create a series that enriched and deepened our appreciation of the major figures associated with the explanation of the Torah, And what we've come up with is this fantastic series, which I'm so proud of. I'm very excited about. And I'm especially proud to be associated with Rabbi Trump because I feel that, 30 years from now when people are watching these YouTubes, they'll say, wow, he was great. But who was that guy who spoke first? I never heard of him. Because Rabbi Trump is like one of those stars on a trajectory of greatness, and I am hoping to ride the coattails of his fame, something like that. Okay, and it doesn't hurt to be named Trump too. That's also useful. No relation. Tonight's topic is the Ramban. Very dramatic life and lots of excitement and a lot of tumult and fascinating material. I am going to just give you a very quick overview of the major events of his life, and then I will turn the microphone and the podium over to Rabbi Trump, who will take us into the text. So in the first half hour, we'll get a sense of who Rabbi Nachman ben Moshe was as an individual, and then we will focus on a little bit of what he thought and really get to know the Ramban properly. Okay, so let's start right away. His years are 1194 to 1270. For most of his life, he lived one of quiet, increasing achievement on a scholarly path of greatness, and he was well recognized, well regarded throughout his life as a scholar of international renown. And he lived, a life of shalva. He lived a life of relative ease in one of the greatest places where Jews could live in the 13th century, And then towards the end of his life, when he was already in his 60s and 70s, then he encountered challenges which would have crushed a much younger man. But he steeled himself and was able to rise to two major challenges in his life, both of which we will explore in both parts of this lecture, to really achieve international, or I should say, a millennial greatness by what he did in the final 2 decades of his life. He was known in his lifetime by his contemporaries as Harav HaNe'eman, as the faithful rabbi, meaning the steady, always predictable, always reliable kind of rabbi. He grew up, of course, in Spain, which is always a tremendous exception in Jewish history. The reason why this is so is because the demographic makeup of Spain was radically different from anywhere else in Europe or North Africa or the Middle East. Specifically, from the time of the first exile, or second exile, I should say, in the first century of the Common Era, Jews typically were a tiny minority living in one large majority culture. In the case of North Africa and the Middle East, there were a small community of Jews living amongst a huge majority of Muslims. In Christian Europe, small minority of Jews living in an overwhelming mass of Christians. Especially before the Reformation, they would basically be Catholics and so on. And so that was the kind of binary relationship of Jews to the outside culture. In Spain, however, you had the confluence of 3 major cultures. You had Muslims, Jews, and Christians. And because neither the Muslims nor the Christians had a lasting, centuries-long hold on that peninsula, as a result, the Jews could parlay that 3-way triangular relationship into greater power and, in many cases, stability for the population as a whole. You have these phenomenal figures like Chasta ibn Shaprut, who was a major diplomatic figure in Spain, essentially the Secretary of State of Spain. You have Shmuel ibn Nagrela, also known as Shmuel HaNagid, who was one of those exceptional figures who was not only a great intellect, writing a commentary on the Talmud that is still included in Tractate Brachot even to this day, and also a figure of great political renown, and the commander of the armed forces of one of the nations of Spain. It's hard to imagine, the chief of staff of America, completing Daf Yomi. But that's only a fraction of what Shmuel ibn Nagrela was, and that's a kind of character that was produced in Spain at that time. And of course, the great eagle, Hanesher Hagadol, the Rambam Maimonides, also stems from this culture. And he, because the Muslims and the Christians were constantly fighting in Spain, the Jews could often use that space between those two cultures to create authority structures for themselves, as we see in the golden age of Spain a little bit earlier than this period. So that's when he grew up, and those are the kinds of things that informed the political culture of the day and actually had a major effect on him in particular. His family background was one of really a glorious background. The name, of course, Nachmanides, is the Latin for son of Nachman. His first name was Moshe, just like Maimonides, as we've discussed in the past. He actually had a non-Jewish name that's little known, Bonastrog da Porta. I have no idea how they came up with Bonastrog da Porta. I mean, my Hebrew name is Hillel, and my English name is Henry, because they both start with the letter Hey, right? But Nachman and Bonastrog just do not fit one with the other. I think Bonastrog means one day will be a great rabbi. No, actually, I have no idea what it means. I just made that up. Okay, he was a member of a great rabbinic family. His first cousin was Rabbeinu Yonah, and the two families married with each other over many generations. For a career, we only have scattered references, but he apparently acted as a physician, very much like Maimonides. He also achieved greatness as a communal leader, first as a Rosh Yeshiva, and eventually as chief rabbi of Catalonia, a major region of Spain. So a kind of a steady increase towards greatness and leadership throughout his life. He, just to look at a couple of episodes in his life, he was a participant in the Maimonidean controversy that we discussed in this room a few months ago. Specifically, when Maimonides was banned by the scholars of France, primarily in the first period of that of the controversy, when it was felt that Maimonides was too infected by Greek philosophy, that his ideas bore too much of an imprint of Aristotle in particular, and as a result, he fell under a ban. Later, by the way, in the 13th century, that ban would be somewhat shaped to affect only young men under the age of 25. Over 25, they figured they could handle Maimonides. But at the time, it was raging, and in fact, Maimonides would actually be burned in a square in Paris. Maimonides' books, that is. So the Ramban, who in many cases was actually quite a fierce critic of Maimonides in print, or in manuscript more appropriately, he actually came to Maimonides' defense when he saw how imperiled the great eagle's works were in Europe. And he argued that the ban should be somewhat localized. It should only affect 7 countries which are known to have the majority Jews. That's all a big joke, and no one is getting it. It's bothering me so much. Thank you. Boaz got it. Okay, all right, thank you. I'm going to have to add a laugh track to this when I edit it. But no, the ban, he argued that the ban should be narrowed to only affect the scholars of France. It should not be extended to Spain. And in this regard, he actually hinted to a major historiographic discussion that would only ensue several centuries later, to the effect that Ashkenazi Jewry and Sephardi Jewry bifurcated around the time of the Crusades. Just to say it very quickly, after the Crusades, which I believe we discussed not too long ago, right, when we talked about Rashi. After the Crusades, Ashkenazi Jews, according to this argument, their culture began to look inward, began to become much more insular, regard the outside world as far more toxic, regard non-Jewish culture as far more dangerous for Jews to engage in, and tend to shut down influences of the outside world. Spanish Jewry, on the other hand, which did not experience the trauma of the First Crusade, continued to be much more open to non-Jewish culture, much more open to using the vernacular. And in fact, Shmuel ibn Nagrela, who I mentioned earlier, he actually wrote love poetry in Arabic. Yehuda Levi similarly wrote love poetry in Arabic. And some of it is actually, pretty 17 plus rated when you look at it, because they were active participants in the wider culture. So my Nachmanides' argument was, you Ashkenazim, there a couple of hundred years after the First Crusade, this is like dangerous for you because your youth are not trained to acculturate themselves to the outside world, and if they were suddenly to be exposed to Maimonides and by extension to Aristotle, it could be dangerous for their self-view and for their Weltanschauung as a whole, and so therefore this ban is really only appropriate for you. But us Sephardim living in Spain, where we're regularly in commerce with Christians and with Muslims, and we're fluent in 3 languages easily, for us we don't need this ban. His voice was not heard, and of course the Maimonidean controversy only got worse, but nevertheless he was a voice of calm in those difficult times. Perhaps the most dramatic period of Nachmanides' life is the disputation of 1263 that occurred in Barcelona. Some half-century earlier, a Jew converted to Christianity. His name was Nicholas Donin, and he presented an argument to the, I forget which monks it was, starts with a C. Help me out here, one of the monks. Anyways, he presented an argument to... No, not Pablo. I'm talking about Nicholas Donin. Where is Dr. Levi? Starts with a C. Friars, not Capuchin. Dominicans starts with a C. I knew it. So Dominican monks, he presented this argument that, you've been trying to convert these Jews for so many centuries, 12 in particular, and it hasn't worked. And you know why it hasn't worked? Because they have a secret book that you Dominican friars know not, which is the Talmud. I, a recent convert to Christianity, I know the Talmud backwards and forwards. I know it like the palm of my hand. And I can show you that the Talmud is exactly the reason why the Jews don't convert. That and a steady diet of Chinese food. Those 2 things, and they will never convert. You have to cut off the supply of Chinese food, and you have to... Okay, so what ended up happening? Thank you. So what ended up happening was that Nicholas Donin organized a formal disputation, and with one of the important rabbis of France, and... it didn't go so well for the Jews. It was, and I don't want to take us too much into that particular disputation, but it was left somewhat inconclusive at the end. So 50 years later, another convert to Christianity, a man named Pablo de Cristiani, that was his Christian name, obviously, he decided to try again, and he approached essentially the Pope Clement VI, who brought it to King Aragon, the King James I of Aragon, and who insisted that they have a debate on the Talmud. Now, at this point, King James I was actually somewhat friendly with Nachmanides. He was on good terms. And again, this is Spain. This is not France. And James I did not have tremendous enthusiasm for this project at all, but there was a certain struggle between the papacy and the monarchy. And so he ultimately caved and said, okay, fine, let's do it. But I think we should use this friend of mine, Nachman, who I think will be a pretty good representative of the Jews. There was a certain number of negotiations about how the debate would take place. Nachmanides insisted on freedom of speech. He argued that he would not participate in this at all if he could not say what he needed to, and this was granted to him. Of course, it would later be revoked. But what ended up happening was Pablo de Cristiani took a disastrous strategy in the debate. He specifically said, he argued that the reason why the Jews don't convert is because the Talmud itself has the truth of the coming of the Messiah buried in it, and the Jews, because of their degenerate nature, refuse to believe what is in the Talmud itself. In other words, he wanted to say that the Talmud that you guys study, it itself proclaims the very divinity of our Messiah. That was his argument, which was a disastrously stupid argument because he was going up against a Talmudic master. And when they met in these 4 debates in the summer of 1263, Nachmanides absolutely destroyed Pablo de Cristiani. Among the many arguments he used, for example, there are references to Jesus in the Talmud, quite a few of them. Most of them are rather negative in nature, and I won't list them here. I'm sure that in the YouTube version of this, someone will thankfully provide all of them for the rest of the audience. When Pablo de Cristiani pressed Nachmanides on this, what do you say about these statements? He says, that Jesus? No, that's not the same Jesus that you're talking about. We had lots of Jesuses. There's so many of them. And he said, look, who's the teacher of this Jesus here? Yehoshua ben Prakeh. Well, Yehoshua ben Prakeh lived 200 years later. Can't be the same Jesus. And therefore, you can say what you want, but you're not referring to the right Jesus. Which one is the right Jesus? I don't know. And so, in other words, all of Pablo de Cristiani's best arguments were very easily deflected by this one single position that Nachmanides took. Fascinatingly, we have both sides of the debate in print. We have the Sefer HaVikuach, which Rabbi Trump will discuss in his portion of the hour. That's Nachmanides' version of the debate. And we also have the Latin transcript of the debate. So we have, because they kept it, they want a copy of it too. And there's lots of overlaps. There's lots of places where the text was probably altered to protect the innocent, that kind of thing. But we can observe a few really salient ideas about the debate based on its conclusion. The church, of course, won. That was a foregone conclusion. But King James I said, Nachmanides, you did a great job. Here are 300 gold coins, and you better hightail it out of Spain, because you are in so much trouble. You did such an amazing job. You embarrassed the church. You can't stay in the Iberian Peninsula any longer. So anyways, he was kicked out of the Iberian Peninsula. He was forced to leave. It was a very, very tearful departure. Among other things, the legend says that he told all of his followers and his family, some traveled with him, some stayed behind. He told that they didn't know what would happen to him. His plans were to make Aliyah, to move to Israel, and that's quite a different proposition in the 13th century as in the 21st century. And so he told that they said, we don't know what's going to happen to you. What will be your fate? And he said to them, apparently, that on the day I die, I was very close with my mother, he said, on the day I die, a crack will appear in my mother's gravestone. And according to the legend passed down by Spanish Jewry, that in fact happened, that 4 years later when he passed away, a crack appeared in his mother's tombstone. But we actually don't know exactly when he died or even where he is buried. There are several competing sites for his tomb. He made his way to Israel in 1267, and what he found on arrival was amazing. In Jerusalem, there were only 2 Jewish residents. And in order to pull together a minyan for the high holidays, they had to canvass the local villages to bring in a minyan. He was absolutely aghast that was the situation in Israel. And so here, already in his 70s, he re-engaged himself and he put himself to the very difficult task of community building. And he single-handedly was able to attract more and more Jewish migrants and eventually to re-establish a Jewish community in Jerusalem and in Israel, in Akko in particular. A quote he writes from one of his letters to his sons, only 2 brothers live here, dyers who bought their dye from the governor and were joined up to 10 Jews in their home on Sabbaths for prayers. Something about his thought and writings, and that is by way of introduction to my illustrious colleague, Rabbi Trump. He was a huge, very prolific commentator and the author of several standalone tractates. I'm looking at the back of the wall. I see several volumes of his work right here. He was, unlike Rashi, much more of a Kabbalist, a very strong influence of Iberian Kabbalah. He was also influenced heavily by Maimonides, even though he differed with him on many areas. But he was a systematic theologian. Unlike Rashi, whose main genius is as a commentator, leading you through the text, Ramban was writing monographs. He was writing like books. This is a book on the afterlife. This is a book on the laws of family purity. This is a book on, what we think about good and evil, tzaddik v'ralo, things like that. One of my favorite texts, which actually I spent about a year studying with one of my daughters in preparation for a bas mitzvah many years ago, is the Igeras HaRambam, the letter of the Ramban, which is a letter that he wrote upon his departure to one of his sons. It's a very brief letter, perhaps 500 words in length. Very powerful statements. Essentially, it's a tzava, an ethical will, in which he tells his child, these are the things that are really important to me as a human being, as a Jew. I want you to absorb them, and I want you to emulate them, you and all of your progeny. And this Igeras HaRamban has been associated with a tremendous number of miracles, particularly within the Sephardi tradition, such that it is read ritually by many Jews, Sephardim and Ashkenazim, either once a day or once every 30 days. A good measure of whether or not a siddur is worth buying is check out if it has Igeras HaRamban after Shacharis, because that'll give you a sense of where it's coming from, in my humble opinion. And it's a very short work, very worth reading, and very worth internalizing. So with that, I'm actually going to stop a few minutes early so we can hear more of the words of the Ramban offered by our glorious colleague, Rabbi Yaakov Trump.
I want to just start by, first of all, telling everybody what a distinct pleasure it is to be working with Dr. Abramson. Not only is Dr. Abramson our favorite dean in residence in the shul, but, and really the genius behind this concept. This is content and context. But so many times in our lives we learn all about the content. And in fact, I think we spend most of our school careers and our adult careers learning a lot about content. But context roots everything. As we're going to be seeing in the next few minutes, as we learn, you'll so much more appreciate exactly what's going on in the Ramban's life and his ideas when you get a sense of where he came from in this most beautiful, succinct description. How can you summarize the Ramban in half an hour? That was the most beautiful description. It is really, being as I do have a presidential name, I can say, think not, O community, what your community can do for you, or you can do for your community. And Dr. Abramson's really stepped forward, and all of us have so many things we can contribute, and it's so beautiful to be able to contribute together with all of you, and led by Dr. Abramson in learning together. This is what we're going to do. Is I'm going to actually work exactly as we plan this together. We're going to work in almost the same format. We're going to take 5 aspects of the Ramban's life, and we're going to look at 5 specific sources. So we learned a little bit about the background of the Ramban. Let's hear his words. Let's hear what he said in each of those different 5 sectors that Dr. Abramson was speaking about so beautifully just a few minutes ago. But before we start, I just want to actually start talking about the importance of learning the Ramban. I want to share with you all what happened to me, my introduction to the Ramban. It was a number of years ago. And I was in Israel, I believe it was in my first year, just at the end of Sukkot on Hoshana Rabbah. And I had the privilege of learning in the Yeshiva of Keren B'Yavneh. And one of the formative teachers in my life was a person by the name of Rabbi Bleichman, who many of us know in this community. And he used to host us on Saturday on Hoshana Rabbah night for a long learning session, 3 hours. He used to speak in 3-hour chunks. And you just really walk out there thinking in a different way. And what he said was the most remarkable thing. He said to us, boys, up till now you've learned about the bones and structure of Judaism. Now's the time to put the meat into the skeleton. And he says, you need to be learning about machshava. You need to be learning about Jewish philosophy. You need to understand why we do what you do. He says, you know what you should do? Is go out right now and buy a Ramban. Learn the words of the Ramban. And so it was. That was my first year. I went to the shuk, was able to get from a bookstore that my Ramban is just there on the table right over there, which I just was doing a 5-year cycle of Ramban on the parasha. And then afterwards, when I had time in NYU, there were actually weekly tests on specific Rambans in the parasha, very difficult tests, which I undertook with Masmidim. mass media program at YU. And then a friend of mine and I after night center at YU, what we used to do is we used to just steal 15 minutes to read the Ramban like a book. So we used to go from the beginning. Let's start at Genesis and let's read creation in the Ramban's world, rather than even on the parasha, because so many times you miss so many opportunities. But opportunity in that experience, going through a little bit of the Ramban and Eov, the Ramban and Shira Shirin. There's so much, and it has changed my life. There's no way I can tell you how my Judaism looked before and after. There's so much. I can then express how much excitement I have for this particular subject. So let's start at the very beginning. What a lot of people will say, and this is an important point, is what is the Ramban doing? Rather than opening up the Nikros Kedolos and we sort of randomly pull our finger and drop it anywhere on the page and say, oh, that's what so-and-so says. Let's try to understand what they're doing. What's the thesis of the Ramban on the Torah when he takes a look at the Torah? So let's take a look at the first section, which will be Parshanot. What is his methodology? What's he out to do on his Pirush on the 5 books of the Torah? So he actually, as all good books do, they explain themselves. So here it is. Here, if you take a look, there's actually sheets which went around, which have the sources, and I managed to translate a bunch of them. I did not manage to translate all of them. So we're going to start with some of the translated sources, and this is in his introduction. We're going to look at theory, and we're going to apply it. So listen to what he says. Very fascinating. He starts off very Kabbalistically. He starts talking about the names of Hashem and how they apply on black fly and white fly on the expression of what the Torah is, and then he goes into say the following. Here's what he's going to do. And I'm going to place to the light of the candelabrum Pirusha Rabbeinu Shlomo Ateres Tzvi V'Tzifra Tzfiras Tiferes. Who's going to be the centerpiece of the glory is the Pirusha Rabbeinu Shlomo. Who's Rabbeinu Shlomo? Rashi, which is why we saw Rashi last week, right? So this is the natural segue, of course, into the Ramban. I'm going to give the centerpiece of Rashi is Rashi. Mukhtar bin Musay HaMikra v'Mishnah v'Gemara. He is crowned, listen to the 3 parts there, with the sensitivities of the text, of the Mishnah and the Gemara. Lo nishpata b'chora, he has the firstborn share, says the Ramban. But Dvarav, again, his words, I will gaze. But I'm going to. He's peering through in love. Just listen to the love poetry about Rashi's words here. You can get a better approbation. We're going to have interactions with those words, and we're going to have debates. That's a very, very subtle way of saying he's going to disagree at times. The point is the basis is going to be Rashi. I'm going to discuss all his pshatim, whether it be midrash or his pshat. Now, folks, you see, here's one of the problems with translation. You probably didn't realize, but in the Hebrew it all rhymes. Okay, so a lot of these introductions, the Ibn Ezra, the Ramban, these are rhyming lines. You translate and use it, it all falls flat. But there's a certain cadence to the way this introduction runs, which is why he's using very poetic words. And then he says at the end, this is important to keep in mind, he says, V'im Rabbi Avraham ben Ezra, and regarding the Ibn Ezra, who we're going to deal with in just a few weeks' time, Tielanu Tachacham Meguleh V'ava Misutara, or Misuteres. I'm going to have recorded explicit rebuke and implicit love, which means to say, when I'm going to disagree with him, it's going to be in a little more vociferous manner than it would be with Rashi. Okay, so he's laying out what the primary description is over here. Where's his starting point always going to be? Always Rashi. Who's his counterpoint usually going to be? Ibn Ezra. Okay, so this is going to be the way he's going to do it. What does he love about Rashi? What is it about Rashi that he so loves, he so desires to learn about? Is the fact that he's got the sensitivity to 3 parts: the text and the Torah Shabbat Peh. Let's see an expression of that. Let's take a great example right now. So we're right in front of us. Here we have it. So, lost in translation, lost in one of the deepest areas of Bereshis Perek Yud, between the great flood and the dispersion. We have this following description. V'kush Yalad is Nimrod. So there's this gentleman called Nimrod is born. Hu hechel lios gibor ba'aretz. He started to be the strong man in the land. Hu hayah gibor tzayid. He was a great hunter. Lifnei Hashem. Al ken yamer Nimrod gibor tzayid lifnei Hashem. Therefore, people would always say, you're like a hunter, like Nimrod. What is the Torah talking about over here? Well, what's really going on with Nimrod? Positive, negative, neutral, folks. What is going on in this pasuk? So let's see. What's our positive? Positive sounds like you've now shown it's in front of God. Right? It sounds like your name is put in front of God. That sounds very positive. What's potentially negative over here? No. There's no word mention of arrogance here. But okay. Okay, so she's put in front of God. Very good. Meaning to say he is in front of Hashem. So that a puzzle that could go swing both ways. It could be subservient, or it could be actually putting himself forward. I didn't actually think about it in that perspective. Very fascinating note. Another option over here is the word Tzayed. Tzayed, what kind of hunter is he? What is he hunting? Who are the victims of his hunting? So this is where the Ramban steps in. Here's a classic Ramban. Let's take a look at the next source over here. So let's take it right from here. He says the following. What's the format again? Starting point is always Rashi. Fantastic. So let's start with Rashi. He says, he would hunt. This is propaganda. He'd hunt the minds of people. He wasn't out there in the field of the bow and arrow, says Rashi. He's actually going and he with his propaganda, he's convincing people of his ideologies. But what is his ideology? Rebellion against God. Al Kain Yalmer Al Kol Adam Marshia Ba'azus Ponim V'Yodei Rabbi Yebono Miskaven Nimrodboy Yalmer Zeh Knimod. Therefore, any person in history, well, as what the Pasuk is saying, any individual in history who's going to actively, intentionally rebel against their Creator is going to be called a Nimrod. Right? And it's a wonderful biblical name, and some children in Israel still have it today. But at the end of the day, the Pasuk is saying, this is the format, this is the model, this is for a person who actively rebels against God. Because who's he hunting? People. Lifnei Hashem, as I was saying, against God essentially, not in front of God. That is what Rashi has done over here. Why is this of importance in context? What is about to happen in the stage of anthropological ecological development of humankind in Bereshis Perek Yod? We have just finished the flood. What is the next step of the Tower of Babel? And we know that, in fact, Nimrod is heavily involved. So the way Rashi is doing is saying, who was behind the Tower of Babel is Nimrod, because he's the person who said, let's rebel against God. So now he's putting those two parts of context now click into place, and Rashi has said this. And he continues to say, Loshan Rashi, quoting Rashi, V'chein da'as Rabboseinu. And Rashi is in fact quoting Chazal. So why does he like Rashi? Because Rashi is going with a traditional approach as to how to interpret this pasuk. Good. Contextual idea. Then he goes on to the stage number 2. Stage number 2, as he always described in his introduction, was Ibn Ezra. So here's Ibn Ezra. Already Abraham, Pirush Hefech B'inyan HaDerech Pshuta. He went the opposite direction. He went into positive territory. What type of hunting was he doing? Or what did people hunt in those days? Animals. So he was just a very sophisticated hunter, right? Pirush Lifnei Hashem. What does it mean in front of God? Listen to what he says. What else could it mean? If he's not taking people against God, how is a hunter relating to God in front of God? So says Ibn Ezra, as he continues to the end of this paragraph, he says that he was to bring sacrifices. So he'd hunt all these animals, bring them in front of God. So according to Ibn Ezra, how was Nimrod's polling in front of God? Positive, negative, neutral? Very positive. Nimrod is in fact a very upstanding leader in the community, according to what Ibn Ezra says it. And listen to what the Ramban says. No, there's no worth to what Ibn Ezra says. He is actually justifying an evil person. Because what's the reason of the Ramban's rejection? Our rabbis knew via tradition that he was incorrect, that Nimrod is a bad person. This is such an important point. You see what's happened over here? Ibn Ezra has essentially cleared the deck from any tradition and analyzed the pasuk by itself. He said, well, look, he's a hunter, it's in front of God, maybe the hunting is in front of God, he's bringing these sacrifices to God. Isn't that a wonderful thing? What is he missing? He's missing everything that Rashi added, which is the tradition. We don't just understand the Torah because one day we open up the Torah and analyze it with no context, with no sense of tradition. We have to analyze it going back. We have to go to the Rabbi Seinu and understand where it comes from. And that's what Rashi was doing. That's the problem that Ibn Ezra has over here. By the way, this is a very important point over here, just to sort of stop and appreciate what Dr. Edmondson said just a few minutes ago. The Ramban does not spare words for people he disagrees with. Okay, so, and it's very clear, and this is why you get so much enjoyment when you read that the transcript of that debate. But more so, the Ramban wrote. This is an opportunity just to footnote and say, if you click the HTML here, the Ramban wrote many books about people he did not approve of. One example is a book which was written called the Baal HaMaor. The Baal HaMaor was a young man who wrote a book, Rabbi Zerachia Baal HaMaor, who wrote a book on the Rif. Rabbi Yitzchak Alfasi, the first halachic codification of the Gemara was written by Rabbi Yitzchak from Fez. And what happened was that this young man, Rav Zerachia, this young upstart in the view of the Ramban, wrote a pirush on a called Baal HaMaor where he disagreed with the Rif. And the Ramban thought that this was inappropriate. It was inappropriate. Some say he was actually 17 years old. It was inappropriate for somebody to be doing such a thing. So what did the Ramban write? He wrote a book which title actually explains the agenda of the book. It was called Milchamas Hashem, the War of God. And the War of God was no less than a War of God, and he spares no words on every single page where he disagrees with Zerachia Baal HaLevi in terms much more sophisticated than this. So this is a point to see when the Ramban does not spare time for people he disagrees with. Now, this is where we jump into the third section, and with this we'll leave Parshanot. The Ramban says the following, and now he comes back to his own pirush. Take a look at the next paragraph. V'anachon be'enai. Here we are. V'anachon be'enai, that which is good in my eyes. So now the Ramban has moved away from Rashi. He's moved away from Ibn Ezra, and now he moves into his own realm. He says, Ki hu heichel yes moshel b'gvurosoi al harashim v'amolech tchila. In fact, what's it talking about? It's talking about this is the first imperial nation in the world, led by Nimrod. Nimrod, what does it mean, Gibor Chayil? It means to say, Gibor Tzayid, he was the person who in fact now took his will and imposed it on not just the Babylonians, he goes on to describe the Assyrians as well. This was the first country, the first king, the first imperial subjugation in history, which is fascinating because there's a beautiful essay by Jonathan Sachs on Parshas Noach, very well worth reading, in which he quotes Paul Johnson. Paul Johnson, of course, is the author of History of the Jews, and Paul Johnson says that the beauty of Judaism is the ability to be able to balance the community and the individual, the collective and the specific. What's interesting over here is this is exactly what is going on in the Dor HaFlaga, in the Dor HaPalaga, in the generation of dispersion. What was the problem with the generation of dispersion? The way Jonathan Sachs argues it is that what does it mean they had one language? It meant to say that one person imposed their rule, their language on the entire region. There was only one way to live society, details didn't matter. What's the Ramban saying? That's exactly what Nimrod was doing. That's what it means, Gibor Tzayid. But you see what the Ramban has done? He starts off with Rashi. He knows this person's bad. Rashi tells you how he's bad because he used to his propaganda against God. The Ibn Ezra says his positive can't be. He takes the same ideology as Rashi. He must be bad, but he now adds a sophisticated wrinkle to it. He's not disagreeing with Rashi, but he's going further in that vein, which is the notion of imperialism and the rise of imperialism. That is a classic Ramban on the Torah. What we're missing in this Ramban is his Al Derech HaEmes, which he'll have at the end, which is Kabbalistic edition. That's when most of the translations of the Ramban stop translating. We do not get this over here. They come up a little later on in the Torah, and certainly in the first chapter of Genesis. Fascinating as a format Ramban. Let's move on. From Parshanot, this is just about methodology. What was he trying to do? Let's move to the next realm that Dr. Abramson talked about. Mysticism. So he has a book. He wrote many books. And one of the books he wrote is called Torah Sa'adam, the laws of the humanity, of the human. In it he discusses many halachic aspects of Avelos, which a lot of our Hilchos Avelos are based on his works, as quoted through Shulchan Aruch. But at the end of the book, he's got a section called Shar HaGmul. Shar HaGmul is about the end of days. And in this section, he talks about this world, the hereafter, the revival of the dead, how sins work, how punishment works, different layers and mechanisms of sin. And to me, the first time I had the opportunity of learning this book, it was the first time that there was somebody who synthesized everything. Oftentimes in life we hear a little Gemara here, a little Memra there, a statement over here. You hear all these different ideas, and you don't really know how they all work together. The Ramban takes everything, puts it into the final, and he produces the most magnificent, articulate edifice, which is the Shar HaGmul. Let's take one example over here of what he says. We're not going to do it all inside, but just to give you a sense of the types of issues that he's dealing with over here. He starts off, and this comes back to what Dr. Abramson said again, is his view in regard of the Rambam. Let's take a look at just the first moment for what he starts off by quoting the Rambam. Rav Moses Maimonides. He says, "Ma yikra divrei harav hagadol Rabbi Moshe zichrono livracha." So remember, when he quotes Ibn Ezra, it's not on the same level as this. He calls him Rabbi Moshe Zichrono Livracha, right? The Rav HaGadol. And believe me, he disagrees with the Rambam across the Torah and across his works. But the way he quotes him is with great deference and respect. He says, "B'milos ketzaros v'arukos," in many short and long instances, the Rambam says, "Shekasa b'zeh olam b'perek chelek." He talks about the last chapter of Sanhedrin, where the Rambam goes into these types of mystical aspects of afterlife. He says, "Amar ki ba'olam haba yaskil nafshoseinu sham misodos habore kafi shiaskilu ba'olam hazeh misodos l'kachavim v'galgalim ha'yoseh." In the world to come, we're going to have access to secrets which we don't really fully understand in this world. Why? V'chein amru zal ba'olam haba eino lo achila v'lo ishtia el tzadikim v'yoshim v'atrosem b'roshem v'nei mizil hashchina. The hereafter, says the Rambam, Maimonides, is a place of pure, absolute spiritual nature. There is no physicality whatsoever. It is complete absorption with the divine. This is an Aristotelian concept which Rambam understood. In fact, he makes note of that at the beginning of the next paragraph, where he says, he answers in a response, he quotes the Greek philosophers who the Rambam was basing his philosophy on in certain regards, who said that the soul, the person is really a soul without a body. And this influences a lot of the Rambam's ideology and a lot of the disputes he will have with the Ramban himself. So the Rambam will talk about times where, for example, where in Parashas Vayera, where it says that Avraham Avinu goes out to meet 3 angels, the Rambam actually will argue that he never ran out to meet 3 angels. He was in his bed having a dream, and in his dream he saw 3 angels, because physical bodies cannot interact with spiritual beings, because there's no correlation between the two of them. Right? The fight with the angel at night was not a fight with the angel at night. Yaakov Avinu was in a horizontal position the entire time. He was fighting where? In his dreams. And the Ramban to each time takes the Rambam to task. This is an example of where he does it. To conclude in the Ramban himself, he says, where this is where he closes, he says, referring to the last argument of the Rambam believes that as a person dies after this world, they immediately enter into Olam Haba, the next world. The Ramban says absolutely not. It is not true. A person waits. So he says that in fact, when a person dies, there's a waiting period. Olam Haba is a future destination for all of humanity to enter into, rejoined body and soul. Both the body and soul have to go a process of cleaning or clarification. They're reunited in entering Olam Haba, according to Ramban. And that is the predominant philosophy which we adopt based on the Ramban's idea, as opposed to Rambam, who says immediately after death, there's a spiritual realm the soul enters and the body is never rejoining it, which is a completely different way of philosophy. Here's where the Ramban actually talks about it. There's so much more to talk about, but this gives you just a taste of the types of things that, far from trying to understand words in Tanakh, far from trying to understand the halachas of Avelus, the Ramban is talking about the very underpinnings on the foundations of our faith. Let's take it to the next level. Moving away from mysticism, moving away from Parshanut, let's enter into the debate itself. This, as Dr. Abrahamson described, was a very big watershed moment, of course, in the Ramban's life, in the Barcelona disputation under the King of Aragon. I think it's worthwhile just taking a very brief look at the actual words he uses to describe his transcript. I mean, the Ramban writes down for the sake of posterity, and it has worked because we're still reading it. I doubt there's as many people reading the Latin transcript as they are reading the Vikuach HaRamban, and the Ramban says the following. Listen to how he describes it. He's addressing a real issue, and that is why it was there were not so many willing Jews willing to dispute. So he says the following. Tziva Alsi Adonenu HaMelech, the king of Aragon, King James, commanded me Le'israkeach in Fry Paul. He asked me to have a dispute with Fry Paul in his palace, in front of him, in Barcelona, in front of his advisors in Barcelona. By the way, you should just take a moment just to appreciate what's going on. We're reading the contours of it's like we're there. Think about this. So right back in the Ramban's world. This is not history talking. This is the man himself talking about as he ascends the steps of the castle of Barcelona. He says the following: what did I say to the king? So the king is sending me a subpoena.
What do you do when a king sends you a subpoena? In those days, it wasn't like avoiding jury duty and there's fines. We're talking about this is capital punishment. What do you do over here? So this is the following. V'an v'amar es ha'kmitzos Adonai HaMelech im titni li rishus ledaber kitzoni. V'ani merakesh bo ze rishus HaMelech rishus v'ay limon tefino the port v'chaver v'asher b'kat. He says, I want carte blanche. Says the Ramban, you want to bring me into the place of debate? Allow me to say what I want to say. Allow me to say what I want to say, and don't penalize me for saying it. The Ramban was very clever. He realized he couldn't win. He knew there was no way out. He says, but at least allow me to say what I'm about to say. All debates that had happened previously were in fact choreographed. There was nothing that the person could say, because should they reinterpret the Bible in the correct way, they were in fact all mercilessly killed on the spot or tortured for sacrilegiously misinterpreting the Bible in the debate. So says the Ramban, I want to carte blanche. So here's one example, and this is such a powerful example. Let's take a look at the next part in the debate. This is part of his transcript. We're not going to do the whole thing. Let's just focus on this for a moment. So here's Fry Paul. Omar Fry Paul, Vatani Sheba, do you believe the Messiah has arrived? Most of the debate focuses around whether, in fact, the Messiah has arrived. We're in the idyllic stages of post Jesus world of the coming. So it says Ramban, Amarti, I believe, and this is what he adds. I don't just believe. I know. In fact, I know that he did not believe, and there was no person. There's nobody else besides Yeshu who was called as coming. I cannot believe in his being the Messiah. I'll tell you why. For two reasons. Okay. Now, by the way, this is his carte blanche. Okay, he is digging so deep. You can imagine at this point in time the Dominican priests, shuffling in their shoes at this point in time, as he is with what he's about to say. Okay, this is real time now. Shanavi Omer b'Mashiach. The prophet says about the Messiah, he's going to control the world from coast to coast. And this individual you're talking about never had such control. He spent a terribly forlorn life being pursued by his enemies, hiding from his persecutors. In the end, he did not make it, he was crucified. If he couldn't save himself, how could he save the world? Can you imagine this? In the castle in Barcelona, in front of the Dominican friars. And he goes on. Number two, says the Ramban. When the Ramban doesn't mince his words, he does not mince his words. He says the following: even when he died, his followers weren't celebrated. They didn't have an empire. Rome's success, Constantine in the year 300, was not as a function of Christianity. In fact, the rise of Rome was before Christianity took it over. And after Constantine took over the Roman Empire and split and slowly found its demise after Christianity took it over. So you're telling me this is the Messiah? Look at Europe, look at the Middle East. Who's in control? The children of Muhammad, not Yeshu. It says the Ramban. He says, Yirmiyahu talks about the Messiah. He says, there's going to be a time where everybody knows God. He says, it's going to be a time where there's going to be so much knowledge of God. It'll be like a sea of knowledge to cover everybody. And he says in Yeshaya as well, the words which are etched into stone outside the buildings of the UN. The Kiddutzu was saying that you'll take your swords and turn them into plowshares, and war will end and cease to be in the world. And war will never proliferate again in the world. He says, look at the blood of the world from the time he died till now. Look at the destruction. He says, in fact, the Christians are responsible for more bloodshed than any other nation. והן גם כן מגלי ערייס immoral וכמה יהיה כושר לך אדוני המלך ולפרש לך אלא אם לא ילמדו עד מלחמה. He says, and you, King James, would it be a good thing for you if there weren't wars? This is what the Ramban says in the palace. He says, how could the Messiah have come if it was a state of international affairs and things have not changed? This is what the Ramban says. You just see the power. Can you imagine? I sometimes dream of having an opportunity, even just 5 minutes to meet the Ramban. I dream of it, just being able to bask in his glory. And we slowly get to the sense of who he really is. But just imagine 5 minutes in the presence of somebody like this. Let's go a step further. We're going to follow two more. We're going to follow two more ideas. We're just a little pressed for times. Personal growth. You know, a lot of times when you come into the world of academia, as Dr. Abramson will tell you, academics don't necessarily translate seamlessly into the world of action necessarily. And that's why, as Dr. Abramson said, when one looks at the Igeres Haramban, the letter you said to his son, it is the moment where you see the giant become human. Listen to what he says. Every line is replete with messages and lessons of life. But he says the following. Let's just look at 3 lines. He says, "Ve'hevi zahir." He says, "My son, be very careful. Likros b'Torah tamid, asher tuchal l'kaima." Learn Torah in order to actually do it, to live it. V'kasher takum min hasefer. As you finish pondering, as you finish philosophizing, as you finish learning, tachapes b'asher lamadata im yesh bo davar asher tuchal l'kaima. Apply it. You learn about attributes of humanity. You learn about characteristics. You learn about tort damages when you go into the legal framework of the Gemara. How do you apply that? Does it remain in your head? Does it remain a legal fiction? Does it remain something which you talked about in the base medrash and your life is led very differently outside those walls? Says the Ramban, my son, I want you to be the kind of person who doesn't just learn Torah, but a person who lives Torah. And over here you see this is a departure from just the miraculous giant in the mind he was, because obviously this is the person who also lived it. One extra point, he says, make sure you have a little diary. Every morning, every evening, just pull it out and just make sure you got an accounting. Like you have an accounting with your company's business and making sure the checks and balances are all there. What about your life? How many times did you shout at somebody? How many times did you transgress something? Did you go over a red line? How many times did you do the right thing? Keep an accounting of that. This is a person who doesn't just learn. This is a person who lives Torah. That's a transformation I think is important to realize through the countless books that he has. And finally, one last idea. Let's return to perhaps the last, the most troubling and trial of the Ramban, which was when he moved to the land of Israel. This piece over here that we're about to read and we're about to learn is so moving, is so transformative. I think that just for coming, just to hear in this segment, just to hear this part is worth it. So Ramban arrives, as Dr. Abram says, in Israel, and he finds a very impoverished and unstructured community, which he tries to reconstruct. In fact, this is a picture in the 1800s, if I'm not mistaken, or the early 1900s, looking in Chorva Shul in Jerusalem. But as we know, that just before it, next to the minaret, is underneath there, where there's 4 columns, is the shul, which is attributed to Ramban. He talks about 4 pillars down the middle. And in fact, there's a base medrash there, and there's minyanim all the time for those of us the opportunity of going. It's the only minaret in the Jewish quarter. And just underneath it, before you get to the Chorva, which is built Baruch Hashem, this is the previous Chorva, there is the Ramban's shul, which is allegedly where he gathered his minyanim on those Shabbases. And it's sometimes, maybe the next time we're in Israel, it might be a moment just to go there and pull off the shelf a Ramban and learn the Ramban in the Ramban's shul in his full place. And let's go further. So he talks about his arrival in Israel. He talks about his arrival in the ancient city of Akko. So here's Akko on the north coast. It's a city which has got much history, biblical history, and of course contemporary history today. And the Ramban says the following. He has a footnote from his arrival in the land of Israel. He says the following. Listen to what he says. The intellectual honesty of this is most remarkable. And there's a few pieces like this. You cannot find this in the regular Ramban. It's added as an addition, sometimes in Kisisa, in one of the Mossad Rav Kook printings, and it's in his letters, additions from when he arrived in Israel. He says the following: Berchani Hashem ad koi shezachisi uvasi la'akol. Baruch Hashem, I arrived in the city of Akol. I found a silver coin which was written with inscriptions, engravings on it. On the one like a stick which was flowering, and the other side looked like a bowl of sorts. And around it was this writing which was very clearly engraved. Take a look at this. This is the coin the Ramban's talking about, right? So we talk about the stick which is flowering, we talk about this bowl over here, and it is inscriptions. Now, let's try to appreciate. One second, I just want to get to the end of this point. And us look at these blankly. What does it say? And we don't know. Why did he not know? And why did we not know what it says around it? Because this is Ksav Ivri, this is Akkadian. Okay, this is written in the Ksav Ivri, the original, not Ksav Shuri. But the original dispute as to the development of this, the original letters of Hebrew, which are written in the following way. So he says the following. Let's come back for a second. So here we are. He says, I gave it to one of the Kutiyim, one of the Akkadians who lived around there, and he immediately read it, because of course he could read the Ugaritic like Semitic language. He says the following: Kihu ksav ivri asher nishar lakutiyin kumay shemuzkar b'Sanhedrin, as the Gaon Sanhedrin Daf Chav says it. The Koran atzad echad shekel hashkolim. The one inscription says this is a shekel of the shkolim. This is an ancient shekel used in the times of the Beis Hamikdash. Mitzad Hashem Yerushalayim HaKadosh. The other side was written in the inscription was Jerusalem, the holy city. The one side is the staff of Aaron, which sprouted forth those beautiful flowers. And the other was the bowl that contained the manna, which was allegedly left in the Kodesh Kodashim, as the Gemara describes it. The Shakalmu also. So what's the first thing the Ramban does? We weighed it. How much does shekel weigh? You're holding history in your hand. How much silver does it weigh? It weighs a particular type of silver. And it's Chatzi Ukia, which is like what Rabbeinu Shlomo says. Who's Rabbeinu Shlomo? Full circle, Rashi. There was a dispute between the Ramban and Rashi how much a shekel weighed. And he gets to Akko and he weighs it, and he weighs how much like? Whose side of the debate? Like Rashi. You understand? It's all been theory. He's been living in Spain up till now. Now, for the first time in history, he's able to see it. And he weighs it, and it's like Rashi. So what would you expect him to say now? What's the next sentence? What would the Ramban say at this point in time in his life? So at this point in time, he could either have not written it down, he could either he sort of excused this from his thesis because it didn't fit with his natural work, which he spent a long time working on. So that's clearly what he did. Or on the other hand, he could say, hands down, Rashi beat me. Listen to the sensitivity of his words. And he quotes on another coin he found like that. He says, Nistayu divrei Rabbeinu Shlomo Siyar Gadol. Rabbeinu Shlomo, Rashi, has an incredible support from this. Listen to the sensitivity. Here's a man who's looking at archaeological real digs. He's looking at archaeology. Is it absolute proof? No. He doesn't say Rashi's right. He says Rashi has got an incredible support, an incredible proof. Why? Because Ramban also has the sensitivity to realize this may not be the only shekel. And in fact, 4 years afterwards, many other shekalim of different weights were found that were used at different times. So Ramban, on the one hand, and one of my teachers, Rabbi Chaim Angel, points to this Ramban as the most incredible integrity and honesty of the Ramban. I know he says on the one hand that I'm wrong. It wasn't what I said. But on the other hand, it's not absolute truth. I'm able to actually come to the land of Israel, appreciate what I'm seeing, what I'm feeling, and to adapt my whole life work, even at his old age, to be able to include this. This is what we this is really an astounding piece over here of history and Parshanot coming together. What the opportunity of doing was we looked at Parshanot a little bit of the Ramban, his methodology, his mysticism in the world of the hereafter, his disputation in Barcelona, the transcendence of that from the world of the mind to the heart, and finally how that applied when he talks about the land of Israel. This is a drop in the beginning of our exploration in what is a transformative experience of learning the Ramban. Looking forward to the next speaker, ladies and gentlemen.
Scary from going out there. Like, I'm afraid of sharks. Like, I don't want to go in the ocean, but what's going on in the ocean? We see stuff coming out in the ocean all the time. What's going on way?
Thank you very much for coming tonight.
Sharks are real. Sharks are real. You should be scared. The ocean is unforgiving. Alligators. It's
Fascinating topic, and once again, I'm thrilled to be teaching with
Jaws makes this thing go right in your face, right? When probably before that, nobody was thinking about sharks.
Rabbi Trump. Last week's was really exciting. If you missed it live, you can always catch it online. And we're going to go to a totally different part of the world and the historical landscape today. We're going to move from Christian Europe to the Muslim lands. And of course, for most of diaspora history, Jews experienced either living as a minority within Christian lands or living as a minority in Muslim lands. Very, very different experiences right up into the 20th century. Spain is always that somewhat complex situation because it's a triangular culture. But today we're going to go right to the heart of Muslim civilization, and we're going to look at the life of Saadia Gaon. Just a quick word on the periodization. You'll recall from the first class, Jews tend to create historiographic groupings of time based on generations of scholars, not based on external historical events. In fact, using terms like medieval with regards to Jews is very difficult because, for example, while Christian Europe was sunk in the Dark Ages, we had Rashi. That maybe a little bit later we had Rashi, but we still had, this is actually part of the Dark Ages. So the terminology that we use in the outside world doesn't necessarily fit the Jewish historiography. The period that we're talking about today is the classical Gaonic period, from the word Gaon. The word Gaon is derived from the Hebrew word Ga'ava, which means pride in the positive sense. When you say someone is a Gaon, it's someone who is worthy of pride, right? As opposed to Gaiva in the Musar sense, which means a negative kind of arrogance, of someone who's a Gaon, like the Vilna Gaon, of which every single Lithuanian Jew I've ever met has actually, directly related to him. The Saadia Gaon, the term Gaon is a title, a mark of great learning. It also happens to be an institutional title in this period because this is the period when the Talmud had closed and the center of Jewish learning was still in Babylon for the most part. What would be today yeshivas there, the Babylonian yeshivas, continuing the tradition of the Talmud. So Saadia Gaon was one of those great leaders of one of the major yeshivas in the immediate post-Talmudic time. So if you recall the very first class when we talked about periodization, we have the period of the Tanaim, which is the Mishnah, the period of the Amoraim, which is the Talmud, the Gemara. Then we get to the period of the Geonim, which is one step back from when we were last week, which was the Rishonim. Okay, now, one last word about his name, Saadia. It's interesting, it sounds almost Arabic. It's actually a Hebrew word, or maybe it's Aramaic. Sa'ad in Aramaic means to help, to assist. So the Sayeya, I guess, is a Hebrew word too. So Saadia means, helped by God, the Gaon, the great one. Okay, so let's go straight to the material today. His years are 1882 to 942, the end of the 9th and the beginning of the 10th century. His main area of activity was in Egypt and then later in Babylon. He is known as one of Judaism's first philosophers. So in order to put him in context, I have to give you a little bit of sense of what is the relationship of Judaism and philosophy, and where does he fit within this developing canon of texts? We, as Jews, have a sort of love-hate relationship with philosophy. The word philosophy is, of course, Greek in origin, as we understand philosophy as a whole to be Greek in origin. I think it was Whitehead who said that all philosophy are footnotes to Plato. Like, we had this one great Greek philosopher, Plato, who's shown here in the red, by the way, and everything that he wrote, which was essentially the teachings of his teacher, Socrates, shown here, the rather buff guy up here, that formed the Western tradition of philosophy. The word comes from philo, which means I love or to love, and Sophia, which means wisdom, the love of wisdom, just the pure love of knowledge for its own sake. The Greek tradition, which developed under this man Socrates here in Periclean Athens 500 years before the Common Era, was characterized by an unremitting questioning of reality, an unremitting questioning of every fact, of every preconception. The Socratic method was so named after Socrates because he questioned absolutely everything. He claimed to be the wisest man in all of Athens because he knew that he knew so little. For example, he meets a soldier and he says to the soldier, "Oh, you're a professional warrior. You must know something about courage." He says, "In fact, I do know something about courage." So he says to him, Charmides was his name, "Well, tell me, is courage like running blindly into battle?" And he says, No. You have to be cautious. That's not courageous to run blindly into battle." He says, "Oh, really? So it means to hold back from fighting?" He says, No. Sometimes you have to go and fight. So Socrates, by asking one question after another, would eventually break down the concept of courage until finally he got to a kernel of what he said, this must be the essence of what courage is. And that method of teaching, of asking the students the questions and uncovering the, so to speak, to use a modern sense, I think it was Henry Moore, the sculptor? Richard Moore? What was his first name? First name? Moore? Sculptor. Henry Moore? Right. He used to say that the sculpture was already contained within the block of marble, and his job was just to remove the excess. So that's the Socratic method of teaching. This particular picture, of course, is a very famous Jacques-Louis David, the end of the 18th century. It depicts the famous suicide of Socrates because he was kind of a rabble-rouser and all the youth were attracted to him and he was kind of breaking down Athenian values. He was forced by the elders to either recant and refuse to teach the youth anymore or drink hemlock, a deadly poison, and he chose the latter. And here he is consoling his obviously distraught students, including Plato, who's at his knee here, and he's saying to him in a famous passage in the Apology of Socrates, death is either a just reward, pointing heavenward, or a dreamless sleep. And he drank the hemlock and he died. So as Jews, we loved philosophy. We just got so into it. It got us into trouble. That's why we had the Hanukkah Rebellion, because we just loved it so much that it tended to overwhelm traditional Gemara ways of thinking and certain logical systems that did not comport with the same kind of logic that the Greeks used. But we, although we had to kind of find a balancing point with philosophy, nevertheless, we loved the pure rational aspect of it. We loved engaging in pure debate, and the sense of it, the love of wisdom, the love of truth for its own sake, really appealed to us. But we did not develop many distinctively Jewish philosophies in the ancient era. Perhaps the greatest one is this man here, Philon, also known as Philo. They named a very delicious pastry after him. You may have seen that. And he was an Egyptian scholar, a Jewish scholar, who essentially wrote a philosophy of the Bible. Because in many ways he differed from the rabbinic tradition, he has not been absorbed into the traditional canon. So you will not read Philo if you go to yeshiva. He's just sort of out there. But he had a massive influence on Christian philosophy, who borrowed from him and his translations of biblical and rabbinic texts into Greek, so he's a major part of it. But still, he's kind of chutz lamachane, outside of the camp in terms of the march of Jewish intellectual ideas. The first real philosopher, in the sense of the word that we're using right now, the first one to make an impact within the Jewish tradition, mainstreaming Jewish tradition, would be Saadia Gaon, who was not influenced directly by Greek philosophy, but by Arabic philosophy, which was in itself an inheritor of Greek philosophy. And he gave us a different way of thinking about text, thinking about tradition, that was heavily influenced by Muslim models. And perhaps the greatest innovation, in my humble opinion, I'm not an expert in this field, but his greatest innovation was in terms of his expression of those ideas. Numbered paragraphs is a kind of a Sadia-esque, is that a word, Professor Levy? Sadia-esque? Sadia-itic? Sadai. It's like a Sadia would do that. Yes. He would just say, okay, like the Greeks didn't do this, but the Kalam philosophers of the Mutazilite trend, which is a Muslim way of approaching the Quran, they were using these numbered paragraphs. He said, okay, this is chapter number 1, idea number 1, idea number 2, sub-idea. It was logical, it was lockstep. You were like, get onto the rails, and you could not get off his track because it was so straightforward. It was like, what do they say, quid est demonstrandum, something like that. It's totally demonstrated, quod est demonstrandum. It is completely demonstrated. You can't walk away from it. That's the kind of impact he had. Off the top of your head, you may not have read too much Saadia Gaon, but who really adopted this more than anyone else, who really shaped? Rabbi? Rambam. You're cheating, you already have smicha, but you're right. The Rambam, he disagreed with Saadia Gaon in so many ways, but he loved the format. Oh my gosh, what a great way to present ideas. I often use it in my emails nowadays. Let's put it inside the global context now. So what is Islam? Just for a quick moment to give you a sense of how this fits with Jewish history. So Islam as a faith emerges in the 7th century from Central Arabia here, and it spreads with amazing rapidity throughout the entire Mediterranean basin, taking over the entire Arabian Peninsula in a very short period of time. You can see here the colors here. This is the solid green is when Muhammad died. I believe it was in 632, 636, something 632, I think. So this is the region that became Islamicized. Lots of Jews and Christians living in this region at that time. Muhammad borrows very liberally from Christian and Jewish ideas. They are integrated into Islam. Then it spreads after his death throughout the Persian Empire. This is the part that is especially relevant for us here in the Mesopotamian region between the Tigris and the Euphrates rivers. And then, of course, across the coast of North Africa. And then in the year 711, easy to remember, they make it up into Spain. And every year on 7/11, they give away free Slurpees all throughout Spain. I don't know why. I'm in a good mood. And they even came close to conquering Europe proper. They eventually held back, but they came quite close to the European continent per se. So the reasons for the spread of Islam are beyond our scope today, but I will point out one very important thing. Islam definitely did have some coercive measures, and if you read historiography of the 19th century, especially white Christian European historiographers, they would emphasize the, convert or die kind of picture of its Muslim spread. But in reality, Islam was an incredibly powerful body of ideas. It was remarkably colorblind vis-a-vis other faiths. I mean, you look at the massive spread of Islam in regions where people have darker skin, for example, very, very strong appeal in what would be today Pakistan, Bangladesh, northern India. It had a redemptive ideology that put it in line with the monotheistic faiths in a way that, Islam was a very competitive group of ideas. There was also some social elements that conversion to Islam gave a person a really quick leg up in terms of social standing. And in fact, there are many examples of that beyond the scope today. Jews actually did pretty well in Muslim empires. They were especially well situated in the southern region of those two major rivers, where they had already developed the Talmudic academies of Surah, Pumbedita, Nahar Da, all of these place names that are very familiar to anyone who even moves through half a page of Talmud. You will come across these great yeshivas. And these were, especially through the 5th century, the major locus of learning for the Jewish world, eclipsing Israel, of course, after the disasters of the First Roman-Jewish War and then the Bar Kokhba rebellion that unfortunately failed. So once Jewish life in Israel became extremely tenuous, then the Babylonian economies became even more prominent, and they retained that prominence well up into the second millennium. That's the Gaonic period that we are speaking of today. The Jews actually did fairly well in Muslim countries in many ways. We should bear in mind that Islam and Judaism, I wanted to get a nice, this is kind of a cheesy picture, but the point is still there.
The guy on the left is Jewish.
The guy on the left is Jewish?
It's being debunked. It's a posed picture.
It's a pose, so that's not hard to believe. The guy on the left is Jewish and this guy is Muslim? What is, no, okay. But the idea is we have to, there's no question that right now, as we're speaking in the year 2017, there has been a sustained conflict in Israel between Jews and Arabs that has resulted in many wars and a tremendous amount of bloodshed and ongoing political conflict. But if we can go back prior to the 19th century, we see that for the most part, Jews actually did, pound for pound, better in Muslim lands than they did in Christian lands. There were certainly moments of violence and persecution, but the scope and the depth of that persecution is nowhere similar in Muslim lands as you would have by comparison in Christian lands. Again, a discussion for a later class than this, but by and large, we did better in Muslim lands than in Christian lands. I skipped over a slide. It didn't get squeezed in there somehow. Technical difficulties. Well, there's another picture over here that's the same kind of idea. Why is this so that we got along with the Muslims so well? We can point to several factors. One is, first of all, that as a culture, Judaism tends to have much more similarity with Islam than it does with Christianity. Islam, like Judaism, is an orthopractic faith in which there's all kinds of behaviors that are markers of Islamic orthodoxy, whereas Christianity has a lot more attached to creed, meaning what one believes. So in Islam, as long as you're behaving according to certain parameters, there's actually a lot more intellectual freedom. I know it's strange to say that in the 21st century when Islam has not gone through a reformation like Christianity did, and to a certain degree even Judaism did. So we have like kind of the vocabulary of intellectual discourse. Islam does not necessarily have that in the 21st century by comparison. But, you know, Islam, for example, they'll pray 5 times a day. We pray 3 times a day. We have kashrut, they have halal. We have Chinese food, they have falafels. They have, you know, there's like a lot of things that are sort of balancing out. There's an emphasis on levels of modesty for women. There are all kinds of things that culturally there's kind of like they're resonating with each other to a much greater degree than Christians would. And Christians placed a lot more emphasis on what a person believes. Whether or not a person went through that singular salvific act of baptism, for example, is a major deal. When it's only a one-time, even an infancy ritual that may not have any impact on a person's thinking later, those are things that are important to Christianity. They're not so important to Islam. So we had cultural similarities. Jews in Arab lands also, as we discussed last week, tended to adopt a survival strategy of acculturation much more than we did in Christian lands. In Christian lands, especially after the Crusades, there was an emphasis on insularity, of looking inward, of trying to be different, of trying to maintain our isolation, not necessarily so in Muslim lands. Okay, let's go down to talk about Saadia himself. So he's born, as I mentioned, possibly 1892, but definitely in the late 9th century. He came from a very simple family. His father was not a learned Jew, and in fact, this was brought as a grave criticism against Saadia by his opponents when he was promoted to be the head of the academy. But he was a child prodigy of incredible proportions. He wrote his first book at 11 and actually republished it several times afterwards because it was a classic. He was a philologist. He was a poet. He had tremendous facility with the Hebrew language. And by the age of 23, he already had an extensive school of students who had drawn to him as a master master teacher. He was also a very hot-tempered individual. We'll see a couple of quick examples of this in his life, and I know Rabbi Trump is going to speak about this as well in text, but he had an ongoing, really bitter fight with the Karaites. Karaism is a movement that emerged about this time in the same region that rejected the oral tradition. The Karaites accepted the written Torah, the first 5 books of Moses. They considered that binding, but all of the other material, the Mishnah and the Talmud in particular, are rejected. Sadia took them on extensively, and we have a lot of back and forth nasty literature published as a result. And ironically, we know a lot about Sadia from the surviving Karaite literature. So, like, they will come up all kinds of arguments against Sadia, and by reading those arguments, we know a lot about what Sadia himself thought, as I put in this point here, right? Like, example, the 7 proofs for the necessity of the oral Torah, he didn't bother recording that in any of his other works, but in his polemical literature, when he wants to demonstrate to the Karaites, here are 7 reasons why you guys are totally, totally wrong. So we have from the Karaite literature, we can draw back to what Sadia says. He had a huge kind of turning point debate when he was already left. He'd left Egypt and he had gone to the Babylonian region, and there was a huge debate over the calculation of the new moon. As I'm sure everyone in this room is familiar, but maybe I'll say it for the benefit of the internet audience, we actually have quite a few people in Latvia and Thailand, for example, who actually watch these videos. The Jewish calendar is really complicated because it is luni-solar. It is basically lunar, like the Arabic calendar, but because the lunar year is only 354 days long, that means that it loses 11 days every year. Hence, the holiday of Ramadan, for example, the month-long holiday, is in a different season every decade or so. It's moved back, to a different season. But the Jewish calendar has a requirement that Passover be celebrated in April, because that's when you can charge the most for matzah. No, that's not why, Rabbi. So, no, Passover is called HaChodesh HaAviv, right? Or the Chag HaAviv, the holiday of springtime. So therefore, Passover must fall in the springtime. So therefore, the Jewish tradition is to add a leap month every so often. We now have a fixed calendar, but back then there was some debate over the fixed calendar, and Sadia disagreed with the calculations of that month with the major scholar Aaron ben Meir of Yerushalayim. They engaged in a very extensive public debate over this, and Sadia ended up winning. As a result of his dialectical brilliance and his sheer pugnaciousness, he was appointed to become the Gaon of Sura, the head of one of the 2 major academies. This is essentially the Harvard of Babylon, or as many people call it, the Touro College of Babylon, one of the greatest yeshivas in the region, and he was appointed. In his letters of approbation, David ben Zakkai, a very important figure we shall see, said that he is not afraid of any man and does not show, what does he say here? Let's see what I quoted here. Favor to anyone, right? He praised him because he was so bold and he would take on anyone. Unfortunately, he would ultimately take on the person who hired him, which is not a good idea for the new rabbi in town, right? The new rabbi in town should not take on the president of the board. Basically, what happened is this. In Babylon, you have this position called the exilarch. Right. The exilarch term is in Hebrew, in Aramaic, Reish Galuta, the head of the exile. This was a government position, as it were, a state-supported position, which was given to a member of the house of David, right, from the lineage of David, and the Babylonians recognized that person as the head of the Jewish community. Exilarch, the word archos in Greek means leader, and exile, of course, like diaspora, exile. So he was the leader of the exile, and he had the right to appoint the chief rabbis of the I have to be careful. The president of the synagogue is in the room, and the assistant rabbi's in the room too, so I have to be doubly careful. We'll just rewind that, and we won't put it on the internet. But the exilarch hired Saadia Gaon to be the head of the academy, and they wrote a contract, and included in the contract was a non-disobedience clause, which Saadia agreed to. And then what happened is Saadia was asked to rule on a monetary case that involved the exilarch, his boss, and Saadia ruled against him. Saadia refused to support his erstwhile boss, which ended his tenure at the yeshiva of Sura, and he was fired. And that was a huge blow for him, and he was forced to endure, I think it was 20 years without a position, and during that period of unemployment, he was incredibly creative, and he produced some phenomenal works which have lived for a millennium as a result. So there's like a hidden bracha in this sudden unemployment. What kind of things did he contribute? We're going to see some of the texts from Rabbi Trump, but just to break it down to 6 basic areas. Lexicography, he did a huge amount with Hebrew grammar. He let us understand what's going on with the Hebrew language, which again is an extremely important thing. The language was not codified nearly to the degree we have in the 20th century. Great titles like Explanation of 90 Difficult Words, also known as icebreakers for Babylonian parties. A rhyming dictionary, The Song of the Letters, that was like a poem about what each of the letters meant, what they had to say, building on a tremendous Gemara and Shabbos Kuf Daled. He wrote the first siddur, the very first actual liturgy in a printed form, a manuscript form that we have. Biblical commentary, of course. The Rabbi Saadia Gaon on the Talmud is fascinating. The polemical literature against the Karaites, we already mentioned. A lot of halakha, and finally, philosophical works, which is perhaps his most best known. Did I include it in the? Yes, I did. We'll just go through this here. One of his most important books is this codification of Jewish thought, the Book of Beliefs and Opinions, in which he writes in this kalam mutazilite style of the numbered paragraphs, this is what we believe. This is emistic, what we actually believe as Jews. Of course, the Rambam will disagree with a lot of those points, and we'll have lots more literature to continue with. So that's my very quick overview of the life of Saadia Gaon, and now we're going to have an introduction to his thought from our esteemed Rabbi Trump.
And it is a distinct pleasure to follow that. Let's try to get the other side of the equation. We are essentially these evenings trying to meet people we don't know, we haven't met, we're not going to meet within this world, but hopefully after a little bit of time that we spend together, we'll get to really know who they are. Because although they've been gone for a very long time, we get a sense of who they really are through where they came from, through their background, and through what they actually say. Hopefully you get a sense of the voice. What I like to do is I like to piggyback on some of the ideas that Dr. Abramson talked about, and let's see examples of what he actually did. Let's see examples of how he expressed himself in the words he uses. So we're going to go through 5 different domains. We have the texts in front of you in the packets, but they're also going to be on the screen as well. We're not going to read all of them. Inside we're going to read some of them. We're going to deal with 5 different aspects. His parashanut, how his pirush on the Torah, his idea, his polemics, as Dr. Abramson mentioned, as it relates to the Karaites, his halacha as a halachic leader of the generation, his siddur, and we're going to talk about his philosophy as well, just as examples of what Rav Saadia Gaon did. Now, it happens to be some people add in the Rav Saadia Gaon. It's not really necessary, as Dr. Abramson admitted it, because Gaon itself is the term for the greatest rabbinic post of the time, right? So it isn't really necessary, but you'll notice in some books today I'll have Rav Saadia Gaon as well. It's sort of like adding, Hillel and Shammai, sort of adding Rav Hillel. So it detracts sometimes to say that. But nonetheless, let's jump straight in. So the first thing I'd like to start with is actually in his Parshanut. But I was going through a lot of the work, and I came through a fascinating story, which I really think says something about him. This is a story which is actually related by Rav Chaim David Azulai. Right? So Rav Azulai says a very interesting thing, Mechida. He says a very fascinating story about Rav Saadia Gaon. So here it goes. Ready? So he says he recounts the following. He says that Rav Saadia Gaon or Saadia Gaon one day was having an interaction with a tailor, and he said to the tailor, "How many stitches did you stitch today?" And the Taylor's response was, if you go into the text itself, he says, "Achayat heshivoim," and the Taylor responded, "Ma'alas yomar li kama osios yesh b'Torah." Don't ask me how many stitches I stitched today. How many letters are in the Torah? That's your domain. Do you know your domain as much as you expect me to know my domain? And he was very upset because of the first question he wasn't able to answer. First of all, that just says something about either the caliber of questions or the caliber of the person answering. And he was very upset about this. So what happens? What happens is that he recited the name of Hashem in some way, and an angel came to him and revealed him the number of letters. Then he was extremely happy, and in fact he writes them down. So just in case you're wondering, he has a whole list. I'm just going to give you an example. So for instance, the letter Aleph, the letter Aleph appears 42,437, right? And he goes through each letter in the Torah, and he tells you how many times it appears. Now, the reason why the story is fascinating is, first of all, you see a number of interesting things. Number one is that he obviously knew a lot of answers to a lot of questions, number one. Number two is that he really cared about it. It wasn't that the questions were just simply his resume or his portfolio. He really actually cared about the material that he was being asked, and to a degree, and also you see the specificity. Meaning to say, everything in his mind, as Dr. Abramson said, everything in his mind was in systems. Everything fitted into a place. There was no random information which was fitting into a miscellaneous file. You know, we have in our filing systems, you have all the files, and then we have the miscellaneous file. There was no miscellaneous in his type of thinking, and this is the type of thinking that we see coming out from Rav Saadia Gaon. So let's turn to his Parshanot itself. As we do this Ramban, first thing you want to know about a book is, where do you go? Read the introduction. It's the instruction manual. He's telling you what he wants to do with it. It happens to be Saadia Gaon had two pirushim on the Torah. One is called the Pirush HaKatzar, the short explanation, and one is the Pirush HaAroch, the longer explanation. Unfortunately, we don't have much of his Pirush HaAroch. It's not extant in its full. We do have much of the Pirush HaKatzar, the short explanation. They differ slightly. The audience of the Pirush HaKatzar was actually the Hamon, not even Jewish people. It was really a basic understanding of the Bible. And part of the reason why that was important was it was important, he felt, for the masses, as Dr. Abramson said, to have access to the real meaning. And in his mind, there was no gray area. It was black and white. He wanted people to understand exactly what the Torah meant, and he therefore translated, as you'll see in a few examples. So here's what he says when it comes to his introduction to his explanation, and it really gives us a very fascinating insight into him. Now, it's interesting, as opposed to Ramban, the focus of his Pirush is not going to be overlaid on Rashi. Why is that? Yeah, because Rashi is not born yet. So Rashi is certainly not the centerpiece of his Pirush, but he does say the following. This is really something which is emblematic. The more you read of Rav Saadia Gaon, the more it corroborates itself. Everything is completely self-substantiating. Everything is completely in state. And so this idea affects his philosophy and his linguistics and his polemics. Here we go. So So you, reader, you're about to engage in reading this Torah, because I'm just helping you read it. You're not reading me, you're reading it. So I'm helping you gain access to it. Listen, it is on its own plane. This book, the Sefer Torah, is not similar to any other books, even prophetic books. Even though its language will explain very, very impenetrable ideas, there must be another system which is above and beyond the system of the Torah, which helps us understand the Torah. Meaning, don't read this book as if this is the be-all and end-all. There must be another